we've got some nice little swell rolling through, like 2 to 3 feet of waves. But I think as that tide drops back, we're going to see some really good action later on today. We've got the first round of the men's qualifying just about to start in the water. Actually, I think it has just got underway out there today. But yeah, yesterday we had a fantastic day of action. We're going to check out some highlights later on from yesterday. But yeah, getting a great shot of the lineup at the moment. You can see competitors out there. 4-man heat this morning for the qualifying heat for the men's. And we'll update you with who we've got in the heat. Does look like we have a few of the younger competitors that were in the junior event. Kilian Burak out there. Looks like Lucas Winterdrew, Pedro Veiga. Could be Andrew Noel. I'd have to get confirmation on that.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the little box with the names here in a second. But yeah, it looks like we're having Lucas up and riding on this one, Bo.
Yeah, nice cutback to start off with. See these waves starting to reform again on the inside. Lucas just waiting patiently. A lot of those big scores are going to come from this end section. It gets really critical, stands up super steep, so you've got to get that board up into the lip, and he just comes unstuck there. Lucas was out there early this morning before this heat practicing. Saw him get a few nice turns in, so he's had a few practice runs out there.
Yeah, another beautiful morning here in Gran Canaria. The wind is very light, and yeah, a little bit of swell rolling in. And I was out there last night just as the event ended, and yeah, it was actually quite fun.
Yeah, he looked like he got some great waves out there.
Yeah, took a mid length out. Getting a few was fun, and yeah, it looked like a little bit the same conditions today. Yeah, it's just fun to try to surf the wave when you've been singing and commentating all day. So yeah, it was great to just get a feel of it. And you know, we've been talking a lot about this, like the inside, the outside, how it's like if you manage to connect those sections. So yeah, just great to try it out as well.
Yeah, of course. How did you feel the wave was like in terms of power, in terms of kind of where it was breaking out there as well? Did you notice anything?
Well, it's yeah. Let's just see this one for Kilian. Nice, just trying to pump some speed, trying to get into that inside, but unfortunately the wave dies out a little bit there. But yeah, I feel like the waves are not that powerful, but you know, riding these big boards that they are, I think there's plenty of power, and when you hit that inside section, there's definitely, you know, that opportunity to hit that lip and go for that big turn that the judges like to see.
Yeah, of course. It's always easier on a stand-up paddleboard to make the conditions look a lot better than they are. So using those bigger boards with those paddles, you can get a lot of speed from that.
Well, you were out there this morning, no?
Yeah, I took a short board out, a rented board. Had a couple of good waves from the outside section there. But yeah, I realised the fins on the rented board are plastic and they pretty much bend right over. So every time I went for a turn, it kind of just was like, just didn't feel great out there. But had a bit of fun. The water temperature's really nice out there. You can see everyone wearing board shorts in this heat.
Yeah. Yeah, I was surprised with even surfing into dark last night, how warm it is, and you could easily just surf in a board short or a shorty, and yeah, super nice.
Yeah, as we see some banners on the screen there. Thank our partners for this event. Obviously, the city of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, the Gran Canaria Tourism Board as well, playing a big part in having us here for this event. So the local people, the local community, getting some more spectators coming down and watching the action as well over the past couple of days. As we see a paddle here for Lucas up and riding. Cutting back on this first section here. He's had a couple of nice wave selection. As we see, looks like Andrew Noel there on a wave. So I have to check the priority system and who had priority there.
I guess it'll be Andrew, since Lucas already caught a wave and Andrew haven't established priority yet, or?
That could be correct, yeah. As Andrew brings that one right through to the end section and finishes off nicely in control. Would be a good score from him. As we see Kilian just pulling off there at the back. Interesting to see how that situation plays out. Obviously, Lucas had that wave before, which means he'll be at the back of the line with priority. But we don't know if Andrew had paddled for a wave earlier.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see what judges are going to call there, because it's always hard in the beginning when all the priorities haven't been established yet. So yeah, but I know we have some very great judges and priority judges, so yeah, I'm sure they will make a call in a minute.
Yeah, it's interesting as well because there's a couple of different places to sit out there today. You can sit on the outside peak where Lucas has been sitting, or on that inside where Andrew has been sitting as well. So Lucas obviously riding that wave, getting a couple of turns done before Andrew took off even. So maybe him thinking he had right of way there, but obviously priority extends the whole length of the ride, no matter where the surfer takes off. So if you do have priority, the other surfers need to kick out. But yeah, staying with 25-minute heats today for all of the heats. We're going to be looking at this first qualifying heat, just one heat of this round, and then the top two will advance into the main event for the men's round number 1, which is going to be coming up next. Then we're going to move into women's round 1, then men's round 2, women's round 2, and then we're going to assess the conditions at the end of the day to see if we can get men's round 3 done.
Yeah, full day of action again. As we're just seeing Lucas and another one. Lucas is staying busy out there. See if this wave is going to wall up for him. He's trying to pump some speed through here, the flat section. Looks like it's going to stand up. See if he manages to hit that lip. Nice finishing turn here from Lucas.
That was so well timed, that last turn. So very nice finish there for Lucas. Bit of a sleepy start for Pedro at the moment. Haven't seen him up on a ride yet. He may have a couple of scores coming through. I think he's sitting on the inside there waiting for those more critical sections, as is Andrew here. You can see him taking off now, looking like a nice left-hander here. A bit of speed carves that board back around to the white water, waiting for this wave to stand up on the inside. See what he can get done. Finish off this one. Gonna bring it right through. Another carve on the inside there. So a couple of nice turns from Andrew. Nothing super critical though. Catch up to live action with Killian.
Yeah, great turn there. Unfortunately, he goes down.
I think he goes down because the rocks are right there.
Yeah, I know. It's hard to see like when it's so close up how close he is to the inside. But yeah, it gets pretty shallow in there. When I was surfing last night, I was like, in the end, I was like almost hitting a rock. So yeah, you see, especially with that, also with the low tide coming a bit later. Right now, it's pretty high tide.
Yeah, just after high tide, about 45 minutes after high tide right now. You see beautiful drone angles, all sand underneath where they're surfing there. I was paddling out there this morning, had a dive down, all volcanic sand. And yeah, the rocks kind of start right on the shoreline. And then there's a reef out a bit further in the top left of screen. You see Pedro sitting with first priority. Paddling out the back, trying to look for a bump that's going to come through. Still plenty of time left in this heat.
Yeah, still 15 minutes. We're still missing that last score from Lucas with that great finishing turn.
So we saw a score drop there for Pedro. So 3.77 heat total. And scores dropping in for Killian Burak as well. He had a couple of rides already. So there's a little bit of a lull between the sets out here. You can see a couple of lines coming through. Probably a bit of a wait for the waves as we get the score breakdown of scores up on screen. Still waiting for a couple to come through. Great score for Andrew Noel though. That 4-point ride. Highest wave score of this heat so far.
And yeah, I think we're still waiting for that last one of Lucas as well. So, and then we are having Pedro sitting on that 3.37, was the second highest score of the heat. But yeah, still plenty of time to change that around. And as we see Lucas going again, he is up and riding. He's going on a right-hander. The nice turn there. He's cutting back to the wide water, trying to wait for the waves to stand up so he can hit that lip there again. Nice done.
Amazing wave there. 3 great turns from Lucas. That's going to be one of the better waves we've seen in this heat.
Yeah, I feel like Lucas is really, he's surfing better and better in each heat, and now it feels like he's really nailed down the conditions, and you can just see how he just holds that weight, and he knows that wave is going to stand up, so he can smack that lip.
Yeah, totally. We saw him competing in the junior division the last couple of days, also the longboard division. He kind of saved his energy during the longboard division and didn't really catch too many waves, but saved his energy for the junior boys, and he ended up getting that 4th position, I believe, yesterday.
Yeah.
He was up against Tituan Pajot.
Looks like Andrew is having a look at this one. No, it's not able to go. We have a score in from, we have another score from Andrew at 2.2, and we're having Pedro up and riding.
Yeah, Pedro up and riding on this one, trying to link it through. Unfortunately, just hits that flat section. So, utilizing priority there for that wave. So, lots of waves being ridden in this first heat.
Yeah,
good to see everyone staying busy.
They're staying busy.
I think it's a good call to get this competition underway at this time. Some really nice waves rolling through. Obviously, we saw Lucas's last one there. We're still waiting for that score to drop. I feel like it's going to be a nice score.
Yeah. But yeah, right now it's Andrew in the lead with that 4-point ride and a 2.2. So him, see if he's going for this one. He's looking to improve that 2.2. Now there's Killian up and riding.
Yeah, using his priority on this one, switching that paddle for that first turn. Gonna carve back into the white water here, waiting for this wave to stand up on the inside. And a couple of nice turns. Yeah, I think he's still waiting for some other scores from the waves. There's a nice turn off the top there. He's going to be able to bring it through. He cuts back to the left and gets a nice hit off the top. So great combination of pretty major maneuvers there on the inside.
Yeah, great wave from Killian. He's currently in the 4th position, but we're still waiting for a few scores, so let's see how it's looking.
Judges have their work cut out for them,
yeah,
definitely. As Lucas's last wave drops in at 5.07. So great wave from him. We saw those 3 big turns on that one, so he's put himself up into the lead.
Yeah, that was a great wave. So yeah, Lucas in the lead.
Andrew there asking for the beach announcer to give him an update on the scores. And also how long is left in the heat. Looks like just under 11 minutes to go.
We're still waiting for the last wave of Killian. As the ocean goes a little bit flat, a little bit of downtown here, giving the judges a chance to score the waves. That's been ridden. They've been busy when there's these 4-men's heat, and yeah, it seems like the ocean just came alive for a little bit, and lots of waves coming through.
Yeah, lots of waves coming through during that first kind of 15 minutes of this heat. But it's interesting to see the positioning of some of the surfers out there in this heat. We obviously have Andrew and Lucas in the red and the yellow sitting right out the back. And Pedro just on that left-hand side of screen there, just out of shot at the moment. He's been in shot for a while. He is sitting right on the inside. So he wants to get that more critical section on the inside. I think he's been getting some tips from the Brazilian contingent. I know he's been talking to Leco Salazar this morning and Leonardo Jimenez. So he's getting that insight from the top competitors there, telling Pedro that I think the better waves are going to be on the inside.
Yeah, it's great when all these guys are sharing their knowledge with the new talent and with their, even though it's an individual competition, we see that the countries like kind of stay together, they live together because they travel together, and it's great to see them just playing this camaraderie and team play.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's good to get those insights as we see Andrew here using his priority on this one. You see something down the line that he wants to get through, but this wave just really flat at the moment, so not much scoring potential. The wave still hasn't broken.
It's waiting for it to stand up here on the inside. It looks like it's gonna maybe stand up, giving him the opportunity there. Oh, fortunately he goes down.
See the frustration with Andrew there, not being able to capitalize on that wave using priority. You can see that wave stood up on the inside. That's what Pedro's looking for. Pedro is out of that priority situation conversation at the moment. I think it's because he's sitting quite on the inside. The judges, like you were saying yesterday, Emily, there's that kind of line or that point on in the lineup where you have to cross to be able to get priority.
Yeah.
Looks like the judges have deemed that to be out a bit further than where Pedro is sitting.
It looks like we have a new scoring for Andrew, maybe? And for Killian moving up to the 3rd position now, sitting on a total of 4.33. Yeah, we're just waiting to see if we can get the score breakdown. And Lucas sitting there with priority currently.
Yeah, situation changed. Killian just moved up into 2nd position. So we were still waiting for a couple of wave scores for him to drop. Saw some great surfing from Killian the last couple of days, the longboard and junior division. So Killian just going down there on the takeoff.
And here we just have the score breakdown. So Killian's last 2 waves, he got a 3.33 and a 4.13. So yeah, putting him up in that 2nd position.
Yeah, some great scores dropping there for Killian. It's really good to see him linking a couple of maneuvers to catch up with Pedro live action. Not going to be able to make it over that little bump in the wave for that critical section. Wonder if he got any work done on the outside. He's just looking for a 4.11, 4.31.
Yeah.
I'm squinting to see the screen. But yeah, 4.31 to move up into 2nd position to advance through to the men's main round 1. This is the trials, or the qualifying heat. And this is the kind of the amateur that we see in the title of the event, the Gran Canaria Pro Am. Pro Am Amateur.
And we're looking now at, we're cutting to Andrew up and riding. It looks like we also have some action from Lucas out the back, maybe?
Yeah, looks like Lucas was on a nice one.
Yeah, here we go. See him just carving into the wide water, waiting patiently for that wave to stand up here on the inside. So he knows that this is where his opportunity is to do a nice turn, getting some speed. He's waiting. Yeah, just a nice re-entry. Unfortunately, he goes down. We can see he's really nailed down the wave, and he knows which sections he's, where he's going to put in those turns. And yeah, but he also probably surfed about 10 heats out there.
Yeah, he knows the wave very well. And he's even been out there free surfing. We see Killian cutting back in his first outside section. Another small cut back there. Oh, unfortunately, just gets knocked off by the white water. I think his mind was on the inside section and what he was going to do down there. He just wasn't paying attention to that white water, which just knocked his feet a little bit.
Yeah, just under 6 minutes left in this heat. So, looking good for Lucas at the moment.
Yeah, Andrew Noel just had a couple of difficult wave selection, I think, in the last couple of wave choices he's had.
But Lucas's backup wave is just a 2.60, so yeah, he's probably hungry to get out there and just try to improve that and, try to secure that win.
Yeah, that's so true. We'll have to wait to see what that last wave score came through at for Lucas. He didn't manage to finish off in that critical section on the inside, but got a couple of turns done on the outside section. Just comes in at a 2.17, so not enough to change the situation for Lucas to get him further into the lead. Andrew Noel looking for a small score of a 3.68. Pedro still looking for that 4.31 to get into advancing position ahead of Killian.
Yeah, so everything can still happen in these last 5 minutes. Some pretty low score is required to move into the 2nd position. As we say, number 1 and 2 from this heat are going to move into the men's main round, which we're going to get underway just after this heat.
Yeah, that's right. Going to be great to see the level of talent from all of the pro men and the women coming up later today as well. They're going to take to the water. We saw some of them out there practicing this morning. I saw Sebastian Gomez on a wave. Just the speed he carries. Amazing to see him get some vertical turns into the lip. So we're going to see some great action coming up. Thanks for tuning in on appworldtour.com, on the YouTube, on the Facebook Live. Throw down some comments. Let us know where you're tuning in from. Great to hear where you are all watching.
Yeah, let us know if you have any questions for us, anything you want us to discuss here on the live feed. We're always happy to try to do our best. And yeah, I suppose it's always interesting to see where you guys are tuning in from. Yesterday we had people tuning in from everywhere. South Africa, Brazil, Scandinavia.
Yeah, that's right. Just basically every corner of the globe.
Yeah.
A few Australians tuning in as well. Watching the longboard division go down. As we see Kilian using priority on the outside.
Yeah. Looks like a nice set wave here from him. He's going on that right-hander. Just see if he can pass that flat section. Pumping some speed. And
he's just done another turn on the inside. And another one as well on the inside too. So a couple of turns on that inside section. As we see Kilian trying to get back out the back with less than 3 minutes left on the clock. So another good wave from Kilian. He's going to look to improve upon his score to be able to make it even harder for Andrew and Pedro to move up into that advancing position. Pedro Viga dropped a 3.73. So that is his highest wave score. So his requirement has dropped. Looks like he only needs a high 2-point ride.
yeah, 295.
To get into advancing position, but we're going to wait for that last score from Kilian to drop. And Andrew Noel has dropped back into 4th position. He is sitting with first priority at the back. He's going to look to capitalize on hopefully a couple more waves coming through toward the end of this heat. He put on a great performance in his first couple of waves, 4-point ride for 2 really nice turns. He wants to repeat that. If he can repeat that, he'll get himself up into the lead. The situation will completely change. We'll see if he uses his priority to catch this one. He's going to use his priority, but he unfortunately misses the wave. That's a bit of an unfortunate situation there, Emily.
Yeah. It's always the priority game there in the end of the heat is always hard. We're just having our screen here going out, so we can't see what's going on. Just 1 second and we'll be back with you.
So as we wait for our screen to come back to bring you live action, I'm going to check in with some of the people watching on YouTube, also on Facebook. Let us know where you're watching from. Hello from Brazil. Again, Cape Town, South Africa. A wet and windy East Yorkshire. Catching up with live action here on your screen. This is Lucas Winterdrew, your current number 2 in this heat. Pedro Viga has dropped a big score to put himself up into the lead. A 4.57 drop for Pedro. So we're going to have to get a replay on that one. See what he did. As we see Kilian bringing this one right through to the inside. So a lot of action, a bit of a flurry of waves there at the end of the heat.
Yeah, wow, what happened there when our screen went black?
I know, exactly. So
let's see, Pedro now in the 1st position. Yeah, we're just still waiting to see if we can get some live action here in the studio. We're sorry for the technical issues.
I think looks like you can all see the live action happening on your screen. So thanks so much for tuning in. We've got John from wet and windy East Yorkshire in the UK. And, yet to get up to Yorkshire. Living down in Cornwall in the UK. Still probably wet and windy as well. For sure.
Probably.
Yes, definitely. And JV tuning in from France. Had a paddle on the Seine this morning through Paris. The APP World Tour has a number of events there through Paris, paddling past the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah, I saw some footage of that. It looks amazing. So many paddlers in the... Yeah.
Yeah, we have a really strong French contingent. led by Arthur Arukin, world champion racer. Also a very, very good sup surfer, windsurfer as well.
We have Caroline here saying, if only it was windy in the UK. Yeah, it's great to get all your comments here. So just, yeah, keep them coming. And if you have anything you'd like us to discuss here in the studio, just we'll do our best, huh, Bo?
Yeah, that's right. We will discuss any topic you want. So we're watching some recap of the first qualifying heat. Lucas Winter-Drew up here on your screen, bringing it through to the inside. So we do have some vision back up on our TV. So Lucas there finishing nicely. Look at the official results as well as they come through for us, because we had bit of a flurry of waves. I think we're going to put the next heat on hold because the judges are going to need to lock in their scores. Andrew here with a couple of nice turns. That was one of his highest scores. You see Killian here putting together a great heat for Killian. Found some great waves to link right through to the inside.
Well, yeah, I think while we wait for that, maybe we can go in and show some highlights from yesterday.
That'd be a great idea to take a look at yesterday's action. And we're going to bring you those highlights very shortly. But whilst we wait, that was some great young talent in that first heat for the men's qualifying round. We're going to be moving into men's main round number 1. 4 heats of those coming up. So all of the top competitors are going to be taking to the water.
Yes.
It'll be great to see all of the action coming up. We're going to have Taka Inui coming up. He won the men's longboard division yesterday. He's going to have his sister Katie and Sakura as well coming up. Katie managed to take the win in the juniors and in the longboard too.
And it looks like we're just getting on our way with the first heat, where we have Benoit, who got the 3rd place in the longboarding. Then we have Guillermo and Joan from Spain. It's going to be an exciting heat.
Very exciting heat. Yeah, Guillermo Caracero, Juan de los Reyes, great sup surfers. This is going to be a really intense heat. These competitors were all at the Euro sup surf event.
I think this was actually the final in the Euros. These 3, and then together with Clement Rosario.
That's right.
They were the final. So this could be a final heat. And it's just the first round. So make sure to stay and watch this first round of the men's sup surf event, because it's going to be a very exciting day.
It certainly is. Did you know Guillermo, don't know if you know this, he has, let me just get my notes here, over or nearly 4 million TikTok followers.
I had no idea.
4 million.
Wow.
That is incredible. And he just posted about his life and just what he's up to, how's his day been, what he ate for breakfast.
Yeah, I'm going to pull him up.
It's a bit more than that, but
I'm going to pull him up on TikTok now.
No, it's a bit more than that. I love following him. He's up to some great stuff. He's obviously a bit of an influencer in the social media scene. Known Guillermo for a long time now. Competing against him for a number of years on the World Tour. Great sup surfer from Spain. 5-time Spanish champion. Did place 3rd in that Euro event.
Yeah, they did great in the Euros event, and yeah, it was funny to see. And on the lay day, they went up to Nazaré as well, and I think they got a few waves there, him, Guillaume, and Joan.
Yeah, definitely. Juan de los Reyes, no slouch in the bigger waves either. One of Spain's leading talents. Really low style that he surfs with. It'd be great to see him up and riding in this heat. So stay tuned to the action. Again, we're just having some technical issues in our studio here. You can see that live feed.
But in the meanwhile, we can just, so Pedro will be in this first heat. together with Benoit, Guillaume, and Yuan.
There we go. So that's why we're getting a little bit of a break in the action, because Pedro obviously winning that last heat, making it through to the main event. And yes, Benoit without the hat today. Emily.
Oh, we were talking about that
We were
yesterday.
talking about, that's right. So Benoit wore a hat yesterday in the longboard division. And he is now without the hat. Probably a good option. He's going to be going a lot faster on the wave on his choice of equipment, which probably is the 6.9 Starboard Spice that Benoit will be riding. I chatted to him the day before yesterday after the first day of competition, and he always travels around with his 6.9 Starboard Spice. Kind of the perfect board in these mushy waves. He also travels with a couple of Starboard Pro boards. That's 7 foot by 24, I believe. A bit longer.
Yeah, Ben, who's the champion from last year.
That's right. Seeded #1 in the red rash guard for this next heat. So great to see Pedro getting through that main event. And I believe he was also moving through that heat was Lucas, who's going to be coming up in heat #4 of the main event, round #1 for the men. And we are going to be hopefully taking a look at some of the highlights from yesterday. The junior women's champion was crowned, Katie Inui.
Yeah.
Also the men's and women's longboard, Katie Inui again. And Taka Inui in the men's longboard. So
what a
the Japanese
performance.
family, very happy with everything that went down yesterday.
Yeah, what a performance for them. Great day. They look very happy out there this morning.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, why wouldn't you be when you wake up a world champion?
Yeah. And 2 silver medals as well for little sister. That's
right, yeah. Sakura Inoue, juniors and the longboard too. So she was up against her sister for a lot of the events. And she might even be coming up against her later on today in the women's division.
Yeah, that was talk about getting a full house. 5 medals yesterday. And then straight into competition again today.
That is just unbelievable. It's going to be a bit of a rematch of the longboard from yesterday. Taka Inoue, Leco Salazar in the final. So we'll see them coming up in heat #2 alongside Clement Rosero and Felipe Martin. Brazilian, but residing in the Canary Islands. So we're going to throw it to the highlights from yesterday's action.
Day #2 of the APP World Tour Gran Canaria Pro Am got underway today. We had the junior girls taken to the water and also the longboard at the end of the day.
The left on this wave.
Nice wave. See if you can hit that lip. Waiting for it to stand up. Getting Sakura up and riding.
Going to bring it through. Is he going to be able to finish this one? He is going to race through. Very cool. Straight up to the nose for a great critical nose ride. And Katie up and riding at the back. Through to the more critical section. Oh.
Nice long hang 5. We can hear the crowd going wild out there.
Hanging 5, holding that for a long time through there. Through up the top there and carves the back wave right the way through. Gets another nose right in there.
Nice long hang 10 there. Hang 5, another hang 5.
Nose hang 5, another hang 5 up on the nose as well. Oh, quick hang 10, KD as well.
Carving it all the way back for a roundhouse there.
Inui family from Japan taking the win in the divisions today. Katie Inui taking the win in the junior women's and also the longboard women's, and Taka Inui taking the win for the longboard men. That's a wrap for the action today. Stay tuned to appworldtour.com for updates on the event getting underway throughout the week.
Amazing action from yesterday, crowning those longboard sub-champions and the junior girls. You are watching day number 3, the Gran Canaria Pro Am here in Gran Canaria.
Yeah, what a beautiful day we had yesterday. Just watching that highlight there, it was the first time I saw it. It's amazing, huh? As we are back with some live action here in the studio, we are having Pedro up and riding.
Yeah, so Pedro back-to-back heats. He gets some great turns on the outside. He's going to set it up for this turn on the inside, puts it up vertical. Unfortunately, just goes down. So Pedro Viger, a young, I believe 12 or 13-year-old SUP surfer out of Brazil. One of the leading young talents.
Well, what a great start for him, getting a few turns in there on the outside. Unfortunately, he goes down on that finishing turn, but yeah, still a great wave from Pedro. As we're seeing Benoit, sorry, up and riding.
Yeah, Benoit without the hat today. A couple of nice turns off the top. As he brings this one through, you can see him just sticking with it. It's going to reform again on the inside. He's going to stand up nice and steep for him. He's going to set this one up. He's going to try and get a couple of turns done. And then really nicely timed on the inside, but unfortunately goes down. So at this level of the contest, you really need to be finishing off these waves to lock in those higher scores. The judges aren't going to be rewarding.
But it's great to see that inside section really working and giving them that opportunity to throw that big turn in the end. And because we saw Pedro doing the same, and you could just see Benoit there, like how he was holding it, actually stalling and just waiting for the wave to stand up in front of him.
Yeah, exactly. Benoit, very seasoned contest surfer. Obviously, the 2022 world champion here on the APP World Tour. So looking to defend his crown this year. In 2023, the wave's a little bit different to last year's competition. Had some big waves around the corner at El Lloret, where all of these competitors have been practicing throughout the week in the lead up to the start of competition. So Benoit Carpentier dropping a 2.33 in his first ride. Juan de los Reyes on screen. He dropped a small score, 1.4, sitting out there with priority at the moment. Still waiting on scores for Pedro to come through.
We got Juan's second wave. It's a 5-point ride. I think we haven't seen that here in the studio, so maybe we will get a replay on that at some point. But yeah, great start to Juan.
Yeah, really great start. I'd say there's probably another score to drop for Benoit. Got a couple of nice turns on the outside. I'm expecting that score to be a bit more than that 2.33.
And we're also missing a score from Pedro.
That's right. I think he might have had a couple of rides already. After listening to the beach announcer. And also Guillermo. I haven't seen him out in the water yet. Wonder if Guillermo has arrived for this event.
Yeah, actually now when you say that, I feel like I haven't really seen him around, but and looks like Pedro's having a look at this one. Doesn't really stand up for him, so getting oh sorry, that was Juan.
No, that was Pedro. Yeah, Pedro. Just on the inside there having a look. So Benoit up and riding here on this one. Up to go to the right, carving it back around. Such control from Benoit, French competitor. Bring this one right the way through to the inside. Pouncing and hopping, using the paddle for speed. This wave's going to stand up on the inside. Let's see what he's got for us. Going to put his board up into the lip. Nice floater to finish off there for Benoit.
Nice, just how he puts that big board so vertical, and you know the judges like to see that. So it's going to be exciting to see, and we're just following up with live action for Juan here. Also a great turn up in the foam there, getting some speed. Just staying here in the foam, waiting for the wave to pass that flat section. Keeping the speed and waiting for it to stand up. And it looks like it's going to reform here on the inside. Nice little carve. And see what he has here. Just putting it up in the lip. Unfortunately, he goes down with it.
Yeah, so there's 3 waves there in a row, and the left-handers that the competitors haven't managed to finish off that ride. Maybe the legs are burning a little bit. Pretty long wave they have to surf, getting in multiple turns on the outside section, but as we mentioned before, really need to finish that wave off to get those big scores. Juan de los Reyes there, getting a nice turn on the outside though. It's quite a big turn, big section he had. I think the judge is going to like that commitment he had on that outside turn. Taking a look, first priority there with Pedro at the moment. He'd be looking to do well. He had a 3.33 for his first ride. So not a bad score to have in your scoreline. He'll be looking to build on that one against the seasoned competitors of Juan and Benoit.
Yeah. Looks like there's a set coming. See if he's gonna have a look at this one. Decides to go over it. But yeah, still waiting for a few scores to drop, and looks like Pedro is gonna go for this one. See if he managed to pass this little flat section there on the outside. He does, and he's going on the left. He's waiting for it to stand up here, now going to the right. Yeah. And unfortunately he goes down there on the inside. But yeah, it's almost hard to see when it's this close-out picture, because they're often changing direction, going left, going right, and just, you know, reading where the biggest opportunity is on the wave to hit that more critical section.
Yeah, Pedro just having to redirect himself on that wave, left and right, seeing which way it was going to offer the scoring potential. Just come unstuck on the inside. Benoit's dropped a couple of scores now. He did better that first score, so a 4.13 and a 6.17 puts him up into the lead. As we see Juan de los Reyes up and riding at the moment, carving that board back around into the white water, switching the paddle, staying nice and low. Love that style that he has, really centered on his board. So he gets that wide stance for that balance. He's going to bring it through to the inside here. Couple of hits off the top, nice top turn there. He's going to finish off just a little kick out there at the end, but a couple of nice turns done for that wave. He's going to improve on that 1.40 he had earlier. Still believe there is another score to drop for Juan de los Reyes for that previous ride, so a lot of waves being ridden.
Yeah, well, keeping the judges busy. And yeah, it's great to see Juan has such a great style, and he surfs so powerful and so fast. He was out there last night when I jumped in the water, and like the speed he has on the wave is incredible. As we're just seeing Ben here going, he's up and riding. Looks like a nice set wave. Just a little foam climb there. Unfortunately, he goes down.
Magic act.
Yeah,
disappearing.
He's left. He's somewhere in the foam there, I think. Yeah, there he is.
Thought he was going to easily ride out of that one. Unfortunately, just getting caught by the bumps on that wave. But he already has a couple of good scores locked in. See Pedro on the inside trying to get up into that lip, but unfortunately not making anything happen on the inside. Pedro, still tons of time left in this heat. Just under 15 minutes left, so he's going to look to get back out there, reposition himself, maybe reset a little bit. Gonna have to change his strategy, I think, in this heat, coming up against the best in the world.
Yeah, some really great surfers in this heat, and let's just see. Ben is going again. He is staying busy here on the right hand, just having a quick look, and decides to go out again. I think, yeah, he's on the outside, so he want to keep that priority.
Yeah, it looks like there's that tide drops out. The waves are starting to stand up a bit more. That was a good size wave that Benoit was on, and Juan de los Reyes as well earlier on. So some great action here.
Yeah, definitely looks like it's a bit more potential in the wave than yesterday. A little bit bigger, and you know, the waves are standing up and allowing them to have that wall to do those more critical turns.
Yeah, it's great to see we have some good waves for the SUP surfing event. Always nice to rock up to an event knowing there's a good forecast on hand. Got some waves. Bit tricky out there with the bumps on the surface of the water, though. You can see with this camera angle a little bit of a wind chop, but also a rip running through the contest area, just to the outside of the contest area.
Yeah, just Looks like they here a little bit on the outside, and then on the inside it gets super clean. The wind is really light.
Yeah, super light wind coming out of it, puffing out of the north at the moment, but kind of light and variable. Got its own little microclimates here around the islands, with the mountains and things like that. So the wind often does change quite a bit. Although when you get those kind of trade winds coming through, that's when all the wind sports come alive in Gran Canaria. So Juan Rails locking in a 5.17, going into his highest wave score for this heat so far, along with a 5-point ride. Pedro is looking for a pretty big score.
And Ben with priority here. He's going to use it. And he is up and riding. Just hitting that lip. Nice re-entry. Just keeping the speed here, waiting for the waves to stand up. Nice roundhouse. Yeah. Getting some great turns in here on the outside. Waiting for it now to stand up here on the inside to hit that great finishing turn there. Just really getting vertical up in that lip. He looked happy with that.
Yeah, looks like he got the fins loose a little bit too, and managed to show a bit more of a dynamic turn for the judges, rather than those carving maneuvers out the back. Judges looking for that variety of repertoire. Juan Reyes up and riding, live action, carving back. Slides the tail a little bit too on the end of that turn. So he does another little slashing turn on the face there. Brings that board back into the white water as he's linking through this midsection of the wave. Bringing it through to the inside, looking for something a bit more critical. To be able to push that score a bit higher. As you see that wave standing up, he throws that board up into the lip. So great timing there. He's happy with that one.
Yeah, what a great speed. He's just the speed and the flow he has on the wave. And we're having Pedro in the picture here. He is still looking for, I think, around a 6-point ride to advance. So, and he's now sitting with first priority.
Yeah, so he's going to be sitting at the back, waiting for the next wave to come through. He's going to look to improve on that 2.3 he currently has in the scoreline. It's a big score though. Still plenty of time to be able to get another couple of scores under his belt and build on that scoreline he has. As we see him paddling a bit further out, maybe opting to change strategy a little bit. He was sitting on the inside section for the majority of the qualifying heat just before.
Yeah, maybe he has seen a set, and just seeing, you know, with that the tide dropping out, there might be some more opportunity here on the outside, as we've seen.
Do you think it plays into Pedro's advantage that he was in the previous heat? Got a bit of local knowledge of the wave?
Yeah, probably. He's like probably feeling a bit confident, and he already been out there, knowing where to sit, and so yeah, let's see if he can get a good one here on the outside. It would be great to see him on a good wave. We know he's definitely capable of throwing that score that is required.
Definitely more than capable. Already just that 3.33 in his scoreline. A couple of turns, so Pedro's going to look to go a bit more vertical into the lip on that end section. Hasn't managed to find the right timing connecting through to that end section at the moment. I think he's going to sit and wait for that good wave with his first priority. So winning on the last score of Juan Reyes and Benoit Carpentier as well. So that may change the situation. Juan was on a nice wave through, kind of kept the board moving throughout that flat section.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is it that 5.17 this one's last wave?
I think he's already got that in his scoreline. He's still waiting for another score to drop.
And we're waiting for another one from Ben. Ben just dropped a 6.67, so that is the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. So yeah, that puts him now in the lead. And Juan now needing a 7.67 to advance into that first position. But I think we're still missing one score from Juan as well.
Yeah, not sure it's going to be up into that near excellent range, but top two moving through to the next round in the men. As we see Pedro using priority here, opting to go on the right hand, carving it back to the white water. He's going to look for this wave to reform, sticking with the white water here. Bouncing that board, keeping it moving through this flatter section. He's going to want to show the judges he can get this board up into the lip for this end section. As he does just that, a nice turn off the top. He's going to manage to get another one in. Just kicks out of that one. So just that one kind of big turn on the end there. Probably not really going to factor in too much to the score.
It's always interesting to see with this, the priority coming into place. Was that Ben trying to sell him on not a set wave? Or, you know, because Pedro was sitting with priority, Ben started paddling, and Pedro was like, okay, is this a good wave? I'm going to use my priority, you know. That game is definitely going on out there.
Yeah, it definitely is for sure. Although Benoit wants to see Pedro do really well as the youngest competitor, he's definitely going to try and sell him into some waves that aren't going to be as great.
Yeah, it's part of the game. Let's see, looks like there might be something coming out there. Not there.
Taking a seat on their board. Competitors are allowed to sit down to wait for their waves. There has been a new rule introduced for this event. Competitors are allowed to sit on their board. That way they're not having to waste energy staying standing. They do have to be up and standing, paddling out though through the lineup. If they are in the impact zone, they can use the prone paddle technique to get out of that dangerous part of the lineup. We spoke to Benoit a couple of days ago. He came into the booth, had a chat with both of us. He was saying that he might be changing his equipment thanks to this new rule, going a bit lower in volume, to be able to throw the board, maneuver it around a bit more, because he doesn't have to stay standing to wait for waves, which just depletes the energy when you're on such a small board.
Yeah, sure. And we're just hearing a new wave score coming in for Juan. It was a 5.8, so not enough to take that first position. As we're seeing him up and riding again, just taking a quick look at that one. And we're seeing Ben up and riding again. He's not wasting any time here, but just a quick in and out as well. They're just deciding to stay out there. You probably want to stay close to one now, trying to get that priority. Now one already established that first priority. But looks like there's a set on his way.
Yeah, a couple of waves coming through the lineup here. Juan Del Reyes looking at this one, opting to go left, fading back to the right, going up into the lip here. Nice carve, throwing lots of spray out the back of that wave as he cuts right back. Trying to stay with this one as it moves through this flat section. He's going to manage to get through, connect all the way to the inside. Nice slashing turn there from Juan as he switches the paddle over for a cutback. He's getting a lot of scoring opportunity on the inside here. Another turn. He's going to bring this one right through, finish it off cleanly on the inside. So Juan looking for a pretty big score.
Yeah, and it is only the first place of this heat going straight into round 3. The rest of the competitors will go into round 2.
That is very well said, Emily. Thanks for clarifying that.
Which is a bit different from the traditional surf competitions where we always have first and second place moving into the next round. But here we're having just the first place.
So they move through to round number 3. And then the other competitors move through to round number 2.
Yes.
So maybe beneficial to skip that round, conserve your energy, especially on a day like today if we are going to run those 3 rounds of men. We'll be keeping an eye on the conditions throughout the day. Usually the surf does get a little bit better toward that lower tide, especially as the tide starts to come back in the evening. Saw some nice waves out there yesterday, so you're getting some great rides out there, Emily.
Yeah, having fun on the med length. And yeah, so when that tide starts pushing in, is just a little bit more power in the waves and few sets coming through. Looks like Pedro is paddling for this one. No, not managing to catch that, but seeing Ben just having a quick look into this one, but decides to stay out and remain his priority.
So coming down to about 3 minutes left in this heat number 1. Round number 1 of the men's sup surfing. We've got the 2022 world champion Benoit Carpentier out in the water, currently in the lead in this heat, sitting with first priority. So we're in a great position here to move through to the next round. As we see Pedro there just getting a little bit caught by a wave on the inside. And I think we will clarify the progression for competitors moving through the rounds today. It will actually be the top 2 surfers in round number 1 moving through to round number 3. The bottom 2 surfers will move into round number 2, so getting a second chance to surf. So Juan de los Reyes and Benoit at the moment in that advancing position.
Oh, great carve there from Ben. Now just staying, waiting for it. Just look at him stalling, just really waiting for it to come up. Now pumping that speed to hit the lip.
Oh,
great.
Ben.
And unfortunately he goes down.
He's happy though with his performance throughout this heat. Checking his board. Gets pretty shallow there.
Yeah. But he reads the wave so well, just the way he didn't stalls and then pump all the speed and just hits it really vertical. And in the meantime, I was just checking in on Facebook to see if we had any comments or anything there. And yeah, we're having a lot of support in here from Spain. People cheering for Juan. That's great to see. Please let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering on. It's always fun to see, and it's great that you guys are staying engaged in there.
Yeah, more people tuning in from the UK. Scotland. Sunny East Coast Scotland. Oh, that sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Getting some sun up there.
That's not too often on this time of the year, I guess.
No, that's true. It is storm season in the UK at the moment. That kind of September, October, throughout November.
Yeah, here we see the score from Ben's last wave is 3.07.
Oh, it would have been an excellent ride though had he landed that last maneuver.
Landed that last maneuver, I think that would have gone into probably the highest scoring wave of this heat. We're still having Pedro looking for a 7.8.
Yeah, he's got not much time to do it. Still believe our clock is a little bit fast compared to the actual heat on screen. So you see that timer just running out, but there's about 40 seconds left in the heat.
While we see Ben up and riding again. Just a quick in and out.
Doesn't look like there's much else on the horizon. Pedro sitting on his board there, waiting, willing for something to come his way to manage to get into an advancing position. But he will be coming up in round number 2.
Yeah, he'll get another chance in round number 2, which we're going to run after the women's round 1.
That's right. So yeah, after lunchtime today, local time. We are at 20 past 11 at the moment, GMT time. As the heat has just finished for heat number 1, men's round number 1. Gran Canaria Pro Am, Benoit Carpentier, Juan de los Reyes moving through as we take a look at the next heat coming up in the water. Got some great sup surfers taking to the water for that heat. Laco Salazar, Taka Inui, Clement Rosero, and Felipe Martin. See a great shot of the waves rolling through down the beach here.
Yeah.
Las Cantadas.
Looks like it's picking up a little bit. It was looking pretty flat out there this morning, and now, yeah, it looks pretty fun even down the beach as well.
So you see the names up on screen there for this next heat. Laco and Taka, as we mentioned, were in the longboard final yesterday. Taka taking the win. Clement Rosero also surfing in the longboard event, unfortunately going down.
And yeah, exciting heat as well. Some very great surfers out there.
Yeah, and Felipe Martin as well in this heat. You do not want to get on the wrong side of Felipe. Do you know why that is?
No.
Well, he is a black belt jiu-jitsu. So if I was in this heat, I would probably let him take every single wave.
Oh wow. So surfer and jiu-jitsu. A lot of surfers actually do jiu-jitsu. Did you know that?
Yes, they do. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's great cross training. Stay fit.
Yeah. We're having a big jiu-jitsu community in Portugal where I'm living as well. It's very big there.
Yeah, Felipe Martin, originally from Brazil, now residing here in Gran Canaria, just up the road. This is his home break. So he has a lot of experience surfing out here. He moved here for the waves, for the amazing lifestyle here on the beach, city of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria.
Yeah, just getting into this heat, and it looks like the ocean is a bit flat right now. Just Lego been having a short little ride, 1.17.
Yeah, I think staying busy is definitely going to be the key strategy here. We saw in that last heat, Juan de los Reyes and Benoit Carpentier taking off on lots of waves, and even though they weren't riding them through, they were just having a look and seeing if it was going to offer any opportunity. So staying busy and waiting to see if those waves are going to stand up might be the best way to play the heat today. So Felipe repositioning himself on the outside section there. The older age entrance in this event as well, showing the young kids how it's done. Excited to see Clement get underway as well. Great sub surfer from France.
So he might have a little look at this one. Yeah, he was also out there surfing last night when I was in there, and yeah, he said he was just getting a few waves. I think he was trying out some new equipment.
Yeah, he managed to secure the number 5 spot in the APP World Tour back in 2019 here at the Gran Canaria Pro Am. So he knows exactly what he needs to do to move through the rounds in this event. As we see Taka Inui up and riding for the first wave, second wave of this heat. Taka cutting back there. He's been switching up his equipment from longboard to the shortboard sup as he slides the tail there. It's going to be interesting to chat about the discussion here about the turns with the sliding the tail or being on rail. Taka again sliding the turn there as he brings this one through to the inside. Nice carve off the top. Unfortunately falls off the back of that one.
But yeah, great wave to start off with. Just some carving turns, sliding that tail out, and yeah, just trying to hit that end section.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of sup surfers over the years sliding the tail. It's a maneuver, but it's not a super high scoring maneuver because they're not utilizing the rail of the board, which is going to offer them the speed. Carving is going to throw a bit of spray as well. And judges really want to see the surfers applying power to their maneuvers, lots of control. If you're sliding the tail, it doesn't really show that you have a lot of power in your surfing, so you can obviously kind of combine that maneuver though on a big rail carve to slide the tail at the end. Judges like to see that, but those sliding maneuvers don't think it's going to score super high. But hey, I'm not a judge. I'm sitting here commentating.
But,
so we'll leave it to the judges to see how they score Taka's first wave of this heat.
yeah, it's going to be interesting to see because that's going to, you know, it's always going to set the scale and see what, you know, what the other competitors will have a look as well, and they'll be here in the beats and see what that wave is going to be scored. And as you say, it's a 4-point ride, so yeah, probably didn't score it as high as they would as the rail turn, as you said.
Yeah, that's right. So still getting the turns done in the critical section of the wave in the pocket close to the white water, but they're really going to be watching for rail carves today. I know the judging panel been discussing with the competitors the best way to move forward with the judging criteria and how it's best going to kind of keep the sport progressing. So all these surfers having input into how it progresses.
Looks like there's a set coming, maybe. See if
Doesn't
Demand
work.
is going to have a look at this one, and he is up and riding on that left-hander, going on his front hand, putting it up in the foam. Just waiting for it to stand up again. Staying in the white water, seeing what the wave has to offer. And carving back. And looks like gonna hit it there. Yeah, nice finishing turn.
Super smooth.
Yeah.
Come on there. Leco Salazar up and riding. 2012 world champion, 11 years ago. Leco's still competing. Unfortunately going down there, I think he again was just had his mind on what was going to happen on that next section and just comes unstuck. Yeah, Clement there. You see riding kind of a step rail design. So the volume really taken out of those rails. So we're going to look at Tucker's wave here, throws it up and out, but we do have a beach interview down with Tatiana, with the winner of that last heat.
Welcome back everyone. I'm here at La Sisa de Gran Canaria and I'm back again with my friend Benoit Carpenter, who just passed in first position of Heat 1 Round 1 for the Open Men's Division. Benoit is actually our current world champion, so it's no surprise to see him passing first again. Tell me, how was it in the water today?
Yeah, I'm really happy to make it through to this heat, and yeah, it's fun, it's sunny, we got some nice wave, it's a little bit bigger than yesterday actually, and the wind is still not here, so pretty lucky now on the condition, and I had a good battle with Juan in the heat, and it was good, a good warm-up I guess, and we'll see how we continue the day. Hopefully the wind don't pick up, and yeah, it's going to be a good day.
Well, you're straight through to round 3, so you get to have a little break. But we look forward to seeing a lot more of you throughout the competition.
Yeah, hopefully we go to Alioret and we get some real wave for the rest of the contest. But I'm happy to don't go to the repo, obviously, and we'll see if we run the round 3. But anyway, I'm super motivated and I'm happy to be here.
Amazing. Congratulations, Benoit. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Tatiana. Interview with Benoit Carpentier, moving through to round number 3. He wants to move around the corner to the break called Alioret, where he won his world title last year.
Yeah, he seemed to be keen to hold on for that round 3 till the waves pick up a little bit more. But yeah, and then we have a few scores dropping. We're still waiting for that last wave of Clement and Take, I think.
Yeah, so Tucker currently sitting in that lead at the moment. We're going to see the replays. Felipe Martin taking off here, switching the paddle, cutting back. Great style. Bringing this one through the flatter section here, keeping that board moving from rail to rail there as he comes through to the inside. Looks like he's going to be able to find the link-up section. He's going to time it to try and hit it off the top, and he does almost. Just comes unstuck there.
Yeah, we see a lot of them getting stuck there on that left-hander in that finishing turn.
I think it just gets steep super quick right at the end there. So it gets very shallow, very hard for the competitors to try and time it correctly and understand exactly where that lip is going to be breaking, as we see.
We're having a score in from Clement. Alright, let's just look at this one from Taka. Going back into the foam there with a nice carve. But look, using a little bit of longboard style there.
Sure is, bringing it back into the aggressive sup surfing side of things. Tucker, nice roundhouse at the start, like you said. Gonna bring it right through to the inside here. See what he's got for us. Gonna be able to land this one on the inside. Does with ease. So great control to finish off that ride from Tucker Inui.
Yeah, great start for him. And in the meantime, we have some scores dropping. We're having a score from Clement Rosario on that last wave. It's a 4.3. That's the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. We also have Leco with a 3.4. And we're still having Taka sitting on that 4 point. And I guess he will definitely improve his situation with that last wave and that finishing turn. We're also waiting for a score from that last wave of Philippe.
As we see some sets rolling through at the back. Leco Salazar sitting out there with priority. Clement in second priority. Looks like a few waves in this set. Leco paddling out the back to greet this wave coming through. He's going to take off in the first wave of the set. See what he can do on this one. Here's Salazar on that black board. Black beauty. Rolling through. So he's going to bank off the white water there, bring it back around to try and find the steeper part of this wave. He's going to have to use his paddle to get through as this wave reforms on the inside. And Leko's going to set up on the inside here for a carve off the top and more scoring potential down the line as he floats off the top there. And again, a nice hit to finish off. So 3 linking maneuvers on the end section. Judge is going to like that.
Yeah, great finishing turn from Leko there. Putting the board a bit more vertical. We know the judges really like to see that. Looks like Clement is having a look at this one. See what he can do. He's up and riding.
Yeah, nice smooth style here to start off with. Up into the lip for Clement. Fantastic first turn. Judge is going to like that commitment. And again, he's got a section in front of him. Gets up and over that one. He switches the paddle for a cutback. He's going to stick with it. Wait for it to reform on the inside. Offering up some more scoring potential, but some great turns already done on the outside. As we see Clement here racing through this end section that stands up for him. He's going to go off the top at the end there. So great finish for that wave.
Great wave. Like, he really managed to put that board like vertical in those sections, and I think the judges really like to see that. He's already sitting in that 4.3, and I think this could definitely improve his situation, putting him maybe into the lead.
Yeah, I think it will as well. That was a great wave. Nice to see how Leko's wave drops in as well, but I think they're going to... And Tucker's wave too. There's going to be a bit of a situation change coming up. So it's going to be interesting to see how that unfolds as the judges lock in their scores. Got a lot of work to do, a lot of replays to watch, I think, for the judges to set their scale in this heat. As we see a set coming in for Felipe at the back, sitting out there alone. Looks like he's going to stroke into this one. Let's see what he can do. He needs to improve his situation, currently in 4th position. As we see him up and riding, going to go up into the lip on this one. So nice first turn, the back of this one. Carves it back around to the white water. He's going to keep rolling through here. So all of our subsurfers wanting to link through to the end section. Very nice little snap there. He doesn't quite get the huge critical section on the end, but manages to ride out with control after that re-entry. So a few cheers I can hear from outside the booth for Felipe.
Yeah, another great wave from him. Still waiting for a few scores from him, I think. And yeah, as you say, the judges are busy. It's always when there's 4-man heat, it's keeping the judges very busy. And there's more waves on offer today. Yesterday we had some very slow heats. There was a lot of talking.
There was a lot of talking, but great to see some more consistency in the surf today. We weren't expecting it to be this good, actually. We were looking at the swell dropping off slightly, but it does stick with us. And the wind is being very kind as well. Staying nice and clean, glassy conditions out there. A little bit of bump from the rip.
It looks like we are getting a wave score in from Tucker from his last wave with that nice finishing turn. It's a 5.67. So that is the highest scoring wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, still waiting for the Leko's last one. Clement as well. Felipe, so things could change here, but Tucker in a good position at the moment with a couple of great scores. So really good to have those backups moving forward throughout this heat as we catch up with live action here. Clement Rosero
waiting for that wave to stand up there on the inside. Little carve back to the white water. Nice carve, throwing some water, waiting for that steep section, getting some speed. Finishing turn there.
Yeah, a couple of nice backhand turns from Clement there. Should be happy with that, although he's in that 3rd position, still waiting for 2 waves to drop for him. Like we did mention before, judges are going to be deliberating, watching replays. They have the ability to bring up waves from all competitors to compare against.
Yeah, they will have couple of screens in there watching it, making sure that they're dropping the right scores and they're paying attention to every little detail.
That's right. It's also hard as a competitor, though, to be waiting for those scores, because as the heat progresses and the time's ticking down with, you know, just around 9 minutes remaining, you really want to know what the situation is, so you know what you need to get, know what kind of wave you need to look for as well to get that score. And the judges taking their time can put a little bit more pressure on the surface, because they might let a wave go that they think is not going to be a great score, but maybe they only need a small score. So the judges will be moving hopefully pretty quick to lock in those scores. Seeing some more scores drop through now. Leko Salazar, a 5.07 for his wave. So that was for those, I believe, those 3 linking maneuvers on the inside. Didn't have too much work done on the outside. Still waiting for a good score for Clement to drop, though. He had some great turns on the outside section.
Yeah, that first wave he had was great. So yeah, let's see. Still waiting for 2 scores from him. So yeah, a lot of things can still change, and we still have 8 minutes left. So still plenty of time to catch some more waves.
That certainly is. As competitors just taking a breath there. Remember, are allowed to sit down to wait for waves. That rule being introduced to increase the performance of SUP surfing on the wave. Keep their energy levels high.
And as you said, also allowing them to ride some smaller boards.
That's right, yes. So maybe some equipment changes coming up. We've seen the Brazilians contingent, Luis Denise, Wellington Rice, surfing incredibly small boards, around that 67, 65 litres. Benoit's up on about a 74 litre, I believe. So
and there we go. We're having a score in from Clement's first wave with those nice turns on the outside. It's a 5.57. That putting him into that first position at the moment. Still waiting for one more score from him.
Yeah, and that right-hander we saw him on his backhand, finishing it off on the inside. So another score, or maybe a couple of scores for Felipe Marden as well. Judges wanting to reflect on his waves. He finished his wave pretty nicely on that last one, so might see a nice score dropping through for him. But at the moment, it is Clement Rosero in the first position, Tucker in second. Great drone shot.
They're having a little rematch. They were in the same heat on the longboarding yesterday, weren't they?
Exactly. Looks like Tucker might take the win again ahead of Leko, but Leko...
No, I'm also saying Clement and Tucker. They also
right.
had a matchup in one of the longboard heats. So yeah, Clement will be hungry to get the win over him in this one. But yeah, it's great to see these competitors competing in the different disciplines and, you know, just so agile like watermen.
That's exactly right. And even the juniors coming through into the main event as well. Saw Pedro move through this morning alongside Lucas Winter-Drew. Going to be coming up in the main event later today. Lucas in heat number 4 of this first round.
Yes, we're just waiting, see if there's some sets approaching soon, but right now they look pretty chilled.
Possibly get a replay of Inui's 5.67. So, bit of downtime for the competitors.
Yeah, just see if we can maybe get a few replays while we're waiting for some sets. And here we go with Takas. That was that high scoring wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, so that cut back into the white water slide in the tail. Kind of cross step carve. Not too much happening on the outside, but the bulk of the score. This is the highest wave of the heat so far. It's going to come from this turn on the inside, and you'll be able to see why very shortly as he brings it right through. This wave going to stand up very well for him. Manages to time it really well. So that big turn at the end there, showing a lot of control through that kind of turbulent section at the end. So that's going to be the wave to compare all other waves to in this heat.
Yeah, as we're also having a score dropping for Clement's third wave. It's a 4.47, improving his situation a little bit. He was sitting on a 4.3 before. So yeah, he is now in the lead with Tucker needing a 4.67. As we're seeing Leko up and riding.
Yeah, Leko finding a nice wave. Really
Yeah.
great first turn there. Banks it off the white water. Going to stick with it through this section here, keeping the board moving from rail to rail. So not much bouncing, which is a very different approach to a lot of other competitors. Keeping that board on rail and finishes it off very nicely on the inside. So I think Leco Salazar, the judge is going to like that flow. That flow being part of the judging criteria.
Yeah, some great maneuvers there in the pocket as we see Clement and Philippe up and riding.
Yeah, Felipe with that higher priority. So Felipe cutting back to the whitewater here. He's got that 3.6 in his scoreline, so looking for a pretty high score though to get up into advancing position. As he's going to bring it through to the inside as that wave steepens up and he gets off the top. A nice carve. He kind of stalls it at the top there. Did very well to keep that nose from diving. Felipe surfs this break quite a lot, so he knows exactly what to do. As he just nods his head to the crowd there. We give him a bit of a round of applause after that wave.
Now maybe some local friends down here cheering on him. As we're just having around 3 minutes left on the clock. Let's see if there's anything coming for Taka and Leco out here. Oh, sorry, Clement. He's standing up.
Yeah, Taka Inui at the moment sitting in that second position. I feel like Leco's going to drop a good score, so the situation will possibly change. With Leco moving up, maybe even into the top position after that last wave. Lots of flow, some good maneuvers done, finishing off nicely on the end section as well.
Yeah, he's already sitting on that 5.07, so
Yeah, not much downtime on that last one, so judges really going to like that.
we're just seeing Clement here in the picture.
You can see that board with those rails, are very kind of volumes taken right out of them, almost a step rail.
Yeah, it also looks like a very low volume board. You can see when he's standing up, he's in water to his knees almost.
Yeah, I've seen him riding this board for the last few events that he's been in as well. Kind of liking the way it feels, I guess, under his feet. Everyone's a bit different with their personal preferences. I tried out a step rail design back in the day. Back in like 2013, 14. Didn't get along with it super well. So managed to just come back to the more traditional rail. Obviously, Clement finding it to work in his favor. As we see him taking off now.
Under Taka's priority. Just hitting that foam there, carving back, waiting for it to stand up now. See what he's gonna do here. The inside section. Stalling a bit. And then getting that speed. And just putting it up in the lip.
Trying for a little aerial there at the end. Didn't manage to get the board above the lip. As we see a situation change in the water. Leco Salazar dropping the highest wave score of the heat of 5.9 on that last ride. Clement dropping back down into second position. Tucker sitting out the back with priority, now in third. He's on a wave at the moment as we see him carving underneath that, and unfortunately he's going to go down on that one, so not going to be the score he needs to get up into second position. About a minute on the clock, just under a minute remaining.
Yeah, Clement will be happy to see that.
You certainly will be happy to see that.
Being there on the inside, not being able to do anything. So yeah, right now it looks like Leco is going to take the win in this heat. We're just having 30 seconds left on the clock. Our clock here on the screen is a little bit faster than the normal clock.
Yeah, so looks like Leco Salazar will be moving through. Still waiting for that last wave of Clement to come through. Might change the situation a little bit, but we will see. Leco Salazar up and riding now. He's going to bring this one through. He's done all the hard work already in this heat, so he's just going to bring this one right through to the beach as we count down this heat. Finishing for heat number 2, round number 1 of the men's.
Great heat.
Very good heat. Lots of waves ridden, so a lot of consistency out there.
Leco with the win, and Clement also moving in. unless we're having, I see we're having Taka up and riding, but I think he caught that wave after the horn. So it looks like it's Leko and Clement moving into the next round.
That's right, they'll be moving through, skip around into round number 3. We will see Taka Inui, Felipe Martin coming up in round number 2, coming up later on today. So some great action there. Thank you very much for tuning in, wherever you are watching from. Been great to have you part of this day number 3 of action for the Gran Canaria Pro Am. As we catch a recap
Short.
here for that heat. Taka Inui, this was one of his first waves. So this was that wave. We were talking about him sliding the tail quite a lot, but that carve was very nice. Unfortunately, couldn't ride out of that one. And Clement here getting the nod to advance through to round number 3. After some great surfing. Super smooth style Clement has. He's very, very handy on just about every type of equipment that you could ride in the ocean. As we see him finishing off that one there, see that smooth style. The board looked fantastic under his feet there. Leko Salazar winning that last heat, carving this one right back into the white water. This was his 5-point ride earlier on in the heat. And Leko bringing this one right through to the inside. You can see the competitors trying to always surf right through to the end section. Felipe Martin will be coming up in round number 2. Put on some great surfing in that last heat. You can see him trying to make that connection through to the inside. Some great scores being dropped already throughout the day. We had Benoit Carpentier taking the win in the first heat. Leko Salazar in that last heat there. Taka Inui going to be coming up in round number 2. This was one of his highest wave scores with that 5.67. Got that done from the inside turn. So, as we mentioned, lots of waves being ridden in these heats. So judges have their work cut out for them. And Taka finishing off really strong on the inside. That's exactly what the judges want to see. So looking at the next heat in the water. Heat number 3 of main round event. Number 1 for the men. Wellington Rice in the red. Leonardo Jimenez in the white. Capono Fukuda in the yellow. And Noah Stender Mikkelsen in the blue jersey. You see Wellington up there on screen at the moment. And Leonardo as well up and riding. A couple of small scores being dropped in this heat. These are going to be the more the waves of consequence for the score. As we see Leo bringing this one through. That wave standing up really tall on the inside. Going to do a nice hit off the top. He's got more scoring potential in front of him as well. Manages to get a nice slash off the top and finishes it with a little foam climb. So some great scores there. Maybe dropping through for Leonardo. On screen, Capono Fukuda coming up in the junior boys final. Going to be against Enrique Pedicera. Capono won the junior boys last year for the APP World Tour. Going to be looking to back that up, and he's going to want to put on a good performance here in the pro division. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get on top of this wave. And we will turn our attention to some sets rolling through on the outside. Capono in the great spot to take off on this one. Really great young talent coming out of Japan. Is this wave's going to stand up for him on the outside? He has a great wave knowledge out here. Great slashing turn off the top, linking together another turn back into the pocket. Capono utilizing the paddle on that wave for those maneuvers. Judge is going to really like that. He's going to bring it through to the right-hander. He's going to reform on the inside, getting lots of speed to come through this section. He's going to hit it off the top. Unfortunately, comes unstuck. He's going to be a little bit annoyed about not landing that one. He got some great work done on the outside though, so I'm going to look for those scores to drop shortly. Noah Stender on screen. Riding the Fnatic Sup Pro Wave. Be looking to put on a good performance here. He was in the longboarding division yesterday. It's great to see Noah going from strength to strength with his surfing. Really come on in the last year with his confidence on the wave, his style, his control as well. Saw him landing some great re-entries on the longboard. It's going to be fun to see him on the pro boards here. Being able to turn a little bit faster as we have a couple of scores coming through. Wellington Rice a 3.67 for his second ride. Wellington, 2019 Gran Canaria Pro Am event winner here. He secured the third place on the World Tour last year at this event. And he's definitely a name to throw into the hat as a world champion for this year. And we're going to go to an interview with Tatiana on the beach with the winner of the last heat.
We are back with Leco Salazar. He is our second competitor to make it through to round 3 of the Men's Open SUP Surf Division. Now, Leco received a silver medal yesterday for the SUP Longboard Division. So I wanted to ask, you compete in both disciplines. What's your favorite of the two and why?
Me gusta mucho surfar com todas as tablas. Meu papai é como 10 vezes campeão brasileiro nacional de longboard em Brasil. E minha escola é a mesma. Eu surfo com todas as tablas. Estou muito contente de estar aqui. As olas estão perfeitas e venci a primeira manga e temos muitas coisas ainda pela frente. Vamos trabalhar e lutar pelo título.
So Leco is a high performer of all disciplines. I've noticed that most of the surfers they don't just have their favorite, you know, they like to participate in everything. So it's lovely to see. But we'll see more of Leco throughout the competition, so I'll just send it back to the studio for now. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Tatiana, with Leco Salazar. Leco always putting in the hard work to get those high performances. We see live action out in the water for heat number 3. This is Leonardo Jimenez up and riding. He's going to find some space to do a nice carve off the top there. This wave not offering too much in form of a steeper section, so he's going to try and bring it through for that reform on the end here. We saw him in the longboard yesterday take 4th position. Leo there finishing off very nicely. And Wellington, catch up with a little claim from him, so it'd be great to see what he got done, the work on the outside. Wellington always surfing with a lot of passion. Very friendly face as well when you see him out in the surf or on the beach. Always up for a chat, saying hello. Fist bumps here and there. Wellington joining the tour after I kind of dropped off the tour. So never really got to surf up against him, but it's been fantastic watching his journey the last few years toward a potential world title. Kapono Fukuda, he had a great score, dropped through earlier for his first wave, and he's looking to back that up now. So he goes up into the lip for that one. Manages to find the best waves always out here. He arrives a little bit early to events, always tries to get some free surfing done. Travels with his father, who they both speak very good English, so it's always nice to have a chat with them. As we see Kapono learning from his mistake earlier and finishing off nicely on the beach. So he's going to look to add to that highest score that he dropped of a 5.5. He's currently in 2nd position. Leonardo with a 7-point ride for his first wave and a 3.9 to back it up. So he is very comfortably in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, 7-point ride. That's the highest scoring wave of the day, I think, so far. It definitely shows that, you know, good call to put the event on today. There's heaps of scoring potential out there.
Yeah, we've still got that score to drop for Wellington. We caught up to a fist pump from him on the live action. So we'll see what he got done on that wave. Probably going to change the situation once again. Noah dropping a couple of small scores out there, a 2.1 and a 3.1. So he's sitting with first priority at the back. Haven't yet seen him up on screen riding, so hopefully we can catch up with a replay of Noah's waves. See what he got done. Nothing of significance at the moment as we take a look at the city of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Lots of surfers out there enjoying the sunshine on this beautiful Thursday.
Yeah. Such a nice day. I just stepped outside the booth for a second and it's hot out there.
It is hot. I mean, it never really gets cold.
No. Happy we finally got our air conditioner working in here. It was a
Yes.
bit hot in here yesterday.
Yes, it's ideal today.
Yeah.
The place to be in the booth.
In the booth.
Thanks for joining us. If you're watching from home, watching from work, shh, don't tell the boss. Maybe you are the boss.
Yeah.
Maybe you've got it on the big screen for all of the employees to watch. That'd be cool.
That would be cool. Let's just check in with the Facebook here and see if, or the YouTube, if anyone had left us a comment, anything they would like us to discuss. No, we're just having, people cheering on the athletes, which is great to see. We had a lot of high five to the Spanish riders.
That's really great. Yeah, we've got Philip, I believe, on the YouTube wanting to know more about the boards, what fins they're riding, their volume, rider weights and so on. Thanks very much for your comment there. I've been having a little look around the athletes area this morning, see what boards they're riding. Athletes are probably all around that. I mean, we've got the younger competitors in there for their weight, so probably between that 65 to 75 kilogram weight range. You know, the former APP World Tour champion last year, Benoit Carpentier, sitting at around 74 kilograms, riding a 74 litre board. So he's riding a board that matches his weight. You can see Wellington Rice out there, probably sitting around that 70 kilos for Wellington, maybe a little bit, maybe plus or minus a couple, but he's going to be riding on a 65 litre board, or 64. Pretty small board. You can see him underwater there as he was waiting for that wave to come through. We have, I saw Sebastian Gomez out there this morning on a quad fin. A lot of these competitors opting for a thruster fin in these more bumpier conditions for a bit more stability. That back fin is going to give them that bit more hold. Quad fin is going to really come into play when the conditions are a bit cleaner. To get a bit of release off the back of the board. But I'm going to take another look through the competitors area a bit later today, so do stick with us as we bring you more insights into that as we catch up with Wellington Rice up and riding.
Yeah, Wellington riding this one looks like a nice set wave as he carves back to the wide water. Just having another carve back here, waiting for the wave to stand up, just passing this flat section. See if he can connect it to the inside. Really pumping that speed, but it looks like the wave has more to offer here on the inside. We know that there's, that opportunity to hit that lip there on the inside, which he does very well.
Yeah, he dropped a 5.33 for his previous ride, so he'd be looking to back up a score there to get up into advancing position. Capono Fukuda dropped a 5.6 for his last one as we're looking at a big set rolling through for Leonardo as he carves on that top turn. Right back to the whitewater again, switching the paddle. A couple of nice cutbacks to begin this wave. One of the bigger waves we've seen of the day so far. That tide dropping back to offer some more.
Yeah, this is exciting to see that these sets are starting to roll in as he's just waiting for that inside section. He doesn't manage to connect it there. But
that's what we'll see throughout the day as well, that lower tide not being able to kind of connect the inside and outside section. So that's the first time I've actually seen a competitor not make it through to the inside to finish off the ride. So Leonardo not going to probably drop a huge score. Well, that was a bigger wave. Just those kind of carving maneuvers on the shoulder of the wave. Nothing too critical. Nothing radical. But Capono Fukuda, currently the 2022 Junior World Champion, out in front. Noah Stender here on screen.
Oh, unfortunately Noah goes down. Seems like a bit of nerves there for Noah. But he's also up against some great competitors in this heat.
He certainly is, and he's still a name to watch out for as well.
For sure. Noah is still so young. I think he's just 19 years old. And yeah, we talked about it yesterday. He's such a great waterman as well, doing so many different disciplines on the APP World Tour, actually, also involved in the sprinting and the long distance and the technical race. Really following Christian Andersen there as well on the sprinting side.
Yeah, that's right. He's got a great fellow friend to learn from in the polar bear, Christian Andersen.
Yeah, and a great mentor back home in Klimøller in form of Kasper Steinfeld, who was on the APP Tour many times, several-time world champion.
Yeah, 6-time world SUP champion. Great to see Kasper Steinfeld doing his own kind of long distance paddling around Denmark, but also across, foiling across, the
Kattegat.
Kattegat. I can't pronounce. I'm sorry. You know exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, no,
It's your home waters.
Yeah, Kasper's, he's probably, the one who started that movement of these watermen and women coming out of cold Hawaii, as we call it in Denmark. And now, after he stopped competing, he did a tour all around Denmark. We have a lot of coastline. I think, took him a week or something. But then what he also did a few years ago was that he paddled all the way to Norway in the middle of winter in January, where we only have few hours of sunlight. So he was paddling in the dark. And he said that was actually the toughest thing, was to paddle in the dark, because he got seasick.
Yes, of course. Not having the horizon to look at, not having any kind of reference point. Sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Sounds like fun for Kasper, someone with Kasper's mentality. It's I spent a bit of time with him commentating with the ISA World Championships earlier this year in France. And fantastic to learn the insights from Kasper about all his adventures. So hope, Kasper, you're doing well and you're tuning in from wherever you are in the world. I've been in California recently for a couple of months.
Yeah, let us know. Give us a comment if you're tuning in.
And actually his brother, Peter,
he's an amazing surfer.
Yeah, amazing. But also he's done this paddle down the coastline of the US, the West Coast. And he's just kind of very underground.
He's very underground. He actually, a few years ago, I think when he was just 16, he caught one of the biggest wave I've ever seen in Ireland, and it was totally underground. No one knew about it, and suddenly this picture turned up in Kasper shared of his little brother just catching the biggest bomb on a gun out in Ireland. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy to see, and he's so he's been paddling and skateboarding his way down through the west coast of California into Mexico, and just doing it because he loves to do it, which is fantastic. And that's what these competitors and athletes, that's why they do this sport. They just really love it. They're throwing everything they have into the sport of stand-up paddling. You'll see a lot of these competitors either being coaches or involved in surf schools, helping the next generation up and coming. We'll check in with the current situation in the heat. I believe the judges have locked in all the scores. So Kipona Fukuda currently in the lead in this heat. Leonardo Jimenez in that second position at the moment with a really high wave score of that 7-point ride for his first wave. Wellington Rice 5.33 and a 4.43. He's looking for, I believe, a 5.58 to move up into second position to advance through to round number 3. It's not a knockout heat this just yet. The third and fourth place surfers will move through to round number 2. Noah Stender currently looking for a pretty big score of a 7.8. So a little bit of downtime in the action here. We had a lot of consistency in the waves earlier throughout the heats. Looks like that tide is changing out there. Getting a little bit lower, changing the conditions. Wellington's opting to sit a little bit further in. You can see the positioning really coming into play here to be in the right spot. If I were out there in that heat right now, I'd be following Kipona Fukuda, knowing that Kipona spends a lot of time surfing out here before events.
Hopefully I didn't give too much away there for other competitors tuning in. But I'd definitely be taking notes in this heat. As Wellington has a little look at that one on the inside. Coming down to over 5 minutes remaining now. Noah's going to need to put in some good performance on the next wave he catches. It was second priority.
Looking at a 7.8. Yeah, a little bit of a slow last half of this heat. It was going pretty well in the beginning. Lots of waves, but as we're seeing here, Wellington up and riding. See what he can do with this waves. Connecting it here to the inside, waiting for that wall to stand up. And unfortunately, the wave just dies out on him. He's looking a bit frustrated right now.
Yeah, he's not really wanting to be in that third position right now. So Wellington showing that frustration. That wave didn't even really break. So he's looking for something on the inside to manufacture a score. But Capono with those kind of mid 5-point rides, that's exactly what Wellington's looking for. And Capono did that on some big waves in the outside section. He even fell off on that 5.5 that he had on the inside. So all of that score coming from the outside turns. Wellington going to need to do something very similar to that to get up into advancing position. Pretty easy feat for Wellington though, just needs the wave to come through. Down to about 4 minutes left in this heat. And Noah Stender, he's very tall. I think he's even grown since last time I saw him. I have to look right up at him.
Yeah.
Look like 6'3", 6'4".
I don't know. I don't do feet.
No. Centimeters?
Centimeters, yeah.
Current heat leader, Capono Fukuda up and riding, using his priority. A little caught up there, but super smooth on that turn. Connects it really well, and he straight back up into the lip for another turn. So Capono Fukuda putting together a great heat right now. This wave's going to be pretty similar to those 5-point rides, but we'll see what he does on the end section. He gets that board projected out in front of the lip, so very nicely done. Finishes with control. He's happy that he's put on a great performance against some of the world's best.
Yeah, he was happy with that wave. That was a great finish, the way he just hit the lip and then project the speed out to get out of it with control. So just seeing Noah here looking for something. He's still sitting with that second priority as we're seeing Leonardo up and riding with a nice hack there. Just really surfing that flow and speed and just cutting back and all the way back to the wide water now. Just staying there in the wide water, waiting for the wave to get that reform on the inside. See if he managed to stick with it. It looks like the wave is standing up there again. Getting that speed, another carve. And then let's see here, nice finishing turn. Another one. Just up in that lip, and he looked happy with that as well. As we're seeing Noah stand up and riding. But yeah, it looks like Noah is riding a little bit bigger boards. Let's see here on the inside, nice carves here from Noah. Do here on that, putting the wave nice up to that lip with a nice finishing turn there from Noah as well.
Yeah, surfing with lots of control, Noah is. Great to see him finish off that wave. I was pretty impressed by Leonardo's wave though. He only needs to replace a 3.9 to move up into first position. Looking for a small score, 4.1. I think he's going to do that because he had some really great carving maneuvers on the outside. Finished off with 3 linking maneuvers on the inside. Capono still yet to drop another score as well. Looks like Wellington had a ride too, so lots of scores to drop at the end of this heat. That's what we've been seeing in the last few heats.
Yeah.
Flurry right at the end.
Yeah, it's great. Like, but all the competitors just surfing so well, but I feel like Wellington, he was really on a set wave there. With some great carves, as you said, on the outside, and just linking it all the way to the inside and having another 3 maneuvers on the inside.
Yeah, that's right. Leonardo, one to watch out for in this event as we move through the rounds. Definitely going to be one to look out for his backhand. If we do move around the corner to El Lloret, we are at the beach break of La Cisa, the city of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Big thanks to all of our partners for this event, sponsors, Up on screen there, you can see the city of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria tourism board. Also thanks to Red Bull Volkswagen as well. Red Bull supplying all of the refreshments for the event as we go to live action with Noah Stender on a little wave on the inside. This heat is just finishing now, so Noah trying to look for something here. Great turn on the end section, so that one big turn, not a big wave, but great control from Noah.
But great surfing from Noah, and I feel like I just see Noah surfing better and better in each event I see him in. So he's definitely just, you know, progressing and learning from these guys and being in the heats with the world's best.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what it all comes down to, just these learning experiences and being able to take that back, build on the confidence as well that he has from competing against the world's best. Capono Fukuda dropped a 6.33 for that last ride. Still waiting on scores though for Wellington and Leonardo. We'll see how that moves forward. So we're going to go on hold for the next heat as those scores do drop from the judges.
Oh.
As we get the great drone angle there, the city of Las Palmas. Lots of people out walking, running along the promenade, surfing obviously, down the beach. Go to a recap of this heat. I love watching Capono Fukuda surf. This is the replay of his last wave, the 6.33. Carved off the top there. And then again, backs it up with another turn up into the white water, and he's going to carve it right back around to finish off on the outside section. He's going to bring it right through. I love that this wave stood up for him straight away. On this section here, you can see he projects that board out into the flat water. So he is able to finish off that wave in control. This is Leonardo's couple of carves on his last ride. This second turn here, very nice, very strong, powerful. You could always see the whole bottom of that board there as he put that board up on rail. And then manages to link it through to the inside section where he got about 3 turns done.
Yeah, that was a great wave. Just look at him just getting that speed there, doing another carve. And then managed to hit that lip 2 times here on the inside.
And again to finish off. So Leonardo, very strong wave there. We're going to put him up into a good position to advance. Noah Stender up on screen there. Throwing buckets with those turns.
Yeah.
Really powerful.
He's a powerful surfer, as you say, a very tall surfer. So he has a lot of power.
Certainly does as he moves through the inside section. Bit of a smaller wave, so finishes it off nicely though on the end here. And obviously he caught that last wave just before, getting nice and vertical up into the lip. This is that wave that I was just speaking about. Just the one kind of turn, but I love the way that Noah timed it. Showcasing he has got some skills. It's going to be a tough competitor to come up against in the next round.
Yeah, for sure. As we say, Noah will move into the round 2, which we're going to see after the women's round 1. So all the competitors today will have a second chance to move into the round 3 as well. So number 1 and 2 from the round 1 will move into the 3rd round, where 3rd and 4th will move into round 2. So giving everybody that second chance, so you're not going to get eliminated after the first round.
Yeah, everyone gets that second chance as we see our heat number 4 for the men's round number 1. Luis Denise in the red, Sebastian Gomez in the white, Moritz Marsh in the yellow, and Lucas Winter-Drew in the blue. Like that rhyming. Luis Denise, definitely a favorite in this event. He has some progressive sup surfing style. If you have not seen his videos, head to his Instagram right now. Look him up, Luis Denise, and just check out some amazing aerial sup surfing. One of the most progressive sup surfers we've seen. Throwing some air reverses, backhand and forehand. I really want to see him do it in this event. I'm sure if he gets a couple of good wave scores underneath his belt, he's going to try and take to the air.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that. It's, me, super impressive that these guys can take these bigger boards to the air. And as we've seen, Lucas up and riding.
Yeah,
Nice
Lucas.
foam climb there. Little carve here, waiting for the wave to stand up again here on the inside. Yeah, Lucas, who was the winner of the trials this morning, moving into the men's round here. And looks like he has a wall to work with here on the inside. Just putting it up to the lip. Unfortunately, he goes down. And as we're seeing Luis Diaz up and riding as well.
Yeah, Luis Diniz, multiple world ISA champion. Is he going to bring it through? I think he's going to maybe take to the air on this one. No, he's going to do a nice carve off the top. I can see he was eyeing up for something. You can see when these subsurfers race really high along the wave that they could be looking for a launch pad to take into the air.
Yeah. That's yeah, great to see. Great wave from Lucas there as well. Unfortunately, he goes down on that last turn, but yeah, I think Lucas is also just, you know, he's really finding that flow. He's been surfing a lot of heats, and he won the trials this morning, and looks like he's just getting more and more comfortable throughout the competition.
Yeah, that's right. Lucas putting on a great performance yesterday as well through the juniors and the longboarding. So doing a lot of different disciplines. He makes his way back out. 2.67 for that last wave, dropping. Sebastian Gomez with a small score on the board as well, a 2-point ride. Now, Sebastian Gomez has been in Gran Canaria for the past about 7 weeks, so almost 2 months. He's been enjoying a warmer kind of season, hailing from Peru. And he has some great footage of him sup surfing all around Gran Canaria, but also some huge barrels back home in Peru as they paddle over a set wave, breaking out the back. None of the competitors opting to take off on that one. Going to wait for a wave with probably a bit more scoring opportunity. Sebastian Gomez, great barrel rider on a sup. Probably one of the best barrel riders there are. I'm definitely learning some tips from him.
Oh yeah. Watching his YouTube videos.
Yes, exactly. We saw a score drop through for Luis Diniz at 6.17, putting him up into the lead in this heat.
As we've seen Sebastian Gomez going for this one. Looks like a nice wave. See, just carving off the top of the wave there. Another carve waiting all the way to the white water now, waiting for it to stand up here on the inside, just staying in the white water, waiting for that reform. Just getting some speed. Looks like just finishing turn there. Great performance from Sebastian.
Yeah, you can see Sebastian Gomez opting for the quad fin today for his boards. Sebastian riding Infinity, so Dave Bainey, good friend of the APP World Tour, shapes the Infinity boards, takes care of the Infinity brand as well. Got his podcast, you can tune in to listen to a few athletes. Listen to Dave Bainey talk about the history of Infinity Surf, how his dad started it, kind of family affair. Tandem surfing back in the day as well. So Sebastian, going to wait for that score to drop through. It should be a nice score for him. All surfers getting underway. Moritz Marsh just a small score, 0.5 at the moment. Moritz Marsh from Germany originally, but living in Gran Canaria. Maybe he's been showing Sebastian around the last few weeks. Moritz, very accomplished boiler, winger, sup surfer, does it all.
Does it all, yeah.
That's why I moved to Gran Canaria, for the wind, for the waves.
Yeah, it's incredible, you know, I said it before, but how all these athletes are just so multi-water athletes, and they just do everything in the water. I saw Benoit out there on a bodyboard this morning.
That's right, yeah. He took the bodyboard out. Bit of cross-training. He won his first heat, so I guess it must have worked.
Yeah, I was like, I think he was out there 20 minutes before his heat started, and I was like, does he know he's surfing in the next heat? He was out there trying to get pitted on a bodyboard. As we just seen Moritz up and riding.
And Moritz, I think, just really mistimed that bottom turn. I think he was looking at the right and then tried to look at the left, which did have a lot of good scoring opportunity, but couldn't quite time it right to get up into the lip. Sebastian Gomez dropping a 5.07 for his last ride. Puts him up into the lead at the moment. See Lucas up and riding on a right-hander. He's going to hit it off the top. Fantastic turn. He's going to cut it back to the left. So throwing a lot of commitment to that first section. At the back. As he brings it through, switching the paddle. Good use of the paddle there from Lucas. As you said, making it through from the trials, the qualifying event this morning. Going to finish it off nicely on the inside here. Can he get up into the lip? He does. Controls it, rides out smoothly. Jumps off before those rocks.
Yeah, he's really finding that inside section now. We've seen him, you know, really trying to hit it this morning, and now he's really riding out of it with control.
Yeah, that's right. So we're going to throw it down to the beach with Tatiana now for an interview with the heat winner from the last heat of the men's.
Welcome everybody, I am back with Leo Jimenez, who is our third competitor to pass through to round 3 of the stand-up paddle open men's division. Now the situation was a little chop and change here in the water. Leo jumped from second position to first right at the last minute. So explain to me a little bit about the situation in the water.
Yeah, I opened this heat with 7 points. That was good. And I was like waiting for the one more 7, you know? And my 2 best score was the first and the last one. It was a 6.7, something like that. And the heat was really good. Capono and Wellington surfs a lot. And yeah, let's go to the round 3.
So you were patient. That was like the important thing. Like the first, he started strong, finished strong, was patient in the middle. That's the advice from the champ who got the 10-point ride yesterday. So we'll see more of Leo coming up over the competition over the next few days. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Tatiana. Catching up with Leonardo Jimenez, getting the jump on component for Kuta there in the dying seconds of that last heat. But both of those surfers moving through to round number 3. As we take a look at some small scores coming through. Smash at 2.3, 0.77, so nothing too notable there for Morris. Still looking for a pretty good score to get up into that advancing position. Sebastian Gomez taking a look here at this little wave, deciding not to go. Luis Denise sitting patiently with the highest scoring wave so far of this heat at 6.17. As Moritz does drop a 3.47 for his last ride.
Yeah, so still plenty of time left on the clock, so still time to catch a few set waves. We have seen some bigger sets starting to roll through.
Yeah, we've seen the consistency be pretty good this morning throughout the heats for the waves, and a bit more size as well in the wave. Not expected though for today's competition, so it's great that we can make the call each morning based on the conditions. I'm going to try to look to get men's round 1 wrapped up, women's round 1 as well. And we move through to round number 2 with a call toward the end of the day to run men's round 3 as Luis Denise up and riding here, super fast, carving that board right back around, almost loses it there, manages to ride out with control. He's going to look to bring this all the way through to the inside. You can see him on such a small board, getting super far forward. Almost hanging 5 for Luis. He's not going to be able to make it through.
Well, yeah, now he's, as you said earlier, that tide dropping out, so sometimes it will be harder to connect it to that inside. As we're seeing Sebastian Gomez having a look here. Not sure if we missed some action on the outside there, maybe?
Possibly did. Luis Denise's second wave score drops to 5.4. That wasn't for that wave, that was for a previous wave ridden. So he puts him up into first place. Sebastian Gomez now in second. Lucas Winter-Drew in third. And Moritz Marsh in that 4th place. Great shot of the contest area here. See the tents there on the right-hand side of screen, the athletes area, the judges in front on that promenade as well.
Yeah, and I was just out there before, and quite a few audience coming down to the beach today. It's a nice and sunny day. We had a bit of clouds the last 2 days, but yeah, today's an absolute amazing day.
Yeah, I think we don't want to be missing the action here from round 1 of the men's and the women's coming up straight after this heat as well. Everyone's going to be here to cheer on local Canary Island surfer Ebaya Moreno, coming up. As we see Sebastian Gomez up and riding now on a nice looking left, carving it off the top, switching the paddle there to cut back to the white water. He's going to look to bring this through again to the inside. Small score drop for his previous ride, and he's not going to be able to find it. So this tide really changing the conditions there. As we see Lucas with a big hit off the top out the back. One of the best turns I've seen from Lucas all event. Through the juniors to longboard as well.
Yeah, great. See if he's going to find a wall here on the inside. Looks like it. Puts it up to the lip again, and he managed to ride out of it. So yeah, maybe potentially a very good score waiting for Lucas there. As we're seeing Moritz up and riding here, connecting it to the inside with some nice carves. Getting that speed and little sliding carve there. Yeah. So yeah, a lot of scores waiting to drop now. Making it all exciting here in the 11 minutes left.
I love that wave from Lucas though, that commitment on that first outside turn.
Yeah, I'd love to see a replay of that.
Yeah, it almost looked like he played it a bit safe on that last turn. He just wanted to make sure he rode out with control to show the judges that he was able to ride out cleanly. But it would have been nice to see him get a bit more progressive on that last one. I'm going to try and find a replay of that one. As you said, here it is here as he gets a turn on the outside. So cutting it back around. Another turn as well as he sets it up for this inside maneuver off the lip. So fantastic turn from Lucas there. And then he's going to bring this one through to the inside as he surfs through. He's going to eye it up. You can see the section coming toward him as he throws that board up into the lip. So great surfing there from Lucas. You can see a point of difference though. Luis Denis surfing with a lot more speed on the wave. So that score probably not going to factor into a super high scoring ride. But I love that Lucas is putting that board above the lip. Getting some nice rides in this heat.
Yeah. As I said before, he's really just looking stronger and stronger throughout the days. And he had been surfing a lot of heats out here. You know, he's still so young and just getting so much experience is great for such a young surfer. As we're just seeing Luis up and riding. Nice set wave here. Oh, carving it off the top. Just another beautiful roundhouse. Just staying in that wide water, waiting to see if it's going to stand up here on the inside. It looks like he's going to stick with it. And there's a nice wall here to work with. Hitting the lip there to finish.
Yeah, great ride there from Luis. You can see just the speed he carries through turns. That's a really big point of difference. If you can ride out of a turn with speed, you're going to be able to link together maneuvers a lot more, as Luis does. Great sup surfer. Sebastian Gomez now paddling into this one out the back. He's going to go left on this one. Looking for some lip time as he hits the lip there. Switches the paddle back for a cut back into the white water. So brings it back to that more critical power source of the wave. And now Sebastian going to opt to surf to the right as he can see an oncoming section toward him. He's going to time it so he can hit it off the top. He does it very well as well, throwing the tail. So
yeah, great finishing turn there from Sebastian.
All that time spent here in Gran Canaria paying off for Sebastian, currently in second place. As we see Lucas Winter Drew taking off. Nice carve underneath the lip there. Not going to be able to find too much on offer after that. So he's going to stick with it to see if it reforms on the inside. And he's going to manage to get to the inside section, opting to go to the right again to hit it off the top. Just mistimes that turn. Unfortunately can't ride out of it. Right next to his competitor Sebastian. Still waiting on some scores to drop though from all of these competitors.
Yeah, we're having, I think Lucas's last ride that we saw before this was at 3.70. We're also having Sebastian Gomez now with a 4-point ride. So yeah, Luis still sitting comfortably in that first position. So yeah, just over 7 minutes left, so still lots of time. And looks like Moritz is at the back with the first priority. Might be a set coming.
Yeah, let's hope there's a flurry of waves again toward the end of this heat to give all competitors a chance. It's a non-elimination round. Third and fourth moving through to round number 2. Well, first and second get to skip that round, straight into round number 3. So get a bit of a rest, which we could possibly be running later on today. Which means it'll be another full day of competition for day number 3 of the Gran Canaria Pro Am, the APP World Tour. This event will be crowning world champions for both the men and women. Benoit Carpentier and Kaede Inui currently holding those world title spots from last year, looking to back up and go back to back as world title competitors. But they have some stiff competition in the form of every other surfer in this event. We've seen the level of SUP surfing just go through the roof during this event, especially with the longboarding yesterday. The junior girls taking to the water as well. Junior boys coming up with the final. Capona Fukuda, Enrique Perez Serra. That will be coming up at some point in competition.
Yeah, still waiting to crown the champion there. But yeah, we still have some exciting days ahead of us and some swell coming towards the weekend. Today is even bigger than we thought, so I'm excited to see that swell's going to hit, I think, Sunday.
Yeah, it looks like Sunday it's going to start to roll in. Monday still looks really good as well. We've got just over a week holding period for this event, so hopefully we're going to maximize the conditions, the best conditions for the best SUP surfers in the world. So we do see some scores dropping through from the last waves. Luis Denis dropping a 7-point ride. So that puts him firmly in the lead. Moritz Marsh now in second place with a 5.63. I wonder if there's still some more scores to drop for Sebastian's last wave. And also maybe Lucas's. But if everything is locked in at the moment, Moritz Marsh is currently sitting in that second place.
Yeah, I think we missed the start of that wave, so maybe we're going to see if we can have a replay of Moritz's last wave.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we can grab that one. And interesting to see if Sebastian's last wave, we had that really big turn on the end section. And looks like a little bit of a situation change. Sebastian Gomez's last wave, a 5.9, so that was that finishing turn that managed to push that score up. Moritz Marsh now down into third place. So we see Moritz Marsh is here, last wave. Great hack off the top of the wave there on the outside section. So this is what got him that nice, high-scoring 5-point ride. Cuts back into the white water here. Brings it through to the inside section. So a couple more turns as he rides this one all the way through. Finishes it off nicely. We saw the end of this wave, but he got a great turn done on the outside, which is how we got that highest score.
Yeah. Yeah, great to see a replay of this wave. But yeah, unfortunately he's down to the third position again. Sebastian Gomez now in that second position with that 5.9. That was the last wave we saw where he did that like tail slide on the end of the wave, and yeah, great wave for him. So just 3 minutes left on the clock, so yeah, time is running out fast now.
Yeah, it certainly is running down the time on the clock. I was very impressed with Lucas's ride, but you could just see that point of difference being the speed compared to Luis and Sebastian's waves that he carries through his turns. So Lucas there with those smaller scores, currently sitting in fourth position. It's a pretty big score of a 7.27 to jump up into second place. Moritz Marsh looking for a 5.35 to get into that advancing position. All SUP surfers opting to sit together out in the lineup. First priority is with Moritz though, so that really does play into an advantage for Moritz. He has choice of the next set that comes through. If one does come through in the next 3 minutes of the heat.
Yeah, you can see him standing up and ready. I'm surprised Sebastian is not staying closer to him. You'll often see that in, you know, surfing as well, when it's so close and there's that priority game that, yeah, the other one will probably stay really close together to them, playing a bit of like cat and mouse, trying to sell them on a bad wave.
Exactly. Yeah, it all comes down to strategy, not only for the positioning and waves you catch, but also for the priority, having to play the competition game, get into the head of the other competitor, try to sell them on waves. We might have seen that earlier today. Benoit selling the young Pedro Viger on a wave. As we see Moritz now sitting down, all competitors sitting down on their board. As mentioned earlier, competitors are allowed to sit down to wait for their waves. And that is to conserve energy, to bring you higher performances and progressive surfing on the wave. Competitors must be standing up to move around. And as I'm saying that, there's a competitor lying down to move around. So
yeah, that's not allowed, right?
That's not allowed. So
I
there
heard
will
someone get a warning yesterday.
That's right. So there will be warnings issued if competitors are lying down and paddling. There'll be a first warning, a second warning, and the third warning will mean that the second highest wave score will be halved. So pretty tough if you are lying down paddling. And we do have the judges keeping an eye on that ruling as well. As we may have a couple of little waves coming toward the end of this heat, coming down to almost a minute remaining. Remember that clock on screen is a little bit fast. Luis Denise in the lead. We see Lucas opting to go on the right-hander here, up into the lip.
Yeah, Lucas going with that fourth priority.
And it looks like he's taking a look at maybe Moritz Marsh on the wave as well. So he did use his first priority to get this wave. He's going to carve off the top again. Looking for a similar wave score like his last one. He could finish off nicely here. And he does. Really in control, sliding the tail.
Very smooth.
Have to see what he did on the outside to see if that wave is going to be the requirement he needs to put himself up into second ahead of Sebastian Gomez, who has put together a great heat. As Luis Denise up and riding. I wonder if we're going to see Luis do some progressive maneuvers on the inside section. I think he's just going to wait patiently. I really hope we do see something from Luis. He's going to carve it back to the white water. He's safely in the lead, winning this heat. So he'll be moving through to round number 3. We'll wait for that last score of Moritz to come through though. As we see Luis going to get a lot of speed through this section here. What's he got for us on the end? Unfortunately, this wave not offering too much in terms of a section. So congratulations there to Luis Denise. You can see Luis riding a thruster fin, very square tail, very small board. Definitely probably around that high 6 feet length mark, 6 feet 10. Very narrow, low volume as well. And I'm going to leave the booth for a quick amount of time. I'm going to go and check out all the equipment so we can bring you some more insights when I return. But Emily, you're going to take it away?
I'm going to take it away with Ravi.
Last of Galo 4.4. And last of White 1.3. Official results. Winning the heat, red. Third position for red, second position for white, third position for yellow, and fourth for blue. Winning start the heat in 3, 2, 1. The heat is on. Esta máquina tenemos dos surfistas, dos chicas.
Yeah, just looking here at some great replays from the last heat. And in the meantime, I'm joined in the studio by Ravi Messias. Welcome, Ravi.
Thank you very much.
And Ravi, he is one of our event organizers here at the Gran Canaria Pro Am. And you're also a local from Gran Canaria, bodyboarder. And yeah, so I brought you in here to the studio today because I think you can definitely bring us some local insight on the island, some of the waves, what we're going to look forward to this event. So yeah, just tell us a little bit about your experience setting up this event and you know, this wave we're surfing out here.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's the first event that I'm working in as an organizer, so it's been a bit of a learning process. But yeah, I've enjoyed and I'm still enjoying it. Yeah. So yeah, on all of that terms is I'm super happy to be here in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, making this event happen and pushing for all this tourism and all these organizers and sponsors that we have to make this event possible.
Yeah, great. And as we see, we're gonna get on a wave with the women's main round, round 1, and we're actually seeing here one of your countrywomen, Alasne, in the water, together with Inui. Who we saw yesterday winning the juniors and the open longboard.
She was raving yesterday, yeah.
It was a great heat, but yeah, also exciting to see Alasne here, who's just won the European Championship actually a month ago in Portugal.
Nice. Yeah, she's from Spain. It's good to see some Spanish faces in the event as well. It's a lot of people from everywhere. Like I've been quite shocked about how many different nationalities do we have. So it's always good to see locals and obviously also from Spain. So yeah, can't wait to see her performance this hit.
Mm-hmm. And as we see the conditions, it looks like it's just getting better and better throughout the day. And now with that low tide getting the water getting out and getting closer and closer to low tide, there's more and more sets on offer. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about your local knowledge on this wave.
Yeah. So it is with this type of swell. It's not like the biggest swell that we have in here. So with the low tide, we gain the access and the better conditions in the top peak. So it's kind of a wave that breaks farther up in the sea, and we can get more powerful waves. So yeah, the conditions should be getting better while the tide drops. So yeah, I mean, in kind of the whole beach that we are. It's in the middle of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Is in the city, is the capital of the island, and this wave is it's kind of more like a wave for even paddleboarding, longboarding, and stuff. And it's in the side of La Cicer, inside Las Canteras. So yeah, it has some reef on the deeper side, but it's mostly sand.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's a really nice wave. Yeah.
Yeah, I was out there surfing yesterday, and yeah, super
How
fun
was it?
wave.
Yeah,
It's amazing, just
Nice.
on a big board, and yeah, really fun after sitting commentating all day, watching the great surf. And
Yeah, I
finally
did
getting
saw
out.
you taking your board once we finished and ran into the water.
Yeah, I was in a hurry to get out there.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, just looking at the scoreboard here, it looks like Getty had a wave. I don't think we saw that, so I'm just gonna ask our director to see if we can get a replay of that. Unfortunately, we don't have the replay of that wave, but looks like she's having a look at this one. She's opting to stay a little bit more there on the inside, where it looks like Alasne is staying more on the outside.
Yeah, decision taken. It's tricky right now because it's kind of in the mid tide, so you have to make sure that you're in the right place to get the wave and to get the score that you're after. So yeah, it's decision time. You have to make the right decision, the right time. You also have to have that bit of lag to get the right wave. So yeah, decision hit.
Yeah, it's always hard to, we've seen some of the competitors today deciding to stay more on that inside, but here on the outside, it looked like Alasne is going to get on a nice set wave. Oh, unfortunately, she goes down. But Katie is catching it. Katie up and riding here with a nice foam climb. Unfortunately, she goes down as well. Well, yeah, a little bit of nerves out there. Maybe there's a bit of bumps there on the outside on the wave, and we've seen like it getting super clean here on the inside, but a bit of bumpy there on the outside. Is that because of the rip or?
I I I mean I haven't been in a bit of time in this wave, but it have to do with the tide more, I see, because I bet it's like much deeper in there than how it should be with lower tide. So then the wave is not as clean as it should be, but it will get cleaner and cleaner through the day through the low tide we're getting. So yeah.
Great. As we've just seen Alasne here up and riding, just staying in that white water to start with, waiting for it to stand up here on the inside. And it looks like she's going to have a wall here to play with. So see what she's going to do with it. Getting some speed here and putting it vertical up in the lip. Unfortunately, she goes down. But yeah, we've seen this wave really doing those reforms on the inside, allowing the athletes to, you know.
Yeah, given her sections to play with.
Yeah, exactly. And how is that going to change throughout the low tide?
So it will play. I mean, all the cards will be played in the deeper part of the wave. So it will get with the lower tide. It won't be enough water to make it through the whole wave until the bottom. So everything will be played like in the outside. So yeah, excited to see that. Yesterday, I feel like when the tide dropped, it got better and better, and probably even more size. So yeah, we should have some nice wave with that low tide.
Yeah, with the low tide, and then when the tide changes and that tide starting to push in, it usually give a little bit of a extra power, right?
Yeah, that's it. That's what we're after.
Yeah. Well, an exciting heat here with, yeah, the European champion Alasne, and yesterday's junior and longboard world champion Gary.
Yes.
What a great day the Inui family had yesterday. 5 medals, I guess, they were taking home to the family. And before we talk more about that, we're just going to go down to the beach where there is an interview with the winner of the last heat.
Oh. Welcome everyone. We're back on the beach with Luis Denise, who's a bit of a legend around here, a legend for shortboard riding and sup surfing. Now, you've been competing on the tour for how many years?
Yes, I am so happy to stay here again. Here is beautiful place. I love it here. Here have good conditions. It's funny go to surfing. Yeah, I so happy. I stay working hit by hit.
Well, congratulations for moving through first. Now, you have been crowned world champion. In what year was that?
Yeah, last year I stay in second in the ranking. New year I work for winning the title this year.
Well, I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of Luis Denise. But back to you guys in the studio for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tatiana. Yeah, great to hear from Luis there, and what a great heat he surfed before. Did you manage to see the heat?
I saw some. Yeah, just before coming in here to talk to you, I was a bit nervous first time commenting the heat, so I got to see some waves, relax a bit, get a Red Bull, and yeah, coming with energy in here.
Yeah, sitting here with your Red Bull who's sponsor of the event, and we're having the athlete zone out there, and yeah, there's cold Red Bull everywhere. It's but yeah, great. As I said before, you're one of the event organizers, and yeah, what a good job you guys been doing.
Oh, thanks. It's good to hear, and well, trying to make it better and better and better.
Yeah, so it's the 4th year we are here in Gran Canaria, I think.
Yeah.
And
yeah. It's the 4th year that we do the surfing division in here, but we've done before in couple of other years like some racing stuff as well. But yeah.
And I know that you are coming from a bodyboard background, because there's a huge bodyboard community here in Gran Canaria. Is that correct?
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's kind of the biggest I've seen, at least. It's not like I've been everywhere, but I've been a couple of places, and it's definitely the biggest community that I've seen of bodyboarding. We have what could be called, and is called for a lot of people, the best wave in the world for bodyboarding, which is el fronton, where we have international competition as well in there. A couple of months ago we had it. So yeah, it's a very big community. It's lovely to see there and to see that, and it's been a bit. I mean, I've realized about that once I've been abroad, because I remember I've been, as I told you yesterday, I lived for 4 years in the UK, and I probably never surfed with a bodyboarder. It's true that it's growing and they have some waves, and it's like it's still a community in there in the UK as well. But for the times where I surf in the city that I was living, I was mainly the only bodyboarder. So yeah, it's. I realized about that big community when I left the island, you know. So
Yeah.
it was good to. I felt proud about it, you know. Like I love where I was from, knowing the community that we have in here.
Yeah, it's great to see, and so that means that there must be a lot of slaps around here.
Yes, it's like the north coast is full of like perfect waves, barrel waves, ramps, and triangles everywhere. Like we have the. I mean, I love Galler. I don't know if you've been in Galler. You should go if you have a free day. It's like a place where you have 3 perfect ways for bodyboarding in maybe, I don't know, 500 meters, not 500 meters, like 3 kilometers maybe. So it's El Frontón low tide, then the tide drops, you go to La Guancha and El Agujero, and you can be the whole day just surfing inside the water. November board shorts is nothing better than that, to be honest.
Yeah. Wow, that sounds amazing. Well, yeah, hopefully we get a lay day and we get a
Yeah.
chance to go. Maybe you're gonna teach me and Bo to bodyboard.
Yeah, for sure. Let's do it. Yeah.
That would be fun. And you know, we also talked about the athletes on this event is, you know, they're just doing every sport in the water. And this morning we saw former world champion Benoit out there on a bodyboard. Did you see that?
I didn't saw him. I was crazy busy this morning. But yeah, it was the French guys. Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw one of the girls with the bodyboard. I didn't saw Benoit. But it's good to see that they get into the sport as well.
Yeah, we also have had him in the studio the other day and commentating a few heats. And yeah, he told me the day before the event started, he was actually searching some of the slaps on his bodyboard.
Oh, really?
And
Oh,
he
nice. So
said
he
he got
does it like fairly often.
yeah, so he was getting some good barrels. He said, and
Nice. Yeah, the bars here are everywhere.
yeah, well, that's great. Hopefully we get a lay day one of the next days, so we can go explore the island a little
Yeah.
bit as well and be cool, getting your local knowledge.
Yeah. Looking forward for that.
As we're just seeing this heat starting off a little bit slow, but Katie's sitting on that 5.5 and a 2.33, and Alasne only having that 2-point ride. So yeah, a little bit of a slow start here.
Yeah. It's about the part of life that we spoke before. Is you need to take a decision between going up, staying down, and then the waves. It's a decision taking hit. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, and right now we just see them sitting and waiting. Katie, yeah, in a good position with that 5.5, but yeah, so probably looking to improve that 2.33, so she can try to improve her scores. And Alasne, yeah, just haven't really got this heat under her way, but we know that she's definitely capable of it and sitting with the European title.
Yeah, she's not under first priority, but sure that if she has been surfing around and she knows to read the wave a little bit, she can definitely get that score that she needs. So don't take her out for sure.
Exactly, but yeah, right now the ocean just going a bit quiet. It's been a lot of like these ups and downs this morning. Some heats we've seen so many waves ridden,
Yeah.
and then we had other heats where it's just been super slow, like this one where there haven't been much on offer. But yeah, it seems like both women are just sitting on that outside, hoping for some sets to arrive. But maybe they need to try to change the strategy and go a bit more on the inside. And
Yeah. It could be. Must be one of the things they are thinking. It's going through their minds. 10 minutes to go. What do you do? Go in the inside, stay.
yeah, it's always a bit hard. But yeah, we definitely see just Alasne there paddling around, trying to see if there's something she can grab. I think for her now it's also just about getting some waves under her belt
Yeah.
and trying to, you know, there's not much of a requirement right now. So few waves have been caught, so she can definitely still make it if she gets a few waves and gets started on this heat. And just tell us a little bit more about. Oh wait, let's just see if there's a wave. No.
They were trying.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit more about this beach. Like, there's so many peaks down the beach and a lot of
Yeah.
surfers. I was out this morning and I think there was probably 50 surfers in the water.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is that this is in the middle of the city, so you have a mix of people inside. There's also some schools and things, so it's kind of the part of the city where the surf community kind of come up together, and you can see like any kind of restaurant. They have surf decoration, and they have a lot of schools and things. So yeah, it's crazy because in the beach there are like, I don't know, 5, 6 different peaks that goes with different tides and things, and they all have different names, and it's written by different people. There we see Kaede going down.
Okay, up and riding, carving back. Unfortunately, she gets stuck there in that foam and goes down. Yeah, so leaving Alasne out there with first priority. But yeah, as you said, I also so I read that this is also a big university town.
Yes, it is. We have different universities, different options. It's one of our sponsors is the University of the Atlantic. It's called Atlantic University, I would say somehow in English. So yeah, it's this university is a brand new project, I would say somehow. They had a different name a couple of years ago, and they're trying to get different things. There we see Kaede again.
Okay, up and riding. Just waiting for it here to stand up a bit more on the inside, pumping that speed. Just waiting patiently here. Looks like she's gonna get that wall to play with, and nice finishing turn there, just really sliding the tail there.
Yeah.
So she'll be looking at a good score there.
Last with the answer.
See if Alasne can answer back
Right.
here. But yeah, so you're saying so the university, so there's a lot of universities here.
Yeah, there is like a kind of fairly big public one, and then we have small private ones. So this one I was talking about is this private university that is sponsoring us in this event, and they have a project where they wanna connect the ocean that we have, the climate conditions that we have, with different options for people everywhere. They're trying to build up some English different options so the people can use, and they want to connect the professional part of the sport with the professional part of the development in terms of work and getting knowledge and degrees and stuff. So yeah, they truly believe in the. Oh, there we see Alasne going on down.
Yeah, Alasne up and riding here. And a nice turn off the top here. Just cutting back to the white water, waiting for it here to stand up on inside. Maybe she'll find something here on the right-hander. Looks like a little wall in front of her. See if she can hit that inside section. As we're just cutting to Katie. So, not to see if Alasne managed to hit that inside section. Well, let's see. We're still waiting for a score of Katie's last wave, where she had that nice finishing tail slide turn in the end. And here we're just with a replay of the last wave from Katie. So here where she was just waiting here for that wave to stand up on the inside, really getting that speed, waiting for that wall, and then coming with this nice finishing turn there. So still waiting for scores on that one. And the replay on Alasne's wave.
Yeah, there we see her building some scores, going through the wave, nice turn in there, doing another turn, and then looking for plan B, try to get the most out of the wave.
Yeah, so about just waiting for this inside to stand up, and let's see if we're just getting that, if she managed to get that finishing turn in. She's definitely going for that speed, and hitting that lip.
Hey.
Nice. Oh, unfortunately, she doesn't quite ride out of it with control, but great answer from Alasni there. And we have a score dropping from Katie's last wave.
Oh yeah, 5.60 for that last wave of Kaide. Very nice wave, still in shape, still showing her performances and still in the best level. This girl is, yeah, really nice. Really nice to see her riding waves. It's really a lot of flow
Yeah.
in her surfing.
So the judges really liked that inside turn with her like sliding the tail out a little bit, and yeah, so great to see. She didn't have many turns on that wave, but a few good ones. So she got rewarded for that, and we're still waiting for the score of Alasna's last wave. So see right now Alasna is looking for a 9.1, but I think it will change the situation after the last wave. Let's wait for that score as we see the girls for the next heat getting ready. So yeah, an exciting day we have ahead of us here, Ravi, and yeah, you helping organizing this event. For how many days have you been here building up the event? And
Well, in here, I mean, there was another event during the weekend, so we have to build the whole thing on Monday. So Monday was, I would say, a long, intense day. But yeah, as I said, learning process, enjoying it while being busy. And yeah, we managed to do it all in that Monday, so that's good. And today we're starting to set it up in Aljuret, so that we get that last part of the event in there in Aljuret. Nice wave that last year provided us with probably, I don't know, most heavy conditions I've seen on a paddle surf in an event here in Gran Canaria. This year doesn't look like we're gonna be that lucky, but we'll have nice wave. It's a western swell, northwestern swell coming, and it's the best direction for that place. So let's see how it goes.
let's just see Alasna up on this one with a nice first turn. Unfortunately, she gets stuck there in the white water. But yeah, so you're saying, so we're setting up on the other side on that right-hand point break. And yeah, I'm really excited for that because it looks like there's some swell coming over the weekend.
Yes, there is something coming. So is the best direction of the swell for the place for El Lloret. It's true that it's not the biggest as well, but there is some nice as well coming. Will be probably coming Sunday evening, showing now like 2-3 starting to pump up. And yeah, let's see what can we do. If we finish on that Sunday, we move to Monday. We have it in between days, so yeah, can't wait to see the action there in El Lloret.
Yeah, me too. It's gonna be great. I just went for a walk over there yesterday and the day before when it was a bit bigger, and yeah, that wave definitely has some great potential.
Yeah.
We're seeing Alasna up and riding. Just having a quick look at this one, but doesn't really wall up for her. And yeah, she's almost running out of time. We have a score dropping from her last wave. It's a 3.23. So yeah, unfortunately not enough. She's still looking for an excellent score to take over that first position.
Yeah, it's 1 minute to go. Okay, they're trying to get this one. Nah, nothing there.
Yeah, so Kaide is still trying to stay busy.
Yeah.
She's not tired after I think she surfed 8 heats yesterday.
Probably, yeah.
Getting 2 world titles.
Yeah.
She's hungry for more. As we see a set rolling in here. Is she gonna try to go for it?
Turning, there she is.
It looks like she is gonna go for it, and she is up and riding. A nice wall in front of her here. See, she's getting down that bottom turn off the top. Waiting, see if the wave has more to offer here on the inside. Unfortunately, it dies out a little bit. But yeah, just a minute left on the clock. As we said before, this clock we're having here on the screen is running a little bit faster than the real clock, so it's about a minute left. Seeing a nice set here coming in from Alasna.
That wave before from Kaide shows how with the lower tide it will get like that kind of ramp there that will make the wave cleaner and more options for the riders to get like higher scores, hit more critical sections and the better turns. So
yeah, so the wave standing up a little bit more, offering that wall for them to hit. Yeah,
that's it.
But not always connecting to that inside.
No, not with the lower tide. It's more difficult, and if it's not that big, it sometimes doesn't connect to the inside now.
But it looks like Katie having a little bit of wall to play with here, and A nice turn off the top there. And I think, yeah, that's going to be the end of this heat. Well, we're having a Lasny up and riding, and the clock is still, she still have time, so this wave is still counting.
She gets something on the inside.
See if it's going to wall up here for her on the inside to get a finishing turn. She's pumping speed, and she's hitting the white water. Fortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough. She was looking for an excellent score to move into the next round. Or she will still have a chance in round 2, where Katie is moving straight into round 3. And I think we're just going to go in and check out a little highlight from yesterday, so you can see what a great day we had yesterday, crowning some world champions.
Day number 2 of the APP World Tour Gran Canaria Pro Am got underway today. We had the junior girls taken to the water and also the longboard at the end of the day.
The left on this wave.
Nice wave. See if you can hit that lip. Waiting for it to stand up. Taking Sakura up and riding.
Going to bring it through. Is he going to be able to finish this one? He is going to race through. Very cool.
That's great.
Straight up to the nose for a great critical nose ride. And Katie up and riding at the back. Through to the more critical section. Oh.
Nice long hang 5. We can hear the crowd going wild out there.
Hanging 5, holding that for a long time through there. Through off the top there and carves the back wave right the way through. Gets another nose right in there.
Nice long hang 10 there. Hang 5, another hang 5.
Gets up to the nose, hang 5. Another hang 5 up on the nose as well. Oh, quick hang 10. KD as well.
Carving it all the way back for a roundhouse there.
The Inui family from Japan taking the win in the divisions today. Katie Inui taking the win in the junior women's and also the longboard women's, and Taka Inui taking the win for the longboard men. That's a wrap for the action today. Stay tuned to appworldtour.com for updates on the event getting underway throughout the week.
Welcome back to live action here for the Gran Canaria Pro Am. Heat number 2 of round 1 of the women's sup surfing. Sakura Inui, Marina Kodru, and Alba Frey in this heat. Going to be exciting to see Alba Frey take to the water. A standout racing paddleboarder. Going to show her style in the surface. She's up and riding right now. Alba Frey got some great skills here. Nice little turn off the top to start off this wave. She brings it through, switching the paddle over. Surfs a lot with Ibaya Moreno, so knows a thing or two about sup surfing. As we also see a small score on the board for Sakura Inui. And Marina Kodru, great to see her out here in this event. Looks like they're riding maybe a slightly bigger board today. Good for the conditions out there at the moment. We are seeing the tide drop back, so we're going to get a paddle in here from our competitor in white. This is Marina. Bottom turning up into the lip. Great top turn. Fantastic start to this wave for our French competitor. Going to be moving this one through to the inside. I was just saying this low tide's dropping back, so the waves are not really linking up to that inside section anymore. But as I say that, Marina has found the one and only wave that does link up all the way through to the beach. She's going to finish this one off into the lip. Unfortunately, cannot hold it. So Marina doing very well to get that first big turn on the outside. It's going to be a great score to drop for her. putting her up into the lead. Just a small score for Alba, a 1.40, dropping for that ride. As we're watching young Sakura Inui up and riding here. Just a little carve underneath the lip. Have a carve on the lower face of the wave, so not going to be anything super critical. She's going to try and bring this one through for the reform on the inside. She manages to get another turn done as that wave starts to reform again on that section as she throws it up and unfortunately just goes down. It's a very tricky section on the end there to time it well, to be able to project out to land the maneuver. But great to see these women in this event. Obviously, Sakura Inui taking home second place yesterday in the junior women and also a second place in the longboard division. The one and only Kaede Inui taking the win for both of those divisions. And on screen there, Alba Frey. It's interesting to see where they are positioning themselves out in the lineup today. There are some sets breaking further out on the peak. More of a left-hand point break or reef break on the outside. And then kind of reforms for that right or left on the inside. Still some great scoring potential though, those waves steepening up on the outside section. I'm going to go down to the beach with Tatiana for an interview with the heat winner of that last heat.
I'm here on the beach with our champion from yesterday. Kaede took home 2 titles yesterday, the under-18 division and the SUP longboard division. Now we've just seen her pass through first for the Open Women's SUP longboard event. Now, Kaede, tell me, how are the waves today in comparison to yesterday?
波は昨日に比べて風もすごく強くなって、海面もガタガタしていてすごく乗りづらかったです。
Well, we love seeing Kaede in the water, whether she's surfing longboard, shortboard, stand-up paddle, foil, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more of her in the coming days. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Tatiana. Down on the beach with the interview with your world champion, back-to-back for the junior girls, Kaede Inui. Fantastic to see her. Talking a little bit about the conditions out there. The waves are slightly bigger today. Greeting the competitors this morning. We had some fantastic surf on offer right at sunrise. However, that high tide around that 9 a.m. put things on hold for us at the start of the day. We managed to get underway at 10:30 a.m. local time with the qualifying heat of the men. Round number 1 of the men, but we're into round 1, heat number 2 of the women. It's going to be 4 heats of this women's round.
Yeah, what a great morning we had so far. A lot of great heats and some high scores as well.
Yeah, some really high scores being dropped from a lot of the competitors, finding some great critical turns on the outside section, linking it through to the inside as well. So competitors will still look to do that throughout the day today, although conditions are going to be changing with the lower tide coming at around that 3:30 mark this afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see when that tide changes as well. And we were just talking to Ravi, who was in the studio just before, getting his local knowledge here and telling us about, yeah, here in low tide we're going to see more and more sets rolling in. It's not going to connect probably so well to that inside, but we'll definitely see bigger sets. And then when the tide turns and the tide's starting to push, we'll probably see a bit more powerful, a bit bigger sets coming in.
Yeah, we'd be looking to maybe run the round 3 of the men during that time this afternoon.
And then Ravi also telling us that they're setting up on the other side, getting that ready on that right-hand point break for hopefully some action during the weekend.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to be commentating from the bus over there. Be interesting to see if there's going to be a bus for us to sit on, being a roaming event site. Jump on the bus and head over.
That would be great. See if we can see the action and the live action.
There you go, exactly. At least get a bit of sunshine. Bit of that breeze on us. We do have a air-conditioned booth today, which is very nice.
Oh, very much appreciated. As we are just seeing Sakura up and riding here with a nice carve back here to the white water. Just waiting for that wave to stand up again. See if there's more to offer. See if she managed to connect it. It looks like she's gonna make it through and that she has get some wall here to play with maybe. Unfortunately, she doesn't manage to make it into that inside, and that's what Ravi was talking about before. They're gonna be harder and harder for them to make it through that section and waiting for that wall to stand up on the inside.
Yeah, well, we actually saw Marina on her first wave drop a 4-point ride. She managed to do a big turn out the back and then link it through for some turns on the inside. As we see Alba just having a look at that one, decides to sit down. Hopefully keeping that priority out there. We'll see if we do switch, but didn't see a concerted effort to paddle for that wave. Yeah, Sakura. She got 4th here last year at the Gran Canaria Pro Am for 2022 in some heavy water, big wave surfing in El Lloret around the corner. We had waves 10 to 12 feet in the face. So some really exhilarating rides going down. And Sakura obviously 2nd in the junior division this year to her sister. She's only a young 15-year-old competitor. Plenty of years left in the junior division. But here she is putting everything up against some of the top SUP surfers in the world. Dropped to 3.07 for that last one with a high score of a 3.17.
Looks like we're having Alba up and riding here.
Great turn there from Alba. She brings it around, cuts it back toward the white water. Alba Frey putting together some great turns.
See if she's gonna manage to connect it here to the inside. Alba, who's also a very established racer, correct?
That's correct, yeah. Alba Frey, very notable name on the racing tour. She was recently at the ICF Championships in Thailand. 5th place in the technical, 9th place in the long distance racing. Also was at the ISAs earlier this year. As we see Marina having a look at this wave. Could be a nice wave to back up that healthy score of that 4-point ride to kick things off. Unfortunately, just not getting onto that one.
So last of Alba's wave was a 2.93, putting her now up in that 2nd position. But Marine is sitting on that 4-point ride, so she just needs a backup score.
That's right, yeah. Still lots of time left. About 14 minutes in this heat. Marina, your French national SUP champion. She is very good back home in her waves as she's going to take off on this one. Opting to go to the left. She bottom turns around that section. Big carve off the top. You can see why she is the French national champion. Carving it back around again. Great, powerful SUP surfer. She tries to make her way through the inside to link this one up. She's been finding these bigger waves that do manage to roll all the way through, offering a bit more scoring potential. She's going to stick with the white water. See if this wave is going to reform for her, as it does on the inside. She's going to get her board up into the lip and manages to hang on to it at the end. So a really well completed wave there for Marina. She's going to improve on that 4-point ride that she dropped earlier.
Yeah, so that would definitely leave her into that 1st position, sitting already on that 4-point ride and doesn't have a backup score yet. So yeah, great surfing here from Marina.
Yeah, maybe that 4-point ride will fall in as her backup. That wave may increase her score line. Definitely going to jump up into the lead anyhow with that last wave score. So the situation will change. Competitors paddling back out through the white water, having to deal with a bit of turbulence there. Let's get back out. Alba staying up on her feet. Alba Frey from Spain. Living in the Canary Islands here. surfing and windsurfing lots with Ibaya. He'll be coming up shortly.
Next heat, yeah. So yeah, we're having a score now dropping from Marina. It's a 4.83, putting her comfortable in that lead.
Yeah, great score dropping there. You can see some powerful turns done on the outside, linking it all the way through to completion on the inside, giving her a great score in that mid-range. You see Alba having a little look at a wave out the back. Might stand up for her to be able to get some turns done. She's going to bring it across to the left. Still racing down the line, can see something in front of her that's going to stand up. She's going to carve back toward the white water. Opt to go back to the right with a little paddle switch. As the wave gets a bit more steep on that inside section. Good to see these waves still bring the competitors all the way through to the beach. Alba just trying to finish off there. So she's looking for a pretty small score to move up into second place, but Sakura is up and riding at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like a little off top turn there. Just staying in that wide water. See if she can connect this one into the inside. Looking to get some speed. Looks like she's managing to connect it here to the inside. Let's see if she's getting another chance to turn a little carve here. And then putting the wave up to that lip. Unfortunately, she goes down there. But great wave from Sakura.
Yeah, nice vertical turn on the outside. You see a lot of rocker in that board. I was just looking at that nose rocker. A lot of lift in the nose, helping to get that board above the lip. Not really helping during those flat sections though, pushing a lot of water, but she does well to manage to get through that.
And you just stepped out of the booth before you had a little break, and did you manage to go out and have a little look at the different boards out there?
I did, yeah. I picked up a few. I had to ask the competitors if I could pick them up. But spoke to Alida Arisaka coming up soon about her boards that she's riding. She's riding a 6.6, about 62 litres of volume. Very similar to Luis Denise's board that he was on earlier. She's actually riding pretty much a carbon copy of that board. So obviously opting for the same shaper and the similar equipment. We've got some of the competitors out there on slightly bigger boards. Some of these boards don't have the dimensions on them, so having to put it under my arm, get a bit of a feel for exactly the thickness, the width, and the length, of course. But I rented a 6.8. I put up against that, and yeah, some of the boards are smaller than a 6.8. So.
Oh wow!
Wellington Rice, I saw his board. He's on a 6.8, very narrow, 61.3 litres, I believe. He weighs in at around that 70 kilogram mark, so way less volume than his own weight. And that just goes to show the level of sup surfing here. As we see Marine taking off on another set wave. Wave's getting a bit bigger in size. Great to see.
Definitely some great potential out there on the waves. Unfortunately, she gets a bit stuck there, and she goes down. But yeah, Marina sitting on those 4.1 or 4.83. I don't know if we're still missing a score from Sakura's last wave, I think
we are. Still waiting for that score to drop. Looks like it's going to be a healthy score. Alba Frey now relegated into third position. Should be looking to improve her situation. And Sakura Inui still waiting for that score to drop. So she might even bump up her scoring to hopefully get into first place. She's looking for 5.66, I believe. Marine currently holding down first priority out in the water.
Yeah. Just 7 minutes left on the clock, so yeah, time's flying in this heat. And Alba sitting on that, she got a 3 point for her last ride. And we're having Sakura up and riding.
Nice carve on under the lip on that first turn.
Yeah.
She brings it through to the inside.
Yeah, see if she can manage to link it here. Looks like she's linking it to the inside, looking for that wall to stand up in front of her. Another carve. And then see if she managed to put it up here and up on the lip. Nice. And does she manage to ride out of it? Fortunately, she doesn't really manage to finish that turn. But yeah, look at the rock on that board.
Yeah, right. See that nose lift in front of that board there, helping her to get up and vertical into the lip. So we'll wait for the last couple of scores for Sakura to drop.
Yeah.
Possibly changing the situation. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, she had a couple of good waves here. As we just see Marina sitting here on the board, waiting. She's sitting with that first priority. She knows she's in the lead. She can take her time, wait for a good wave. So we're seeing Alba having a look at this one.
Oh, super late takeoff there from Alba. Can't quite manage to hold it though. So she goes down on the takeoff on that one. Probably not such a bad thing. It didn't look like that wave had too much scoring potential. It went a bit flat after that steep takeoff. You managed to get into that wave a little bit earlier and be able to do a turn in that section. That's what the judges are going to like. Don't think they're going to really put a lot of emphasis on the end section anymore because it's not as a steep or as a bigger wave as earlier on today with that higher tide. They're going to want those bigger turns out the back.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw in the morning, as we were talking to Ravi about as well, that in the morning there was more potential on that inside, and we saw some big turns, some big vertical turns on the inside, and now I think the wave is standing up more on the outside, and they will have that opportunity out there. And yeah, we saw this wave that Alba was going for was, yeah, it had a lot of potential. Unfortunately, she was a bit late there. As we're just seeing some scores dropping from Sakura's last wave, and that is improving her situation. A 4.57 and a 3.30. She's still in the second position, needing a 4.17 to move into that first position. But in this heat, I believe that 1 and 2 are moving straight into. We will have to have that confirmed. But yeah, some great waves from Sakura. As we are seeing Marina still sitting out the back with that first priority waiting. As Boo here is just checking who is moving into the next rounds.
Yeah, so the Alba Frey up and riding live action. You catch up with her on this wave. Just getting some turns done on the outside. Nothing of super high performance or critical surfing, but still bringing it through. She's currently in third, looking for a pretty big score of a 5.83 to move up into the lead. So yeah, so the winner of each heat will move through to the quarterfinals. So if you do place first, you'll skip a heat, move through. Second and third place will move into round number 2, which will be coming up later today. So those surfers in that first position will not be surfing again today. They will get a free ticket into the next day of competition, which we're going to be looking to holding some events in some better waves throughout the week. Fingers crossed for that swell to come in. It's not a huge swell, but the period is quite strong, so we're going to be looking for a bit more power in the waves as well. Hopefully moving around the corner to El Uret.
Yeah, exciting heat, exciting week we're having, and yesterday we already crowned a few world champions, and there's going to be crowned more world champions throughout the week.
That's right. Katie Inui defending her world title from last year in the women's event. But she is going to be up against some tough competition later on in the event in form of Luchi Cosletto from Argentina, multiple world title holder, especially at the ISA level as well. Got a few gold medals to her name. By Moreno, Cami Gibrana, obviously Katie's younger sister Sakura. And Alasne put on a good performance in that first heat as well. We'll see her come up in round number 2, but still, when the waves get a bit more bigger, a bit more powerful, she's one to watch out for.
Yeah, definitely. We saw her. She's defending European champion, won the event a month ago in Peniche, so she's definitely capable of throwing some good scores.
Yeah, Bayer Moreno holding the lead there in that final of the European surfing event. Fortunately, a priority interference meant that she placed fourth. Lasne taking the win. That's competition though.
Yeah.
Everyone else putting on great performances, but a little slip up could mean you go from first to fourth very quickly.
Yeah. And as we're seeing Sakura having a little look at this one, see if she managed to get into it. And she is up and riding with a turn off the top there, just putting it into the lip. See if she's gonna wait for it to stand up here on the inside. Getting her opportunity here on the right-hander maybe. Just waiting patiently. For unfortunately, though, it looks like the wave is just dying out on her. So just that turn on the outside there.
She did really well to identify that wave underneath priority from Marine as well, to see that there was a section that was going to offer her a more vertical turn. So quite similar to her other higher wave scores. Not sure if it's going to really factor in to be one of her counting rides. Remember, the top 2 rides go toward your heat total. Marina only catching 3 waves. 2 of those waves were the highest wave scores of this heat. There's Alba Frey up and riding in the dying seconds of this heat. Looking to try and get a little bit something done on here to increase that score needed. She's unfortunately going to be moving through to round number 2 with this lady on screen. Marina Kerdru moving through to the quarterfinals of the women's pro event. She's going to be one to look out for if the waves do get a little bit bigger. So congratulations to Marine. But Emily, thanks for joining me.
Yeah.
You're going to be stepping out for a
I'm going to go for a little lunch break and leave it to Tristan Buxford to commentate the next heat.
Always great to have Tristan join us. Lots of insights into everything APP World Tour. As we'll take a look at some highlights of that last heat. You see Alba Frey, her first SUP surfing event. Very accomplished stand-up paddleboard racer in the sprint, technical and distance divisions. And showcasing her skills on the waves here for the Gran Canaria Pro Am. But this lady here, Marina Kerdru, showcasing her power on those opening sections of the bigger waves here. Getting those higher scores, a 4-point ride and a 4.83. This was the 4-point ride at the start of the heat. She's going to be one to look out for as this event progresses through. Fantastic surfing from her, finding this reform. Unfortunately, can't make it happen on that end section, but she does manage to make it work for her on the next wave. Sakura Inui put together some great waves as well during this heat. Herself and Alba will be going into round number 2 of the women's coming up later today. And I'm now joined by Tristan Boxford. Did you catch any of the action in the women's heat earlier today?
You know, I watched little snippets here and there, but was dealing with a lot of different things as usual. But I heard there was some good action both in men's round 1 and these opening rounds of the win, right?
Oh, high scores being dropped from a lot of surfers out there today. It's been amazing to see the action. It's been great that we can come down here and make the call to put the competitors out in the best conditions. We waited for that high tide this morning, and as that tide's dropping out, we're getting some great waves, some overhead sets that come through. We saw, hopefully we see another replay here from Marina's wave. Not going to miss that, but she had a 4.83 in that last one, so a higher score as we move into heat number 3 of round 1 of the women's SUP surf. Bayer Moreno in the red, Cami Dubrana in the white. And I believe that was
Marine Kerdru.
Milanka Linde?
No, Milanka Linde. Yeah, from Germany. Well, actually, she lives here in Pozo Izquierdo, in fact.
There you go. So, knowing the waves, Cami Dubrana up and riding at the moment, cutting back toward the whitewater. We saw her competing in the longboard division yesterday. Great style. She's going to swap out that board for a performance-based for this event. Malanka Linde was here last year as well, surfing the APP World Tour. She's back again. By having a look at that one.
So obviously the Ibaya, the favorite in this heat, having won the world title 2018, won the event here in 2019, third place finish last year. So definitely a great record at this break, and it is her home break somewhat. I mean, she lives further down the coast, but she knows these waters well.
As she certainly does. Surfs here quite a bit. She loves the El Lloret wave around the corner as well. But yeah, she probably windsurfs around everywhere of Gran Canaria.
Exactly. Well, it was a welcome sight to see some waves today. You know, it's we've got a challenging couple days on our hands here today, tomorrow, Saturday. So it was definitely good and reassuring to see some waves today, and we can get the main round and the main event underway.
Yeah, very contestable. As I've said before, lots of high scores being dropped throughout the morning. 7-point rides, high sixes as well. We saw Louise Denise drop a big number. It's going to be exciting to see them get into some high performance waves coming up. Thinking we will move around the corner to El Lloret to finish off the event.
We definitely will. We're looking at a new swell that's coming in on Sunday. See how that unfolds. That's going to be, you know, that's probably our best window of the event. So fingers crossed we get some great conditions, and you know, we'll be down at that right-hand point break and see some great action.
Yeah, though it doesn't look like a very big swell. It's got quite a big period behind it.
Here in Gran Canaria, it's all about the period. It can be a smaller number, but the period being elevated really just creates good size. So, you know, we saw last year we had actually a combination of size and period, which made it absolutely bombing. But we're going to go down for an interview with Tatiana.
Okay, I'm here on the beach with Marine, who just passed first. She goes through to the third round of the Open Women's Surf event. Tell me, how are the conditions in the water? How did you feel personally in the water?
The waves were very bumpy, so it was quite hard to catch a good turn, but I managed to secure my surf, so I think I'm really happy with that. I was a bit stressed, so yes, I just managed to secure myself, and that's what really matters for me.
Well, you should be very proud. Now tell me, how long have you been SUP surfing?
Well, I started SUP surfing like 4 years ago, because I am also a longboarder and shortboarder as well, and I just wanted to do something else. So I started SUP surfing, and now I really like it. It's really different, and the people in SUP surfing are also, I mean, we share something in common. Maybe not as good as someone can say, but I think it's really good.
No, well, absolutely. You're doing amazingly. You passed through first. But yeah, the SUP surfing community is really such a tight community, you know, really family orientated, friend orientated, rather than those short boarders that get a little aggressive. We don't have any of that in the water. Lovely to meet you. We look forward to seeing more of you in the competition.
Thank you so much.
No worries. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Tatiana.
Yeah, great interview there with Marine. She put on a great performance. Some really powerful turns in the outside section. Can't wait to see her get into some more waves later on this week. Score coming through for Cami De Bruyne for her first ride of 4.67, so puts her in good stead for this heat. Great way to start off. Looks like Abaya's having a look at this ride here. She's going to let that one go. Malanka Linde on the inside is going to take off. Goofy footer. Just going left on this ride. Unfortunately, just digs that rail and goes down. Malanka, a very good windsurfer as well. Crossing over multiple sports. As you said, she resides in the Canary Islands.
Exactly. Yeah, originally from Germany, but a multi-sports athlete as well. Definitely a windsurfer, and living in Pozo Izquierdo, you're going to be a windsurfer. It's a windy place. And of course, Ibaya Moreno, also from Pozo Izquierdo. I believe she lives in Fuerteventura now these days, though, on the North Shore. Lots of great waves over there. Really focusing more on surfing than windsurfing these days, although she's still extremely competitive and an amazing windsurfer. So she's keeping the multi-sports theme alive.
Yeah, Great to see her here. 44 years of age as well, Abaya. It's one of the elder competitors, but one of the favourites to take home the win here for the Gran Canaria Pro Am. Remember, the winners of this event are going to be crowned the world champion. As we see a paddle here from both competitors, Abaya and Kami, not managing to get on to the wave there. So a bit of a slow start to this heat. We'll do see some sets coming through now as Abaya decides to pull the trigger on this one. Takes off, goes to the right, gets a nice big floater over that section, which is going to ride through. So a really critical turn to start things off. It's going to be a great score to come through for the judges for that turn.
Yeah, I think we'll continue to see the conditions getting better through the day. We saw yesterday it was pretty lackluster in the morning and just improved consistently through the day as it got lower tide and waves got a little bit more critical. So excited to see what happens this afternoon. I saw Luis Denise in Wellington warming up yesterday evening, and yeah, it was pretty spectacular.
Yeah, definitely. Wellington, unfortunately, getting a third place today in his heat, so he'll be surfing again in round number 2. He was a little bit bummed. I saw him down there in the athletes area. He would have liked to have moved through to round number 3, but he gets another surf out here. Gets to feel out his boards.
Exactly. You know, I know a lot of the guys are hoping we move over to El Lloret quickly. You know, we do have a challenging forecast on our hands, so we're trying to navigate it as best as possible and make sure we give the athletes the best possible opportunity. And actually today, this is the option. You know, that round at El Lloret, it's not really doing it. We checked it earlier as well. So we're in the right spot. We're going to get enough heats done so we put ourselves in the position to capitalize on this incoming swell.
That's the thing with surf events, isn't it, though? You can only deal with the forecast at hand and what you've got in front of you. So we're definitely making the most of the conditions during the event holding period.
Yeah, absolutely. And no forecasters ironclad, you know. I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, the beginning of the event period, it looked really solid through the whole weekend, and then gradually it's been changing and modifying. The one thing that's kept consistent is there is obviously a pressure system out there that's pushing this one long period swell in. So that's in our favor, but we just, when it arrives, how it arrives, all that kind of thing has been varying. So we'll see what happens, but I think we'll have some great action still to come here around at that amazing wave at El Lloret.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be great to finish off the event there to crown the champions for 2023 season for the surfing side of things. And what's the schedule looking like for racing coming up?
You know, we have, you know, next year is lining up pretty well. We've got a couple of great events in Europe coming up to be announced. We have one in the Middle East. We have, we're bringing it back to the US as we've got an athlete on a wave here, Camille Dubrano. As you said, a lot of flow yesterday on the longboarding and transferring that flow over to the shortboard today.
Yeah, nice carve there off the top from Cami. So she's going to bank it off the white water there for a bit more of a powerful turn. Unfortunately, not going to ride out of that one. So Cami there going to get another score under her belt. Just that one wave score of a 4.67. Abaya dropped a 5.40, which puts her up into the lead for that first wave.
Yeah, it's tricky on those smaller sets. You've really got to wait for the bigger set, otherwise it's got no punch to it at all. You could see Camille was really tenderly going out to the lip there because she couldn't push too hard on that soft section.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll wait for those scores to drop. So you're heading to the Middle East for the racing.
We are. We've got some interesting things happening for next year. A lot of certainly it'll be a transformation year for the tour as a whole and just the direction of what we're doing. Been evaluating a lot over the last few years. Obviously, COVID took a little break for competing worldwide, as every sport did. But yeah, we're just evaluating the best path forward, and it's kind of a revitalized strategy we're adopting for next year, which is exciting. Actually, it's definitely going to re-energize everything a lot. And similarly for surfing too, I see a resurgence as well. We're looking to add more territories in 2024 and 2025 already. We have a couple of new venues secured. So yeah, things are moving. Like all sports, I think actually we got a rider on the wave here. This is Milank Lind.
Yeah, a couple of nice turns for Milank. She's just comes unstuck there. That wave just disappearing into that deeper water. We won't see those reforms as the tide drops out. So competitors having to get those turns done on the outside section. I've seen a few comments online, Tristan, that they need an event in the Southern Hemisphere.
We 100% do. I've been saying that for years, actually since the very beginning, in fact, because you know we saw a lot of energy in Australia. It's kind of like the last frontier.
Yes, exactly.
But yeah, no, we're extremely excited to make something happen. We've been in discussions actually around a race for a couple of years that I think will happen in the next year or so. We've also had some discussions around surfing. We're trying to move the thing forward. So, you know, I think Australia is one of those places where you could successfully have a great kind of multi-sport festival with the surfing and the racing together, which would be fantastic. I think that's the approach we'd like to adopt over there, especially because it's such a water culture and surfing is such a real deal over in Australia, as well as the life-saving endurance kind of outdoor sports market is just it's a great market for us as we got Ibaya on a wave.
Yeah, Byron Moreno here taking off on the right again, going up and over the lip. So repeating that first wave score that she had, 5.4. She's going to look to back that one up with a great turn. She's not too happy with the way the wave ended up, but she should be happy with that performance on the first turn.
Yeah, Ibaya looking really sharp on those slick boards. Definitely really responsive, it looks like, even in these small kind of softer waves. Able to get some criticalness into her turns.
Yeah, Ibaya riding for starboard for quite a number of years. Catch up to live action with Nalunk. Just falling off the back of that one. Just the power in the wave disappearing on her. But yeah, Ibaya making the jump to Smick last year. She's really been enjoying riding those boards, riding a bit of a twin fin design with a small trailing fin in the back. She likes the flow, the speed, also the looseness that she has in her surfing now. I think Scott McKercher really wanted to get her on his boards, seeing the talent that Ibaya is. Also getting into foiling. Smick has a few foil boards as well. Great zoomed in shot there of Cami Dubrana out in the water. Currently sitting in the lead, but still waiting for that score for Ibaya Moreno to drop. Cami has a 4.67 and a 3-point ride in her scoreline. Malunk with just a 1.67. Small score of a 0.73. Still a couple of scores to drop for her as well. See if that changes the situation, but looking for quite a high number to get in front of both Ibaya and Cami at this moment. Cami riding the Starboard Pro out there. Looking very comfortable.
Yeah, I think we need to get, we got a score drop in there for Ibaya. That one turn wave got her a 4.73, so the judges obviously appreciating that critical turn. The wave didn't really offer much more, so that was enough to get a pretty solid backup score for her. She'll obviously be wanting to improve on that, but it's a great start.
That's right, and the winner of these heats moving through to the quarterfinals of the women's event. Second and third will be relegated to the second round coming up later today. As we see a small wave coming through, looking like competitors having a look at that, but deciding not to go. They're going to wait for something a bit bigger on the outside. Malunk has found something on the inside here. Wonder if she got any turns done on the outside, but she's staying really busy in this heat, catching a lot more waves than her other competitors. Trying to find something that's going to offer her some scoring potential. Cool wetsuit.
It is a cool wetsuit. Yeah, she's staying busy on the inside, not able to get the waves that are really giving the scoring potential she needs here, but the other two deciding to be patient, waiting for the set waves, which I think is a wise move, especially with these conditions. A lot of bump now. It's not very windy, but it's enough to create some havoc on the lineup.
Yeah, especially with that rip at the bottom of the screen as well, moving out next to the contest area, can create a few ripples on the face of the waves. You can see there a good shot of the rip just on top of Ibaya and Cami there. Yeah, the wind just enough, but the wave faces are nice and clean. Especially if you can get that second wave of the set. I've seen a couple of nice set waves come through in the previous heats. It'd be nice to get a good flurry of waves toward the end of this heat. You see some heats hit slow, and then other heats are really, back-to-back waves, and the judges have their work cut out for them to drop a lot of scores. Seen a few heats being put on hold as well for judges waiting to input those scores.
Yeah, and we're literally coming up to, let's see where we are here at the high tide.
I think low's around 3:30-ish.
So we've got a little ways to go for low, actually. So we're still another hour and a half before low. And then we'll start to get more of a bump after a low as well. yesterday we saw it really starting to push really late in the day. So I think, yeah, we should have some good action on our hands for later today.
Yeah, the evening session last night, a lot of competitors out there. Emily even jumped out for a surf after the day of commentating yesterday. So great to see we can jump out in the water as Malika just jumps over that one there. We'll be waiting for some more sets to come through. Coming down to about 8 minutes remaining in this third heat of women's round number 1. There will be another heat after this for the women's round. World champion in that heat, Luci Cozzaletto, alongside Alini Adesaka. And also Brun Guarot, we saw yesterday in the junior division.
Yeah, it's great to see her stepping into the main event division as well. Try her luck against the best of the best.
It's going to be a tough heat, though, with Aline and Luci.
Definitely, but a good learning experience, I think, whatever happens. Yeah, as you say, well, Luci just won the ISA games. We've also got Aline, who is kind of a long-time ambassador here on the APP. She's been following the tour for many years and a really great competitor.
I was chatting to Aline earlier. She's riding a very similar board to Louise Denise, pretty much the same. 6'6", that's 60 litres of volume, 62 litres. That's crazy where the progression of the boards in this sport is going. I don't think we would see ourselves on boards that small anytime soon.
I think one for each foot, man.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I was watching Louise and Wellington last night on their tiny boards, and they're so nimble and quick that they're right underwater, but just a couple of little strokes and they're into the wave. It's impressive.
Yeah, it really is. The speed they carry as well through their turns and even out through their turns is great to be able to link maneuvers together. Louise obviously probably riding boards that are aerodynamic as well, up in the air.
Absolutely.
Likes to do some air reverses. Hopefully we're going to see that coming through the event.
I missed his heat earlier on. He put on a strong performance in his first round heat.
He did, yeah. He ended up winning his first round heat. He put on a great performance there. So no aerials, though. I was hoping he was going to do. There was a couple of times where he was racing on the inside. The wave just died out. But yeah, Louise dropped a 7-point ride in his heat to secure the win. It's still a bit of a slow heat, this one. Coming down to 5 minutes remaining. Abaya sitting comfortably in the lead with a heat total of 10.13. Camry de Bruyne, she's looking for a 5.45 to move up into the lead. And Belunk needs an 8-point ride to put herself up into that number 1 position. Remember, number 1 moves through to the quarterfinals.
So we got 5 minutes to go. Still plenty of time for these athletes. It looks like Ibaya's in a strong position, though. Short of something happening and the other athletes getting the scores they need, she looks to be going through to the quarterfinals. Camilla, she has every chance still, though, because she has a strong single score. If she can get a 5-point something, she'll be right back in the mix, though.
Yeah, that's right. Only a set, really. Just separating all of these competitors. If a wave does come, it's going to be Camry de Bruyne, who has first priority to be able to choose the next wave. The buyer sitting with second priority.
You know, it's interesting, going back to the conversation around Louise Denise, I used to think it was in smaller conditions and beach break conditions, his board choice and style was really just perfectly suited. But I felt like in the bigger point breaks, he would be at more of a disadvantage. But this last year, he proved us all wrong.
Yeah.
Some of those turns he did on his backhand last year at El Lloret were world-class driving turns. He got that 110, right? Yeah.
Exactly right, yeah, for 3 huge backside turns. So he definitely has what it takes for the power maneuvers as well to secure those high scores. We saw a perfect 10 drop yesterday in the longboarding division. So we're watching live action. Camry de Bruyne using priority to take this wave. The left-hander standing up for her. She does a nice turn off the top, sliding the tail a little bit too, showing a bit of control. She brings this one through.
Definitely looking a little challenging, these waves at the moment. A lot of bump and changing in shape through the sections, right?
That's right, but still some scoring potential on offer at the end section here. Kami does a nice cross paddle turn toward the end of that wave, so it's going to be another good score. Drop into her score line. Looking to improve on a 3-point ride to jump up into the lead. There's Ibaya Moreno looking on the outside here, so good to see a bit of a flurry of waves happening. Ibaya looks like she's on a nice wave, but can't time it correctly to get up into the lip on that one. Just coming unstuck on the top turn.
It's such a difficult section to time that because it goes from really flat to suddenly pitching to instantly flat again. So you gotta literally time it absolutely perfectly to get the turn.
So Ibaya just dropping a small 1.07 for that ride. Kami Jabrana dropped a 3.63 for that previous ride, so increasing her score line, but not enough to jump up into the lead. Ibaya still holding down the #1 position. And now Malunk has first priority at the back. She's going to try and find a wave as we come down to 2 minutes remaining in heat number 3. Ibaya will be happy with her performance so far. As we do see Malunk up on a right-hander here. A paddle switch to get back to the white water. Going to need the wave to stand up a bit more for her, though, to get those higher scores in the critical section. We see Ibaya also up and riding. It's a nice turn off the top there from Ibaya. Really nice carve as well, back into the white water, but can't hang on to it. See, maybe not a lot of power in that wave to push the board back to her feet.
But it's a good sign of things to come, looking really loose and fluid. Ibaya, you know, an unforced error there, but some strong surfing. You can see she's feeling good and ready for action here. So I think we can expect some big things from Ibaya in this event.
Oh, definitely. She really comes alive when the waves get a little bit bigger. She loves the power in the waves. Obviously hailing from Canary Islands, she's used to the power. We see around the corner there, Eliorette in the next little bay. We'll be moving to for finals day. Stay tuned when that is going to run. Sometime on the weekend, we're looking forward to Sunday, where that swell kicks in. The music auditorium there on the right-hand side. And our event site with the reef underneath all the surfers. As Ibaya is going to have a look here as the heat is just counting out. She's going to cut back to this one, try and stick with it. Just going to reform on the inside. Not happy with the wave choice, but she's done really well in this heat to take the win. Another little slashing turn there on the inside. So Ibaya Moreno moving through to the quarterfinals. Although Kami Jabrana has an opportunity here before this heat counts out. Obviously that timer on our screen is a little bit fast. Kami looking for around a mid-5, which could actually be one to look at for this wave. She's done a couple of nice turns. Cut back to the white water. What was your take on this wave, Tristan?
Yeah, I think it'll be another. It might be a keeper in her scoreline, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough to take out Ibaya. I think it needs to be a kind of mid-range 5. I think in order to get ahead of Ibaya, and I'm not sure that was it. But let's see. You know, we're not judges.
No, exactly right. We're not judges. Ibaya had those 2 waves with that first really big turn on the outside. That backup score of Ibaya is just that 1 turn. So it's going to need to be something better than that. We'll have to wait. So the next heat's going to go and hold while we wait for that score to be locked in from the judges.
So we're going to throw to some replays here. Let's see. Let's take a look back at some of the waves you're talking about there, Bo.
Yeah, so we see Kami Jabrana, her first wave, 4-point ride being locked in. So she's had a couple of nice maneuvers on this wave. Nice off the top. Surfs really well, so smooth. You can see the bump on that face, not even phasing her at all. She brings this one right through to the inside. So finding that reform. We had Harvey in here earlier, who's working on the event. He was talking about how this wave changes throughout the tides and that we won't be seeing many waves link up to the inside section, but these athletes finding a lot of scoring potential on the inside still. Linde having a look at this one. That was her first ride that she come unstuck on. Be a good thing to opt out of that, but Abaya Moreno, this was that first big floater that we saw her drop. Solid 5-point ride on. She cut back for this, so not too much happening in this part of the wave. All that scoring potential coming from that one big turn. And then Cami de Bruyne backed it up with a nice score as well for this ride. She's had a couple of nice waves in this heat. Great to see her putting on a good performance. So we did get that score come through for Cami de Bruyne. It's not enough to put her up into first, so she holds on to second place. So we'll see Cami and Linde coming up in round number 2 later on today.
Yeah, Abaya Moreno directly into the quarterfinals. I think we got Marine Quedro in quarterfinal number 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one as we look at the lineup for heat number 4 of the women's subsurf round number 1. Luci Cozzoletto in the red, Alina Adesaka in the white, Prune Graon in the yellow. Be another great heat. Don't go anywhere. Lots of action coming up. Hopefully we continue to have these sets rolling through. Luci Cozzoletto. She was second here last year. Number 2 in the world, but she is the 2022 and 23 ISA World Sub-Champion. So a couple of world titles to her name as we see a bit of a paddle battle to start off things off with Aline taking the first wave. Some great turns on the outside. Fantastic surfing from Aline. You can see the speed she carries through each turn. Throwing some nice spray at the back of the wave. That's going to be a good score to start things off for this heat number 4 of the opening round of the women.
Wow, Line was looking sharp on that wave. Really, really smooth surfing, even despite all the bump and chop going on that wave. But we got another set here. Looks like a little flurry to kick off this heat.
Yeah, Luci out there with second priority. Prune is actually with the first priority, so we'll see if the young competitor is going to hold off Luci. Oh, Luci, unfortunately, just coming unstuck on the bumps on the surface of the water there.
They look like our inside rail caught.
Yeah, these competitors opting to ride some pretty small boards, so having to deal with that chop on the wave face. But it's going to be good to see that score come through for Aline to set the scale in this heat. Some nice turns done on the outside section. Aline, a 7-time national champion of Brazil. 4 times for the surfing. 3 times for racing, so she does cross over disciplines. She's a very accomplished stand-up paddleboard racer as well. She secured 2nd at the Pan American Games this year. As we see a paddle from our young surfer in yellow. Prune Graon just going down there. Probably a good choice to get out of that wave because not much scoring potential. She's going to be looking for those lefts. Well, she stuck to some right-hand waves yesterday. Good to see her going up against the Inui sisters, Sakura and Kere. But Aline, definitely one of Brazil's top talents for the women. Been on the tour for quite a number of years now. I remember surfing with Aline back in 2013, 2014. As we see Luci Cozzoletto up and riding on this left-hander. She's going to bounce around. You can just see the power that Luci brings to this event. Getting that board nice and vertical up into the lip. She's going to look for this wave to reform on the inside, see if she can get any more work done. She's going to hop her way through. Unfortunately, that wave just dying out, so just that one big turn on the outside.
She didn't have that much speed, but she still managed to go 12 o'clock on that. That was amazing. We got Prune on a wave here as well. So lots of action there on that set. All 3 riders getting a chance.
Yeah, Prune finding a wave that's going to bring her right through. Unfortunately, just falling off there. I wonder if she got a couple of turns on the outside. As Tristan was saying before, she's going to learn a lot in this heat up against a couple of the world's best SUP surfers. Still waiting for that score for Aline to drop for her first ride. As she sits at the back with priority at the moment.
So yeah, Aline's been on tour for many years now. We actually, I think the first time she was on tour was back in 2012 or 13 in Ubatuba, which is where I believe she originally comes from or was living. Beautiful town in the kind of region of Sao Paulo in Brazil. We had a number of World Tour events that took place in Ubatuba, actually 2 years running. I think it was 2012 and 13. Such a beautiful place, such a great community there. And since then, Aline's grown as an athlete, both in surfing and racing, and actually in big wave as well. She's been over to Nazaré quite a few times. She's been on the program to kind of really push the limit. She had her own show, I think, for a while in Brazil, as we see her on a wave now. Nice snappy turn there from Aline. And a second one, throwing some spray. Definitely both Aline and Luci have a lot of power. They're really using their rails of their board to make the turn as radical as possible. So great to see this kind of more aggressive approach to surfing here. And we got a score for Aline there on her first wave, not that one that just happened, the one before. As expected, a great score there, 5.67. We're waiting for the score of Luci to drop for her one really vertical turn. But we're going to pass down to an interview with the winner of the last heat, Ibaya Moreno.
5.67.
Okay, we're on the beach with Ibaya, who is a local legend around here. She just passed through first in the third round of the Open Women's SUP division. Tell me, how are the conditions in the water today?
Yeah, they're pretty difficult. In our heat, it was very little waves, not many. So I was lucky enough to get the first two ones with good scores, and then pretty much I was sitting on my board waiting for another set the rest of the heat. So some lows, and yeah, I hope we get better conditions for the quarterfinals on. And yeah, see good surfing.
Well, it's no surprise to see you pass through first. How does it feel to represent Spain in the Canary Islands?
Yeah, I'm pretty proud to be from here, the Canary Islands. There's only two of us, Alba and I. And yeah, pretty proud to see the APP tour again in Gran Canaria, and hoping to see more years to come.
Thank you so much, Ibaya. We look forward to seeing more of you. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tatiana. Yeah, great to hear from Ibaya. She's such a great surfer and water woman. And seeing her move into the next round, as we're just seeing Red up and riding here. It looked like a nice set wave. Unfortunately, she doesn't manage to connect it there, get a little bit stuck on the top on that turn. Interesting, you've been in the game for a long time, and yeah, now we just saw Ibaya, and I know she's also coming from a windsurf background and this water sports background. What advantages does that have in this kind of event?
You know, I think over the last decade, there's been a lot of evolution in how people see progression in riding the ocean in all forms. You know, I think the spirit of kind of multi-sport athlete was really perpetuated in Hawaii for many years, but kind of more of an undercover thing. And I think in the last decade, it's taken prominence for the likes of Kai Lenny. So we see a rider trying to get in there. That's Prune, unfortunately not getting in there. And just to note that Luci on that one critical vertical turn posts a 5.33, so a solid score. Aline and Luci are looking really good here. But yeah, I think it was perpetuated since always really in Hawaii. There was no fear of going between a surf canoe to a longboard to a shortboard to a stand-up paddle to all the different ways of riding in the ocean. And I think it was a bit of a stigma elsewhere, whereas in the last decade with a few champions, it's helped to open things up. As we got Luci on a wave here, really nice wrapping open turn. And a second one back into the white water, and a third, really complete full turns.
Yeah, great surfing here, really surfing with that flow and speed. As she managed to connect it here to the inside. Let's see if she get a last turn here on the inside, waiting for that wall to stand up, and puts it up in the lip. Unfortunately, she goes down with it and doesn't complete that turn, but some great turns there, 3-turn combination on the outside.
And that's hard to do on a day like today. A lot of bump. The wave goes quite flat. You can see she really used her power to drive through those turns despite the kind of slowness of the section, and made it through. Yeah, I think it's a shame she didn't make the last turn, but I think she plenty of work done before that, so I'm sure that'll help her scoreline.
In the meantime, we have that second score from Aline dropping. It's a 4.83, putting her in the lead. But I believe we're still waiting for a score from Red.
Yep, we still have one more for that last wave of Lucci to come through, and one from Prune, although actually, no, she didn't really get into that last wave. So just one score of Lucci still outstanding as we wait for that to come in. But yeah, I think, over the last decade with the likes of Kaileni, Zane Schweitzer, a lot of the athletes actually from our tour, funnily enough, Mo Freitas, a lot of guys that really looked at the ways of riding waves in a different way and looked how, really excelling in one sport can help you grow in another. And I think that's something that's become widely embraced now. You see the athletes like Clément Rosero here, who's excellent surfer, excellent big wave surfer, longboarder, kite surfer, wing foiler, Benoit Carpentier, champion longboarder, stand-up longboarder, shortboarder. I think it's become a very accepted and celebrated thing now, which I think is very positive. And it's actually one of the reasons we started our company in the first place. As Alina takes off on this wave, unfortunately kind of closes out on there, not giving her much scoring opportunity.
She's still sticking with it, hoping for it to stand up here on the inside, and it looks like she might have a little wall to work with here. Now dies out on her, and so get back out there. And see some big Prune here. We're still missing a score from her, I think.
I'm not sure she got that wave, so I think we're probably good there. But Lucci's last wave coming in actually quite low. I think it was due to the nature of the wave. There wasn't much scoring potential on the wave, even though she was able to wrap through a few turns. As we've got another score in from Alini of a 6.27. That might have been during the interview, I think, so we'll try to get you a replay of that shortly. But yeah, Lini posting another good score. So she's in a strong position with a total heat score of 11.94, which for these conditions is exceptional, as we see her looking at this one. But Lucci on the outside will be looking for a better backup score.
So we've seen Prune up and riding.
Nice opening turn for Prune there. Went up into the lip and down as she looks for some more scoring potential on the inside.
Yeah, just waiting to glide through that flat section, waiting for it to stand up again here. Just losing a bit of speed, but she managed to stick with it. See if she's going to get a wall to play with here on the inside. Just pacing away. Unfortunately, there was not much on offer on that wave. But yeah, Prune, who had a busy day yesterday, surfing all the heats in the juniors as well.
Absolutely. As we got Lucci taking off on this one. It's hard to see the complete wave when we're looking just at one section of it, but was looking for some scoring potential, but actually it was as it looked to us as though it was going to peter out that wave, unfortunately for Lucci.
Yeah, so still 11 minutes left on the clock, so still plenty of time to change it around. And Lucci just sitting on a backup score of 1.90, so she'll definitely be looking at improving that. And Aline sitting on some pretty good score with a 6.27 and a 5.67.
Yeah, so the winner of this heat goes straight through to the quarterfinals. Number 2 and 3 go into the round 2 last chance kind of heats.
Yeah, so it's a non-elimination round, this one, and then later today we'll have the round 2 where it is an elimination round, and yeah, as you said, number 2 and 3 from this heat will move into the round 2, so they will get a second chance there. And yeah, I was just having a little chat to Noah Stendner out there before, and he was like, "Wow, the level on this event is incredible." He's into the round 2 of the men's, and he was like, "Yeah, the level is so high. There's not even a heat where I'm like, I would rather be in that heat." He said that yeah, there's just so many great surfers.
Yeah, no, it's great to see there's still a lot of energy in the sport, and it's actually even growing now. We're seeing the younger talent coming through. Zellini's requesting to get an update on the scores in the water there, but in a very comfortable position with a 6.27 and a 5.67 in her scoreline, so very comfortable to advance. And there we see that wave. I think that was actually the wave that Lucci strung together. It was a smaller wave, but still a 4.77. That seems more like it. That makes sense.
Yeah, that 3-turn combination on the outside.
Exactly. So it was a weaker wave, so it didn't get as high as a critical 5.33, but some great surfing from Lucci. She'll be still wanting another almost 6-point ride, though, in order to make it through directly to the quarterfinals. Otherwise, she's going to have to go through another round to make it through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're just having 8 minutes left on the clock, so let's see if there's a few more sets coming in. So we're just seeing here set coming in, and Lean is going for it. She's up and riding, throwing it up to the lip there. Getting into the wide water here, staying with it, seeing if it's going to wall up, giving some more potential here on the inside. Looks like she's carving back to the wide water again. And just trying to stay with it and see if it's going to wall up again. Unfortunately, it dies out. This is what we talked about earlier also when we had the local in here, Ravi, who told us about how this wave changes throughout the tide. And that low tide doesn't really give so much opportunity on that inside as we saw in the morning with the higher tide. In the meantime, we're just giving out on Lucy out here. See if there's some potential. There's some sets coming in. But she decides to sit down. And yeah, might have a look at this one. Looks like she is going. And with a nice starting turn here from Lucy. The second hack up the lip. And third one. Again, surfing so smooth with speed and good flow here. Getting 3 turns on that outside, which we saw before as well. And now going over to the right-hander. See if the wall is going to stand up here on the inside. Managed to put that board up in the lip and finish the waves. Great waves from Lucy here, who's looking for a 6.5, I believe, to advance into that first position. As we see Prune up and riding. And as we said before, it is only the first position in this heat is moving straight into round 3. Number 2 and 3 will move into the third round that we'll have, or to the second round that we'll have later today. So just 6.5 minutes left on the clock. Still got some time. Just waiting for that last score of Lucy. As we're seeing here, Aline just laying on the board, paddling, which you're allowed to sit on the board out in the lineup, but when you're moving to position yourself, you have to be standing. Correct, Tristan?
That is correct. Yeah, no, it's still stand-up paddling. Whenever you're moving, you need to be paddling, but much like surfing, actually, you're lying down when you're paddling, and you sit down when you're sitting, when you're waiting. And this is Alini. She had a nice looking set wave here, driving off the bottom. Nice opening turn. Waves walling up a little bit for her, giving a little bit of opportunity here. And actually, this one should have a good reform because it's got some energy in it. So maybe getting a little bit more pulse as we get close to, more a pulse as we get close to low tide here. But that one, she's not able to keep with it, and it does look as though it fizzles out. So it's a bit of an awkward part of the tide here. It's almost low tide in about an hour and a half. But it's going to start getting better on the outside and less good on the inside. So that's normally the process here, and then it starts to push. So we'll see what happens. We should get some better conditions. I had to jump out there because we're just having a discussion with the judges about the rest of the day. You know, conditions aren't great, but given what's ahead and the need to get through rounds so that we can really make a great event and get a good finish, we're going to have to keep going. I think there's still plenty of scoring potential. The judges are comfortable that there's still scoring potential there. I think the last heat was probably the worst part of the tide, and I think it's even in this heat we're seeing a lot more waves than there were in the last one. So I think the unanimous decision was to keep going forward and make some progress in this event so we can set ourselves up for a great couple of days at El Lloret.
Yeah, we definitely see, you know, still some high scores being thrown, so there's definitely potential out there. And you know, as soon as that tide starts to change in about half an hour, I believe this maybe it's going to be a little bit more of a push, and hopefully we'll see a bit more power in the wave.
Yeah, and there's still some sets. I think even now as it gets towards low, we're going to see some better waves. Definitely seems in the smaller waves it needs to be on low tide to get, you know, more scoring potential. And the wind for the moment is being, you know, somewhat kind to us. It's not perfect, but it's not strong for sure. So still, as you can see from this shot, it's definitely not windy.
Nah, still some beautiful conditions. It's nice and sunny, really warm out there.
It is. It's amazing to be here in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria in beautiful weather in late November, in board shorts in the water. Really a great time of year to visit the islands.
Yeah, we were both out there surfing last night when the event finished, and yeah, even like into sunset, and when the sun goes down, you can still be in board shorts. Seeing Prune here up and riding.
Yeah, she's surfing good, getting up into the lip, but you know, obviously that inside section, especially right now, is getting really tricky because it's hard to transition from the outside to the inside. But you need those bigger sets that have a bit more energy. As we see Alini looking as though she is going to get into it. This one looks as though it might reform a little better. So she stayed very active in this heat. And there she, that's Lucci dropping an 8.5. I must have missed that. Was it a great wave? The last wave of Lucci, she drops an 8.5.
She had a great wave. She did another 3-turn combination on the outside and connected all the way to the inside and had a great finishing turn.
Amazing, amazing. Yeah, I was actually meeting with the judges at that point, but great to see that Lucci got a great wave there. She's on another good one here with nice wall to it. Nice hit off the top there, throwing some spray. Both Alini and Lucci, probably two of the more powerful athletes in the women's tour. That kind of compact, low-down driving stance that really enables them to throw a lot of spray and get some critical turns. So great to see both of them excelling. And I do see the conditions are getting better now. That last wave looked actually super fun. So I think, you know, the fact that you can score an 8.5 shows this extremely contestable out there. But that also means that Lucci at the moment is sitting in advancing position through to the quarterfinals, with number 2 and 3 to go to round 2. But we still got a couple minutes to go, so it's all to play for Alini. She just needs one good set wave.
Yeah. Maybe we can see if we can get a replay on that 8.5.
Hey guys, can we get a replay of that 8.5, the last one of Lucci? Okay, thanks. So yeah, we'll have to wait for the highlights later on today. Stay tuned to appworldtour.com to check out the highlights later, and also across our social channels. And you'll be able to check out that 8.5 from Lucci.
Yeah, it's been some great highlight videos from the last 2 days.
Yeah, we've got an amazing editor, Nuno Duarte from Portugal. Strong Portuguese contingent as part of our crews. We've got Lucci.
This is the drone shot of that wave, her 8.5 ride, where you see that 3-turn combination on the outside, and now managing to get through to the inside to finish it off. So this is a bit of a different angle than we saw before, but just doing another turn there. Oh,
Yeah, so hard to see from the drone angle the critical nature of the wave, but you could see she got plenty of work done. There was a lot of scoring opportunity, and she brought it all the way to the inside. So some great surfing there from Luci Cozzoletto. Last year's number 2, just fell short of the win against Kaede Inui from Japan, last year's world champion, but had a great event in France just now, winning the ISA World Championships. So for those of you who are unfamiliar, ISA is the IOC governing body for the sport of stand-up paddling, crowning. They have their annual World Championships, which this year took place in France. And they exclusively sanction us, the APP World Tour, as the official World Championship Tour for the sport of stand-up paddling, crowning the professional world champions for the sport. So that's the difference between the two organizations, but also the synergy between the two organizations as we work hand in hand to develop the sport. A lot of exciting things in the future for the sport of stand-up paddling as we work together to work towards Olympic integration, which I think would be a great thing. But either way, there's fantastic athletes and a great World Championship Tour. So the future is bright for the sport.
Definitely. So many great athletes here. And yeah, that was an amazing heat. And as you said, definitely shows that there's still potential for some super high scores out there. So yeah, good call to keep moving.
Yeah, I think so. I think great performance there from both Luci and Eleni. Eleni's got a bit more work to do now, but given the performance she put on there, I'm sure we'll see her in the quarterfinals as well. But Luci going directly through. Eleni will go through into round 2, and I'll pass you over to the capable hands of Bo Nixon.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here with us, Tristan.
Thanks, Emily. See you in a bit.
And now we're going with the men. We're starting 3, 2, 1. The heat is on.
Welcome back, Bo.
Great to be back in the booth, Emily, with you.
Yeah, did you have a
Calling the
great
action.
lunch?
Lovely lunch. Fish tacos.
Oh, keeping it local.
Exactly. As you see, live action, Pedro, 13-year-old Brazilian SUP surfer. Amazing to see him performing so well in the main event of the men. You are watching heat number 1 of the second round of the men's division. Pedro Varga in the red, Taka Inui in the white, Guillermo Caracero in the yellow. I'm not sure if he's here for this heat. He missed his heat this morning. And Felipe Martin in the blue. As we see Taka Inui, the longboard champion from yesterday, bouncing into this one. He's going to set it up for this right-hander. A nice carve off the top. So good to get this wave started with a big turn. He's going to bring it through to the inside. He's going to see if it reforms. We've seen these waves disappearing as that tide drops out. Looks like this one's going to also slow down a bit for him on this inside. He's going to do one more little turn as he brings it right through. Try and get a bit more scoring potential. I think all that hard work's been done on the outside. He's going to try and finish it off. A little hit off the lip on the inside there. It's a nice wave from Tucker. Good way to start your heat.
Yeah, great start. The new world champion in SUP longboarding had a busy day yesterday. He's been having a few exciting days since he arrived here.
Yeah, I mean, he arrived very late on, I believe it was Tuesday afternoon, where we were running the first round of the longboard. He managed to jump into his heat 10 minutes into it and still take the win.
Yeah, I know. That was, yeah, that was great to see. He was running out there with 16 minutes left of the heat and with a borrowed board and managed to make it through. And yeah, seeing Pedro opening up with a 2.83.
So this is the elimination round, Emily. We will be seeing 2 surfers moving through to round 3. And unfortunately, the 3rd and 4th placed SUP surfers being eliminated from the event.
Yeah, so now it is starting to get exciting. And then we'll still wait and see if we're definitely running men's now round 2 and women's round 2, and then we'll see if we're going to continue with the men's round 3 in the afternoon. I think we'll have another look at the conditions, but we just let's just see Pedro up on this wave.
Pedro taking off. Felipe having a little look over his shoulder, but he did have priority, so let Pedro go this one.
But yeah, as I was saying, we just had a chat to Tristan about the condition, and they decided to keep running because, you know, we see there's still some big wave potential for some bigger scores out there. We just saw Lucy with an 8.5. I think that says it all. So we're just seeing Philippe up and riding here.
Brilliant first turn from Philippe. He put a lot of power into that turn on the outside section. He's just trying to bring it through for something to reform on the inside here, using that local knowledge to his advantage to try and get some more scoring potential out of this wave. You can see it's a very small part of the wave to be able to connect into the inside section. Going to stay with that white water as it runs in. We saw Tucker finish off on the sand before. Philippe's going to try and do exactly the same thing. As he hits it up, unfortunately doesn't finish that turn on the inside, so I'm probably going to have to go out on a limb here and say that was a bit of a wasted energy and a bit of a wasted wave toward the end there. He's going to have a long paddle back out. Only 3 men in this heat though. Guillermo, unfortunately not here for this event. Hello Guillermo, if you're tuning in.
Yeah.
Sorry to not see you here. But you have 3.8 million TikTok followers to keep happy. So I'm sure you're doing that in another way.
Oh, for sure. Let's just have a look here on the Facebook to see if anyone wrote us a comment or letting us know where they're tuning in from. Yeah, we just have a lot of support here from the athletes. It's great to see. So yeah, keep that up. If you have any questions, let us know. We're always happy to try to answer as good as we can. But yeah, also great that you guys are just sending your love to the athletes and who you're cheering on.
Yeah, let us know. Taka Inui starting off with a pretty small wave score. Pedro now drops another score to move up into the lead. We're still waiting on that wave from Felipe. He had a nice turn on the outside. A little carve back into the whitewater section, so going to be a good wave score to drop for him. We see Pedro staying really busy in this heat, catching lots of waves on the inside. He's found his rhythm. He's going to carve off the top there, throws the tail as well. Great backhand surfing from Pedro. He's going to go up into the lip here. Fantastic turn. Unfortunately, can't hold on to that. So he's going to throw that score away. Probably not going to be anything of substance to go into his top 2 at the moment. As we see Tucker at the back, waiting for some more waves to come through. Yeah, good decision on the contest moving forward throughout the day today. Taking a look at the conditions during lunch, and still looks really fun. Obviously, some really high scores from both Luci Cosoletto and Alina Adesaka in that last heat of women's round number 1. Battling it out, going head to head, swapping the lead every now and then. It's good to see that battle.
Yeah, some really great surfing today, and also just seeing the level of the women's is amazing to see how that's progressing. And you know, yeah, just women's surfing and SUP surfing in general is just getting so progressive.
It really is. It's amazing to see the power that Luci brings into her surfing. And saw Aline's first wave in that last heat as well. She managed to connect quite a number of turns together to get a good score to start off her campaign, riding very small boards. So the progression is going to keep going higher and higher throughout the years. So we see Philippe dropping a 3.33. So he's still in 3rd place, but only with that 1 wave score. Taka and Pedro both have a couple of smaller scores. Coming down to about 17 minutes left in this first heat of round number 2. As you see on screen there, the score breakdown. Tucker actually just with that one wave score for 3.83. Pedro having a 2.53 and a 2.83 is his highest wave score. So he's currently in the lead. Only some small scores so far here in this round number 2. Tucker eliminated from that round number 1, or he was relegated into this second round. After his performance yesterday, would have thought maybe he was more on fire, but we saw him have a little bit low energy after his heat yesterday. So we're going to throw it down to the beach with Tatiana for an interview with the winner of that last heat.
¿Listo? Hola, estamos aquí con Luchi. Felicitaciones por pasar tu manga. Dime, ¿qué fue tu hit?
Bueno, la verdad que muy contenta. Primer hit, obviamente como que hay un poquito más de nervios. Hoy nos tocó surfear este beach break que me encanta. Obviamente el llorete estoy esperando por eso, pero me gusta mucho acá, así que feliz de poder agarrar unas buenas olas. Y nada, con ganas del tercer round.
Qué bueno, qué bueno. Y dime, ¿cuánto tiempo estuviste viniendo a la Gran Canaria?
Bueno, es la segunda vez que vengo. En el año pasado fue la primera vez y me encantó. Es súper lindo el lugar, las olas están increíbles, el clima súper bueno, la gente buena onda. Así que me encanta y ojalá poder seguir viniendo.
Claro, yo también. Bueno, mira, ojalá que un día podamos salir a pasear con este carrazo. Tenemos Volkswagen que está apoyándonos. Y vamos a decir si el próximo año, cuando ganas, puedes ganar un carro. ¿Qué te parece?
Obvio, estaría bueno ir a dar la vuelta por la isla.
Bueno, back to you guys. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Tatiana. Catching up with Luchi Cozzoletto there, the winner of the last heat, moving through to round number 3. Sounds like she's pretty keen to get competition underway around the corner at El Lloret. Been practicing there the last couple of days. As we didn't miss much action during that interview, still the same scores and positions. As we see Philippe Marden up and riding in the blue jersey. This wave not offering too much in the form of a steeper section right now, but he's found a little bit of room to move on the inside. There's a nice turn off the top there. So he's going to back up that 3.33 that he has in his scoreline. Looking to move up into advancing position. Top 2 making it through to the next round. And that 3rd and 4th place eliminated from the event. As we mentioned, if you're just tuning in, this is Felipe Martin finishing off on the inside. So great wave from him. Guillermo Carcedo Roberto, unfortunately not here for this event. So he won't be catching any waves in this one. Pedro Viga paddling in on the outside, current heat leader. As he just kicks out of that one. Have to wait for that last score of Felipe to come through to see if that will change the situation. I think it's going to. He only needs a 0.51 to get up into second. Looking for about a 3.33 again, or a 2.33 to jump up into first place. As we stay with Pedro, still some nice wave size coming through. As we catch up to live action, Taka Inui on the outside. Cut back to start, this wave standing up. Oh, lovely carve off the top. Taka last year managed to get through the event quite a long way. Is he going to find himself on the inside here, slashing that tail, throwing it loose on that white water section. So great from Tucker to continue through this ride. He's going to bring it all the way through to the inside. Another turn on the inside, and another one as well, so slashing his way. He's going to finish his wave off as it gets a little bit lumpy and bumpy with a vertical turn on the inside. So Taka Inui showcasing his talent on these small waves. We've got some great carves done on the outside. Manages to link it up with an inside section. So So no doubt Tucker is going to improve that situation, move himself up into the lead. Yeah, still waiting for that last score for Felipe Martin. Obviously, judges watching Tucker's last wave. Probably going to have a look at a couple of replays. I want to make sure they get this decision right. It's going to be, I think, Pedro moving down into third place after those last couple of waves. So he's going to need something about the 4-point ride to move up in advancing position.
Yeah, but what a great experience for Pedro to surf against the world's best in such a young age, huh?
That's exactly right, getting lots of experience. As you see him up and riding, getting a nice floater there on that section. It's a great style. He's still really young, so just needs to keep at it as he does another cut back on this wave. Cuts back again. So smart surfing here from Pedro. As I was going to say, he needs to put together some good waves. He's got the skills. Just needs that contest experience to be able to come up against the best guys in the world to progress through these rounds. As we see Pedro continuing all the way through to the inside. As we saw a little situation change there. Felipe Martin dropping a 3.60 on his ride.
Putting him in the first position so far. Still waiting for a wave score from Tucker. So let's...
Yeah, still waiting for that last one to Tucker, which was a great wave. A couple of carves off the top. We catch up, meanwhile, with Felipe Martin's last wave. On a replay. You see him on the inside here, banking it off the top, finding a bit more of a steeper section here. So he called this wave in front of Pedro. So crossing the paddle over. For another cut back toward the white water. He's going to bring this one all the way through. So Felipe putting on some good turns on the outside section. He's going to bring this one right the way through to the inside, and he's going to finish off nicely with little re-entry. So I would not want to be Pedro or Tucker knocking out Felipe.
No.
The black belt jiu-jitsu.
The jiu-jitsu champ as well. As we talked about earlier, yeah. Lots of surfers are practicing jiu-jitsu as well. It's a great way to, you know, practice as well. And especially it's a huge sport in Brazil. And in Portugal, actually.
That's so true. Jiu-jitsu offering some great cross-training for competitors and surfers. As we see Tucker now taking the lead with a 5.07 on his last wave. So that does push Pedro down into third position now. Still waiting for that last wave score of Pedro to come through now, though. So he's looking for... Oh no, he's not that good. I've tried to see what score Pedro needs. I can't see what he needs to progress, but not...
You're not going to do the math today.
I'm not going to do the math. I tried to do the math a bit earlier, but no, my brain's a bit fried.
It was a long day yesterday. But today we have aircon. It makes all the difference, doesn't it?
It really does. Much more comfortable sitting here.
Yeah.
Bringing all the action to you. See some people tuning in from work, so well done for hiding us in the background or on your phone or in your earpiece, wherever we are. Or maybe we're on mute. Probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Just watch the action unfold. Well, hopefully we're bringing you some great insights. Remember to let us know if you have any questions, comments in the YouTube. Oh, live action here. Felipe Martin again on another wave. He's opting to sit on that inside section. Identifying these waves going to be better as he has a bit of open face in front of him. Huge carve on that wave. Great turn there from Felipe.
Great carve there. And just connecting it here to the inside. See if they have a bit more wall to offer here. Do that finishing turn, putting the board up in the lip. Nice finish. And in the meantime, we also have a new score there from Tucker, 5.07, putting him into the first place. We're now waiting for a second for that score of Felipe, see if that's going to change anything. That was a great wave.
Yeah, really great score there. So
And I believe we're also waiting for a score from Pedro.
that's right. So Felipe's wave previous to that, a 3.47. So pushing him a little bit further ahead of Pedro, now needing that 4.24. But as you said, Emily, waiting for a score to drop. Probably going to be around that number, I think. Had a couple of nice turns. Big kind of foam climb and carving maneuver to start off that wave. Riding a very, very small board. He's a very, very small person.
Yeah, just 12 years old. And we have a score in from him. It's a 3.67. So yeah, unfortunately, it's not enough. And another one is a 2.93. It's improving his situation as his 2 best wave, and Philippe just dropped his biggest score of the heat. Well, we're just seeing Tucker there with a great attack on that wave.
Tucker just going back to back to back with his turns. Those 2 turns on the outside, though, very, very strong. Going to be one of the better scores of this heat. As you said, Emily Felipe dropping his best number, improving that situation, making things a little bit harder for Pedro on screen to progress through this heat. He's going to need to get into second place to move through to the next round. So we're waiting for that last wave of Tucker to drop. Probably going to be up around that 3.83 he's got in his scoreline, so probably going to be improving that situation. Yeah, good to see Pedro increasing his scoreline as well. That high score of a 3.67.
Yeah. But yeah, still plenty of time. Some sets rolling in, so let's see. And we are seeing Taka up and riding again, putting that board really vertical into the lip. He's looking at the watch while he's on the wave. He's like, do I have time to go to the inside and go out again? It's like, nah, he decides to kick out.
Yeah, about 5 minutes to go. Tucker deciding what he's going to do, whether to get back out there. We'll see our competitors paddling back out to the lineup. Tucker might see who gets out there with priority to finish off this first heat of men's round number 2. We're going to have one more heat coming up after this for men's round 2, and then moving into round 2 of the women's this afternoon.
Yeah, and next round has a great heat as well. We have Moritz Marken, Wellington Rice, Lucas van der Doiks, and Noah Stender Mikkelsen.
Wow.
It's going to be a great heat as well.
Oh my goodness, don't go anywhere.
Yes.
I'm glued to my seat, going to be watching all the action. It's going to be fantastic to call that one, as this one has been great to call as well. Young Pedro Weiger trying to get the jump on Felipe and Tucker, but Tucker dropped the wave score there, not going to factor in to his high scores, 3.4. He dropped a 4.57 as well to increase that scoreline. Still looking at this wave to try and catch. He's caught a lot of waves recently. He's going to be on another one here as he drops into this right-hander. Noticing it's going to get steeper. Nice, huge turn on the outside. As he's going to cut back right to the white water. Fantastic roundhouse. And manages to fit in another turn as well. So 3 turns linked together.
Great finish. He's happy with that.
I think he's going to come in after that ride.
Yeah.
And he's still going to give us some more scoring potential on the inside. But that's going to be a great score dropping for Tucker. Going to increase his lead again. The best wave of the heat in my mind.
Yeah, that was an amazing heat. That big finish, but not a finish because he managed to go more into the inside. But yeah, that was great. Just some big turns out on the outside, and that's what we're seeing now approaching low tide. That the wave gives that opportunity on the outside to have a bit more of a wall on the outside. In the morning we saw a bit slow on the outside, a bit fatter wave, and then it would stand up on the inside.
Yeah, very different conditions to the morning. A bit more bump on the face out there now. It's not really the wind, it's more the rip that's moving into the lineup. You can see just the top of screen there, pretty calm, glassy conditions on the outside. We've just got a bit of rip moving through. And when you've got that rip and a tiny little bit of wind, it's going to create that bump on the water. So Felipe Mata opting to sit down to wait for the next wave. Catch up with young Pedro, paddling back out. And Taka Inui currently in the lead. Still waiting for that last score to drop for him. I think the judge is going to take their time.
Yeah, that could be a high-scoring wave. Yeah, just over a minute left in this heat.
So counting down this heat, just over a minute remaining for the competitors. Taka deciding to paddle back out to try his luck to catch another one to just increase his scoreline even further. As we see Pedro here looking like he's going to get a chance in the dying minute of this heat. He's taking off on this left, cutting back, needing a score in that mid-4 range. So he's on a good start to this one. To be able to get that score, he's going to be able to back it up with a huge turn off the lip. So he manages to land that one. He's super happy. He claims it. That was an amazing performance on that wave as he does a little bow. So this is what I was talking about earlier. He's only a young kid, 13 years old, but managing to put these waves together, his turns in the right section. He's going to finish it off again with another turn and probably another claim as well. He's super happy with that performance. That could be the wave that sees him move up into second position. Felipe Martin on the outside. About 25 seconds remaining. Not much opportunity out there for him. So we're going to be waiting at the end of this heat for that last score from Pedro Viga. An absolutely incredible wave from him. Put together 3 great turns. As we're going to take a look at the heat recap from the first heat of round number 2 of the men. First elimination heat. Felipe Martin up and riding on his first ride here. He got some nice waves. Managed to link together some great turns. He decided to stick to the inside for this heat and catch some waves. He saw there was more scoring potential on the inside there. He was able to get a couple of turns done where we saw other competitor Taka Inui sit on the outside for some bigger waves. As we're going to go to a couple of replays of Taka's waves as well. Hear that amazing wave. I think we're still waiting for that score to come through. Also waiting for Pedro Viga's last wave to come through. Needing that mid 4-point ride. I have a feeling he's going to get it just from that performance he put on. As we're seeing Taka Inui just going to town on this wave. That wave is just being sliced and diced from every direction. Taka Inui putting on a great performance there, showcasing he is going to be the heat winner. As we are getting some information coming through for this heat. I'll update you once the scores are locked in. Pedro Viga putting on a great performance here. Managed to enter the trials event this morning, the qualifying round, pretty late. He managed to take the win in that. Put himself into the main event. He surfed back-to-back heats this morning. As we see our 2 surfers up and riding on this replay. Felipe Martin in the blue. Pedro Viga on the outside. Felipe just bringing this wave through to the inside. He put on some great performances throughout this heat. Does sound like we are getting some scores through for Pedro's last wave, and it is going to be enough to put him up into second place. So we will get confirmation very shortly. As we move through to men's subsurf round 2, heat number 2. Moritz Marsh in the red, Wellington Rice in the white, Lucas Winterdrew in the yellow, and Noah Stender Mikkelsen. He's going to be surfing out there in the blue.
yellow party. White and yellow surfing. White is Wellington Grace, yellow is Lucas Wilder.
And we are back here with action of men's round 2, heat 2. And I'm joined here in the booth with Clement Rosario. Welcome to the booth.
Thanks. Happy to be here and try to speak about, I think, a very good heat for the round 2, heat 2.
Yeah, this is a very exciting heat. We saw some great performance for these surfers earlier today. And as we're just seeing Wellington up and riding here. And Clement, you out there surfing earlier, you got the second in your heat moving straight into the round 3. So maybe you can give us a little bit of an insight on the conditions out there.
I think now the tide is lower than before, so just sitting down on the rocks is like where the wave is normally gonna break. So it's gonna make a bit the position outside more easy for the riders because you just have to look down and check the rocks. After the wave is gonna have maybe a better section outside and the inside is gonna be smaller. So this morning was the opposite. The inside was like better than the outside, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, we definitely seen that the condition changed a lot throughout the tides here. And I know that they're looking now to set up on the other side on that right-hand point break. But wait, before we talk more about that, let's just see if anyone is catching this one. No. But yeah, the right-hand point break. Are you excited about that?
Yeah, for sure. It's a very good wave when you have like a good wind and good size. It's a very good wave. I've been here 2 years ago and we get like very good conditions. Yeah, for sure, it's a proper good wave.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be exciting if we get to run the event over there. It looks like there's some swell on the way, so hopefully we'll get some good waves there and manage to move the whole event over there. But yeah, we're still getting away on this heat. We're waiting for a few scores. So in the meantime, maybe we can also just, talk a little bit about you now when we have you here in the studio, because we've been talking about you a bit here also with Tristan, talking about, this whole evolution of, wait, we're just having a scoring from Wellington there. His first wave is 6-point ride, so pretty good start for him.
Yeah, for sure, he's a very good surfer, very strong surfer. I didn't see the wave well, but for sure was a good wave.
We can see if we can maybe get a replay. Can we get a replay? Last of white. See if we can get a replay and just get your comments on that one. No, we don't have the replay available at the moment, but hopefully we'll bring it to you soon. In the meantime, we're seeing maybe Noah having a look at this one. So yeah, maybe you can take it away on this one.
Like the wave looked a bit smaller than this morning on the outside, but he managed to surf it good with the first carve, paddle inside, and now second carve, paddle outside. So he's like making a bit of variety on the wave, even if it's like 2 carve, it's like now 4 carve, but kind of 2 the same and 2 the same is like a bit of variety.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's like just staying on the foam, trying to see if he can be lucky on the inside.
Yeah, really just trying to see if there's milk a bit here on the inside, but it looks like he maybe managed to get through, but yeah, as you said, the wave doesn't offer much there on the inside as it did this morning. We saw you throwing some big turns there on the inside.
Yeah, but it was a good wave at least. You get from top to the bottom with like some curve and all the time moving around and don't be like just stand up on the board doing nothing. So I hope the juice is gonna like it.
Yeah, now for sure. And so just coming back to what we were talking about also with Tristan is this whole evolution of, stand-up paddling, but also like all of you guys competing here. You're not just doing stand-up paddling, you're doing a lot of different water sports, and I know you are too. And so we were also talking to Ben about that Benoit, when he joined us in the studio the other day. How is that, doing so many different sports, and how does it help you?
I don't know. I think my mindset changed a lot. I started doing everything when I was young because I was like, oh, maybe Wellington is gonna paddle. No, he's not gonna. Yeah, when I was young, I was like checking like what people was doing on the water, and I was like, oh, maybe those type of condition is better for stand up, and stand up is better, like, I don't know, for your back or for your shoulder. You're gonna train, you're gonna be stand up for an hour on the boards, and it's a good training.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, longboarding is good for like small wave. Surfing is good when it's like powering. When it's big wave, you try to have the boards for going in the bigger wave, and when it's windy, you can go wing or kite. More like to be on the water every day. Now I feel maybe the focus is more going into big wave and foiling. For sure, for me, like stand up is a very good training. So I try to still doing it, but honestly, I didn't stand up a lot this year. I had like 2 new boards that I never tried, and I don't feel so comfortable on the board, so hard to me to focus like 100% on that event.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel now I need to maybe focus more 100% on some kind of sport, and okay, if I have time to go and do some other competition, for example stand up, I should go, but yeah, I need to focus more on what I want to do.
Yeah, and you say right now you're focusing a lot on big waves as well, and I met you in Nazaré a few weeks ago when you actually got a bit injured there in the big waves.
Yeah. I was out for 4 weeks, and supposedly have to be.
Well, we'll just get back to that in a second. We're just going to go down to the beach with Tatiana, who's ready with an interview.
We are back on the beach with Taka Inui, who was crowned our stand-up paddle longboard champion yesterday. Now, today he is competing in the Open Men's Stand-Up Paddle division. Tell me about your board that you're using, because it looks quite big, but you maneuver it really well. Explain to me a little bit about your board.
My surfboard, Taka model, big wave board. Usually is a very best board. Then this wave, mushy and bumpy, little bit heavy and longest.
Yeah.
Maybe 7.4.
Okay.
Yeah. Then little bit easy to paddle. Yesterday, injury muscle.
He had cramps yesterday.
Hit the long ball.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you didn't notice any injury today, I'll tell you that. All our competitors are waiting to jump over to El Lloret, where the waves are supposed to be a little bit bigger. You know, everyone's got some big equipment because they're waiting for the big waves. So hopefully the swell hits and we put on a good show, but we'll see a lot more of Taka throughout the next couple of days. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Tatiana. Always good to hear from Taka, who you also had the chance to compete against both today and yesterday. He's a very strong competitor as well.
Yeah, he's. I competed against him, I think, maybe 5 years ago in the longboards world tour in Pantin in Galicia, and he was already like pushing the level so high, and he's still like competing on the world tour longboarding. For me, on every event, he can be the guy who won that event.
Yeah, it's great. I saw him yesterday on the stand-up paddle longboarding, really showing great form, taking the title. As we're just seeing Wellington up and riding. Fortunately, he gets send it a bit too hard there.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard on those kind of outside wave, that the wave is, you go fast, but the wave don't have the power enough to keep you in the wave.
Yeah, and before, when you're coming on that wave of Noah, let's just see, that wave came in as a 3.33, putting Noah now in the second position. But you're talking a lot about, which is something I don't know so much about coming from the surf background, is the use of paddle. So you're talking about how he was switching the paddle. How much does that come into play?
For me, it's very important, the way how you use the paddle. Sometimes it's hard for some judges, because the judges are sometimes like judging like surfing, longboarding, and a lot of stuff. So it's good because they can compare the sports. But as a I don't know, I'm kind of sometimes a bit like super strict on how you have to use it, but normally you need to use the paddle 2 turns as like if it was just extension of your hand. So if I'm gonna do a bottom turns, I need to use it on the inside of the wave to put the weight on the paddle, so you have less weight on the boards and you can be more radical. And when you do a carve, you have two possibilities. You do kind of the carve on the rails that you change the paddle before and you put it on the inside, so you're gonna turn around the paddle, so it's more like the fluidity and the flow that is gonna be on those one. Or you do the carve with the paddle on the opposite side, and at the end of that turns you're gonna push on the paddle to keep the speed. So sometimes it's looking like more powerful to have the paddle on the outside and you push on it, but I feel it's also easier because you're gonna wound spin with the paddle. And with Benoit we have kind of the same mindset for the stand-up surfing or longboarding. It's when you are on the wave, normally you don't need to use the paddle to swim, or I don't know how to, just to use
just
the paddle
get speed,
just to
yeah.
paddle and get speed from the paddle. Sometimes is the spot we have paddle, so if it's a super flat section like outside to the inside here, you need to use it sometime. But if you can just have the flow, for me it's better.
Okay.
For sure, because the flow for me is one of the main point when you are judging, is the flow, and when you use the paddle you have less flow, I think.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for explaining that. I think that's some very valuable insight. And we're just seeing this heat is going a bit slow, not much waves on offer, but it looks like it might be a set coming now. So let's see. We're having Morris sitting with first priority. He's still missing to catch his first wave, but unfortunately getting caught by that set. Let's see, but it looks like Lucas is up and riding.
Lucas, the Frenchie, he was there. He came from Martinique, I think, on the island far away from France, Caribbean. And yeah, he's a cool kid. He's surfing super good. He will progress a lot year after year. I think he started like 2 years ago.
Yeah, I think we already see him progress a lot just throughout this event, and he's been surfing a lot of heats, doing the juniors, doing the longboard, and now doing the men's open. Let's just see if he finds that end section here on the inside.
How we can see, have his paddle a bit too long, so it's not like super helpful for him. Sometimes we see that on the maneuver he's a bit blocked by his paddle. He's gonna, after the comp, he's gonna change that and he's gonna progress a lot.
We're just seeing Noah here with a finishing turn, putting it up in the lip. And I think that was also Wellington. So let's see if we can maybe get some replays of Noah and Wellington's waves. Do you have some replays of those waves? Yeah, we'll get the replays in just a minute. In the meantime, we also saw Moritz up and riding. That must have been his first wave.
Now you have 9 minutes to get back to the lineup and get the backup.
Yeah, it's quite a long, like, you're actually sitting further out than you think when you're watching it here. I was out there surfing last night, and yeah, it's quite a while far out you're sitting, so there's a long paddle out.
Yeah, if you finish the wave on the left side, we can see on the currents there on the left of the screen, and if you grab that currents, you're gonna go out easier and faster. But if you are on the other side, it's more long. Even if you have rocks and the current is normally around the rocks, it's not as fast as the currents on the other side.
Yeah, and I think we're just gonna go into a replay now. We see Noah's last wave here.
So he got a white wave that is more harder to surf, but sometimes because of the wave in front, you can have, it can be like more shallow on the second one, and you can have like some steep pocket. I think he was not so much lucky, but he gets some turns. Like he changed the paddle just in case you have to make a carve, but not much power on the wave, so you need to use it to stay on the wave. Try to find the inside.
Yeah, just managing to put it up in the lip there in the end.
So that was maybe the first wave of Moritz.
Yeah, this one is the first of Moritz.
So it was a carve with the paddle on the outside, as we can see, staying on the foam for the insider.
Yeah, there's a long flat section there where you have to stay patient and hoping for it to stand up again.
Yeah, but you need like a backup on that wave for sure. Maybe you get a good inside. We don't see. We're gonna see. It's his home place, so maybe he's gonna be lucky.
Yeah. No, it looks like we're back with some live action for Noah here again. So we're waiting for a lot of scores to drop. Meanwhile, we also had another score dropping from Wellington of 5.23. So that's putting him pretty comfortable in the lead.
Yeah, you have two good scores for those kind of wave. It's good scores. If you are on top of 10 on those kind of wave, you have good waves. But for me, he's one of the best surfer here. He's training a lot. He have a different style with his paddle. Wellington is the only one on tour, I think now. When he is gonna put the paddle on the water, we can see at the end of the paddle we have the angle on the paddle, and he's like, when he turns, when he uses the paddle, he's changing that angle to have like to be more laid down on the water. So we have like the angle that go down, so it's touching on the good side, and he's like swiping the side of his paddle to be more laid down and have like more angle, maybe more speed, maybe more power. I don't know how he's doing it. I tried once and it didn't work, so I didn't try again. But he's like his own style is doing that, and I think it's working.
All right, some great insights there. So we'll try to have a look if we see him get another wave. Maybe you can try to comment on that. But yeah, in the meantime, we saw Moritz getting a backup there for his last wave. So we're still waiting for 2 scores to drop on Moritz, and we're waiting for 1 on Noah. So yeah, still everything is still up in the open as we have a bit more than 5 minutes left. I think almost 6 minutes. This clock on our screen is running a little bit faster than the normal clock.
Oh.
So yeah, just about 6 minutes left. As we're seeing here, Lucas sitting with first priority. So
yeah, no way. Yellow with priority is doing that. This is sketchy, huh? If the Frenchie just go on the side and it can be sketchy. It was a good wave from Lucas with 2 turns backside. Gonna stay. Hope Wellington is not gonna have a penalty, because maybe we can see that he blocked a bit Lucas for nothing. But
yeah, that's always the priority. We've been speaking a lot about that, and we see that we saw that in the Eurosurf a month ago, where in the women's division, where that came into play a lot in the final. But yeah, we'll see what the judges are calling that. But Wellington did stay back on the wave, so hopefully it's no interference there. But yeah, a bit dangerous also when you're in the lead and you're pretty comfortable. So he could just have stayed back and let Lucas go on that one. But
yeah, I will not play with this for sure. But at least with we see Noah with a 6.30.
Yes.
Yeah, he's gonna be, if he had something, he's gonna be second now.
Well, let's see. It looks like he might have found a wave here. Goes a bit flat though, but maybe stand up.
I have a good section. No. Yeah, let's go. He changed the paddle to have the cut back on the rails. That's good. That's very good. Because he's gliding, he keep this flow, he get when you do a maneuver, is not to making a maneuver, and it's like you need to make a maneuver to be efficient, and you do that maneuver to get a better speed at the end of that maneuver. And how we can see on the first turn he made, he had a a speed, and he came with more speed at the end of the maneuver to go for a carve, and he keep his speed that he had from the turn before. So I like the flow he had on that last wave.
Yeah, that's a great wave from Noah. And I don't know if that was the score already dropping, but I don't think so. I think we're still waiting for a score from Noah there on that one. But yeah, Noah's. I feel like every heat he serves better and better. He's still such a young competitor. My fellow countryman from Denmark.
Yeah, he's motivated, I think, and yeah, we wait the last wave of Lucas, last wave of Noah. I think with the last wave he's gonna have a better score than, yeah, he's gonna be his best scores. I hope.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we have those two scores dropping from Moritz's two waves with a 3.77 and a 4.83. So that puts him into the second place so far. So yeah, exciting heat, and it looks like there was no call on that paddle battle between Lucas and Wellington, as we're also seeing Lucas's last wave dropping. That was a 3.07. Now we're having that last score from Noah, and yeah, you're right, it was his best wave at 3.47, but still not enough to put him in that second position, unfortunately. Yeah, exciting heat.
Yeah, it's changing, but I think the wave are super hard now. As we can see, it's like best surfer, and it's hard for them to get the good scores.
Yeah, it's a bit. You really have all about wave selection out there.
Yeah, but at least the wave selection you're gonna do is just for the first 10 meters, and after you don't know if it's gonna be a good inside or if it's gonna have a good section on the middle. You never know. You just have to be lucky on those type of condition. Is how surf is working. Everyone can beat everyone, and because of the ocean, what the ocean is gonna give it to you.
Looks like there might be a little set approaching. See if Noah is up and riding again.
Yeah.
Noah staying busy here. See if we can get some footage of him. Bit of a smaller wave. But looks like he got a bit of wall to it.
Boom. Yeah. That's good. At least on a small wave like this, he can do much better than what he did now.
Yeah, just putting up to the lip there and trying to connect it now to the inside. See if there's some more. If this wave have more to give.
Yeah, you know that he was like, I think, the last minute, so he had to take that wave because he was last priority, and if he don't take it now, he will not have the chance to get another wave. So good choice.
Yeah, and just 30 seconds left of this heat, we hear the beach announcer saying. So yeah, it looks like Wellington definitely will move into that next round, and we're still waiting for that last score of Moritz and the last score of Noah. But it looks like Noah's score is already in at a 2.43. So unfortunately not enough for him. So it looks like we're having Wellington and Moritz moving into the next round. And now we are continuing in with the women's round 2. And in the meantime, let's just see, we'll probably get some replays of this heat. And then I'm just going to say thank you so much, Gaman, for giving us all your insight. It was fun to have you here in the studio.
Nice, thanks a lot. It was a pleasure to be on that studio.
Yeah, and as we are watching the replays here, we're just going to change and give it back to Bo, who's going to be joined by Ravi for the next heat.
Okay. No, va a empezar como un poco, no tenemos la estabilidad.
So watching the recap there of that last heat, some fantastic action. Wellington Rice dropping some great scores. My name is Bo. I'm joined in the booth now by the contest organizer, Javi. Thanks for being in here with me.
Thank you. No worries, mate. It's a pleasure for me being here.
Yeah, it's going to be great to call the action with you, learn a bit more about Gran Canaria as well. You're a local from this island.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So happy to welcome all you guys here, federation, riders, staff organizers, everything. So yeah, really happy to be here with you guys and really happy to see you guys getting some suntan.
Yeah, exactly. It's nice to be. I come from I'm from Australia originally, but live in the UK, so it's nice to escape the kind of wintry weather back home at the moment.
Yeah, I can get how you feel.
Yeah. So we are taking a look at the women's SUP surfing round number 2. Heat number 1 in the water. We have Alasne Alonso in the red, Sakura Inui in the white, and Alba Frey in the blue. Alba just dropping a small score there. Looks like Sakura had a long wave surfing all the way through to the inside, so we'll catch up with that score to drop shortly. No, it's great. Big thanks to the city for welcoming us here, and great to see the local community as well supporting, and obviously the local surfers giving up their break.
Yeah. Looks like Alasne trying to get this one. Let's see if she can manage to get it. Pushing hard. Nah. Yeah, it's really important, I feel, for like a sport like this that is kind of growing a lot, and it's like more accessible for a lot more people with all of this kind of new industry with inflatable boards and things. So yeah, it's good to be a spot on this sport for the city, for us, for the sport, and yeah, make it happen, make it grow.
Yeah, exactly. Do you see a lot of kind of that flat water paddling beginner paddlers in Gran Canaria?
Yeah. I can see like an increase of that kind of community or people, like what I told you before, that industry of inflatable boards, it have made the sport way more accessible. And if you have, I feel at least that if you have that more accessible to you, then it's easier to get into paddle surfing. So yeah, it's obviously it's growing. It's everybody, like families and things, are getting it for the kids, and people just going for long tourings and things. So yeah, I can feel that in the island. Yeah,
that's fantastic. And it's also that pathway as well to hopefully get into SUP surfing and be able to enter the events here into the future.
Yeah, that's
if you have us back for the next couple of years. But yeah, it'd be nice to keep this event running. We've been greeted with some great conditions on the first 3 days of competition. We're coming toward the end of day number 3. We started off the event today with the main rounds of the men and women for the Pro Division. This is going to be an elimination round, so the surfer who places third will be knocked out of the event. First and second moving through to the quarterfinals of the women's SUP surfing division. Going to be held around the corner at El Uret. Now, you are a bodyboarder,
yes.
I take it, Javi?
Yeah.
Lots of great waves around here. Do you manage to get around the corner to El Uret every now and then?
I rarely surf in there, to be honest. Like, well, bodyboard in there. We call it surf anyway. I rarely surf around there, to be honest, because when that swell is when we get like western swell, and western swell up in Galder is like perfect conditions. So if I can choose and I'm not around, I'd rather go up there like with that swell. And it's kind of like more surfer wave, I'd say. So yeah, for the waves that we have up north with that swell, I usually go around there. But it's still a little spectacular to see it. I have friends that do like stand-up surf, and they like come all the time into that wave. El Uret, when it gets big, they loved it. So yeah, it's still spectacular. You can see it actually in your way to Galder. You have like the main road in there, so then on your right, you're always the first wave you see. But on your way there is El Uret, so you kind of know the conditions by seeing that wave. So yeah.
Of course, yes. As you try and hunt down the slabs to you on the surf.
Yeah, that's it.
Exactly. I saw Benoit, I think you and Emily were talking about it earlier, but hunting for some slab waves on the bodyboard.
Yeah. This morning they have kind of a bit of shore break in the beach. Yeah.
And there's also a couple of good breaks around the other end of this beach.
Confital, yes, that's a very nice right-hand wave. It's really good when it gets great. Yeah, it's actually in the whole city of Las Palmas. I don't know, they could be more like 20, 25, 30 spots, like all by different names, different swells, different directions.
That's
so
amazing.
yeah, it's a city full of waves, to be honest.
Definitely, it's amazing to be right in the city here of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. So we have a couple of scores dropping. Sakura Inui, we saw her paddling back out after that long ride, dropping a 4-point ride. Alba Frey just with that small score on the board, so waiting for some more action to come in this heat. So you see all those women waiting for more waves. Harvey, this is you were pretty much thrown in the deep end. We were talking about this before, about event organizing. You started with the company a couple of months ago, and this is your first event that you're running.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, literally 2 months ago, in 4 days, I think I make a month. So, 2 months, sorry. So yeah, it's my first event. First time kind of having to have my head around and everything. So yeah, I literally finished uni a couple of months ago, and then I got back to the island and I got this job offer. So really excited about it. A lot of things to learn, a lot of people to meet, and a lot of stuff that needs to be done. So yeah, really excited about this new kind of journey in my life. So yeah.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time out of organising the event to speak with us on the webcast and share some insights.
Yeah. I was talking with you before there that it's difficult because you don't really see the event. You see more. You have to be everywhere. So. Yeah.
That's right. As we're going to throw it down to the beach now with Tatiana with the interview with Wellington Rice.
Who just secured his position in the stand-up paddle open men's main event. Now, the conditions are a little bit tricky in the water. Tell me, what was your strategy out there?
The conditions very difficult. The wave is very small, but I need to wait. I get to one wave 6 point. I need to wait. Relax. Yeah, I'm so happy to be here.
Well, we're really happy to have you here. Tell me, what board are you using?
Can I speak português? As ondas estão difíceis, mas consegui achar ali algumas ondas e passar o meu hit. Agora me concentrar. Quero agradecer os meus patrocinadores, a Evoltex, Buri Sushi, Black Project e New Advance. E é isso, tem um swell novo a caminho. A gente gostaria de competir na outra onda, mas enfim, as ondas estão pequenas e por isso o campeonato está sendo realizado aqui. Obrigado a todos que estão na torcida e vamos que vamos.
Gracias. Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Tatiana, with that interview from Wellington. Bit of history. Harvey, Wellington won this event back in 2019.
Oh yeah, just before COVID hit.
Yeah, just before COVID hit, so had to take a break. But Wellington, no stranger to the waves around Gran Canaria. I've been talking to him earlier. He wanted to get around the corner to El Lloret.
Yeah.
His board is a design specifically for that wave.
Is it actually?
Yeah.
Nice.
So he's traveling with 3 boards, 2 6/8s and a 7 foot in case the waves get really big, which we have seen in previous years.
Yeah.
So more scores dropping for Sakura Inui, a 4.23 for her second ride. And Alasne dropping a 2.67, so she's up into second place at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like Sunday. Now it's gonna be the day of going back to El Lloret. Hopefully the swell stays how it is now. Maybe even if it gets a bit bigger, we'll have a great evening of waves in there. So yeah, can't wait to see the action there. See the guys ripping with those boards.
That's right, exactly. We've got, not a massive swell, but quite a big swell period that's coming through.
Yeah,
so
period is massive, but
should bump up the size of the waves for El Lloret next on the weekend.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because it's coming on that evening, so we don't know when we're gonna start having like the great conditions. So yeah, we will see.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on those conditions and making a call as and when to get out there.
Yep.
But yeah, the conditions getting a bit sleepy this afternoon. We're going to finish off this round number 2 of the women's SUP surfing. We'll have to get the call to see if we are going to continue competition throughout the afternoon. Do you make that call, Huffy?
No, not yet. No. Don't have the power yet. And I mean, we take it kind of. It's not like I am in the table of the decision because it's obviously the federation who takes the decision. But it's also true that there are some considerations you have on my side, But yeah, I mean, you guys are the professionals of this, so it's when is the best time to show the best waves and to make the athletes show their best performances and the best serve. So I like to give that call to you guys. And yeah,
Yeah.
I have to make some decisions after that decision, but yeah,
Of course.
it will be on you guys for sure.
So yeah, the contest director and also head judge making the call on the conditions. They had decided that they were going to continue running through the heats today. Still some big scores being dropped. We saw Luci Cozzaletto drop a high excellent score in the round 1 women's heat. So judges determining that there are still lots of scores coming through. Wellington in that post-heat interview said it's a bit slow out there, but he managed to get a couple of good scores as well.
Yeah, we have seen it with the lower tide, like the waves get farther in, and then they try to fight for the section so that they can take the most out of the wave, and they go like we saw in the previous hit. Now there were 4 guys riding waves at the same time. That's crazy. That makes is how the wave, how long it is, and how it can be.
That's right. So we're just watching Alasne there, just falling off on that second turn, managing to get one little turn on the outside. So a small score dropping for her, 1.43 for her second wave. Sakura Inui currently in the lead at the moment with some pretty good scores. And looks like we do have some waves coming through now. Alba Frey currently holding down that first priority, looking like she's going to use that priority for this wave. As she starts to paddle in.
There she is.
On this wave. Big turn off the lips. That's going to be a great score to drop for Alba. Just that one turn on that wave. What did you make of that one, Javi?
I liked it, yeah. The most critical section of the wave, one turn only, but making the most out of it. Yeah. It's what we were speaking about before, wasn't it? Like, is it worth doing all of those moves through all the wave, or making a big one on top and then get the scores? We will see. We will see the professionals of the judges deciding. So yeah, can't wait to see about that score.
Yeah, that's right. We have seen some big turns done on the outside sections, getting rewarded highly for the scores. And then, as we discussed before we jumped on the live broadcast, Javi, that some of the surfers were surfing all the way through to the inside to get their scores. There's not going to be much scoring potential in there, just because the more critical section with power is on the outside. So Alba showcasing that. It'll be interesting to see that score drop.
Yeah, that's it. You can see here in the image all the way up that you have to do standing up on the board. So yeah, it is a long way. I bet you get quite tired when you get to the top. So yeah, it's a decision to take, isn't it? Just carry on trying to do some more moves, or stay on top and be able to get that priority and make another big move on top.
Yeah, exactly. The strategy coming into play as these competitors are riding very small boards, so that paddle back out is going to be long and hard.
Yeah.
Definitely. But the judges are going to deliberate on Alba's wave. Really nice turn off the top, as we see.
Oh, there she is.
Alasne, European SUP surfing champion, up and riding at the moment, cutting back toward the white water. Actually, the conditions looking quite nice from this angle. Nice and clean on the wave face as Alasne brings this one through. Going to do another turn in the white water section there, but just comes unstuck. As we do see
Alba again.
Alba again up and riding. She actually dropped a score for that ride before, a 5-point ride. So she's looking to back that up with this ride here. Quite a few turns being done. She's learning from the best in Abaya Moreno.
Yeah.
Do you know the Abaya and Alba quite well?
Yeah, I've heard about it. Yeah, I've heard about it. What a better coach can you get than Ibaya, don't you? Yeah.
Of course, exactly. Obviously, Abaya and her sister Daida, windsurf world champions.
Local heroes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Alba definitely going to back up that 5-point ride with that 2.6. So not enough to take the lead just yet from Sakura. However, she puts herself in that second place ahead of Alasne, as we see current heat leader Sakura Inui up and riding. Big top turn off there, but not going to be able to ride through. So maybe a bit of lacking of the power in the wave to push her forward.
Yeah. It's interesting here because we see what we were speaking before. The highest score of the heat is only one turn, but in the most critical section and in the outside. So yeah, something that the riders, I bet they have to think about, no? Like that decision we were speaking before. So yeah, interesting.
Yeah, great to see the judges rewarding that committed turn in the critical section of the wave, getting the board above the lip, showcasing control as well throughout the whole maneuver. And she gets rewarded highly for, as you said, Harvey, the highest wave score of the heat so far, in just one turn. So Alasne now looking for a pretty good score, probably around a 5-point ride to be able to move ahead of Alba at the moment. A small score is going to drop for Sakura's previous wave. Coming down to around 7 minutes left in this heat. Quite a few waves ridden, which is good, so maybe more consistency. Coming down to the low tide right about now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Let's see. Oh, this nice wave, nice turn.
Yeah, Sakura Inui. 2-turn combination there, getting the board above the lip. So, great 2 turns. That's going to help her stay in the lead, extend her scoreline. Looking to replace a 4-point ride from her first wave.
Yeah, there is a decision we're speaking, trying to get that another section in the inside. Let's see if she can get anything that gets her somewhere in the score.
Something small. Probably not really worth it.
Yeah, probably not. It's going to be a long way up now.
Exactly. So, as we were talking about, she did 2 turns on the outside section. Probably could have kicked out and got out the back again, because those turns on the inside not going to really help that score. Maybe a 0.1 or 0.2 extra. But we saw her brother Taka Inui take the win in the previous heats of the men, and he decided to ride all the way through to the end as well.
Yeah, you have to read the wave, I guess. Now, if it's going to be that small wall, maybe it's not worth. But if it's going to be a big thing that you can see, it might be worth.
Yeah, that's right. Alba there, catching up to live action. Wonder if she got anything done on the outside section. Be interesting to see if she did another big turn. As we see Alasne taking off here on this left-hander. She's going to cut back into the white water. So, very difficult position for her to be in this elimination round. As we see her cutting back, especially in 3rd place, wanting to get that 5-point ride to get ahead of Alba. She's got a few turns done on this wave already. She's going to try and bring it through to the inside. Finish off. We're coming down to about 5 minutes, so she's going to need to finish this wave off quickly. She does with control. So it's going to be another few minute paddle out for about 1 minute at the back to be able to try and find another wave. But that could be the score she needs. We'll wait for the judges to drop that. Still waiting on scores for Sakura as well. And Alba.
Yeah, let's see if we get any more push of the waves now with the change of tides. Getting the tide higher. Let's see if it pushes a little bit more so we get a bit of better conditions today.
Yeah, we saw yesterday evening the waves get better towards sunset.
Yeah.
A lot of competitors out there practicing for the event today.
Yeah, even Tristan, the CEO, and Emily, they just we stopped the event and they just ran to the water to try to get some waves before the sun get down.
So yeah, Tristan handing out the awards for the world titles yesterday and then jumping in the water. So
going straight in.
Yeah, I managed to jump in this morning. Water temperature is beautiful
out
there.
It's nice. It's nice. Compared to the UK, it's nothing to do with it.
Do you wear a wetsuit here, or do you prefer board shorts? Or?
I have since, because I came back from the UK actually. Like I stayed there on August, and since August I've only ridden one time in my wetsuit, and I was so hot. I was so hot that it was probably around September, October. It was a bit of a kind of windish day, and I was still hot. So since then, that was the last time, and I still like riding my board shorts.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's so nice.
Yeah.
We see competitors opting to wear wetsuits sometimes out here, maybe for the wind chill or to keep their body warm. But other competitors opting just for board shorts or swimsuit. You see Sakura there, just in her swimsuit.
Yeah, we've been really lucky with the weather as well. The sun, well, not really lucky the land, but we've had like the weather that shows the Canary Islands. So
Definitely. Does it ever rain here? I haven't been here when it's rained.
it literally like 2 weeks ago, it was like 3-4 days of kind of rainy weather. 2-3 weeks ago. So yeah, it's nice because you get the island green, and when the island is green and then you get the sun, it's like beautiful.
That's nice.
So yeah, and then you go into the mountains and it's everything with water and stuff. So it's really, really beautiful. But it's true that it barely rains here.
Yeah.
Sometimes it is an issue. So yeah.
Of course.
And then we get the storms and the whole city collapses when it rains because it's not used to like drain that much water, you know. So yeah, it's quite fun.
Of course, I've heard that you also get the storms coming across from the Sahara Desert, bringing across a bit of sand as well.
Yeah, sandstorms.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's sometimes it gets like gnarly. Like you cannot really even see. It's like a lot of sand coming from there when it's like big winds and stuff. And it's tough because you cannot really breathe properly. You have the air all the time. It's not really healthy. So yeah, we get it fairly often. We call it Kalima in here. Kalima, yeah.
Okay. But
yeah.
Still come and visit Gran Canaria.
Yeah.
Still a beautiful
of
place.
course.
Yeah.
Kalima is something that. Oh, let's see this wave of Kai, the first Sakura, sorry.
Oh, amazing first turn off the top there. Just that one big turn, but can be a very progressive maneuver for the judges.
Oh, she's still looking for the inside section.
Yeah, she's going to ride this one through. Coming down to around a minute left, so probably not enough time to get back out, so she's going to ride this one all the way through to the inside section. Just a couple of small scores dropping for Sakura beforehand on her previous waves. Guess we're still waiting on a score as well. And we're waiting for a score for this one, so she finishes it off nicely. Alasne dropping a 3.7, so her best wave. She's going to need to get a 3.91 to move ahead of Alba, who dropped a 2.6. So Alba wants to improve on that score as well. I think it's still a few waves yet to drop for all of our surfers in this heat. Judges taking their time, wanting to get the decision right. It is an elimination round. As we're going to count down this heat. About 30 seconds left, I think. That clock on screen's a little bit fast. And Alasne staying standing. She's going to need to improve that situation there. Unfortunately, Alba, though, has priority, so Alba can take the next wave that comes through. She's a smart competitor.
Let's see if they go for this one. Yeah, he's both looking for it.
That's right. It looks like none of them are going to catch it, but there might be a wave behind. Who's going to be in position for it? Alba does have that priority, so interesting decision there from Alba Frey to let... Oh, almost caught it for Alasne, but that's really unfortunate for Alasne. She's a great sup surfer, obviously the European champion.
Yeah.
Not making it through the round number 2 here. So it will be Alba Frey and Sakura Inui moving through into the quarterfinals of the women's. We're going to have the second heat of round number 2 coming up very shortly, so don't go anywhere. More action to come. Hubby, it's been fun having you in the booth, calling the action.
Yeah, thank you, mate. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
So just getting confirmation of those results. It will be Alasne eliminated from competition as we look forward to heat number 2. The Eleni Adesaka in the red jersey, Cami Dubrana in the white, Brungaron in the yellow, and Milank Linde in the blue from Germany. She is actually a local living here, Gran Canaria.
Nice. A lot of people from abroad, they decide to live by a house or something here. Is a lot of people, yeah.
So this heat is very stacked heat indeed. Eleni Adesaka falling victim to Luci Cozzaletto earlier in the day, who threw down some excellent rides. Cami Dubrana as well, putting together some great heat totals. Brungaron, a junior competitor. As we have a couple of surfers up here. We're going to stick with, we're going to look at Eleni's wave. As she bounces off the top there for a re-entry. And Milanka just pulling out of that ride. So it'll be a couple of small scores on the board. A 25-minute heat for these women. What did you think of the action the last couple of days, especially with the longboarding and the juniors?
I enjoyed the longboarding one, man. I've never like I saw it on the last year highlights, like reviewing all the events and everything, and I really enjoy like the paddling and longboarding style thing. It was really nice. I like the combination between more like innovative or modern surfing with turns and stuff, and then the stylish one, like walking through the board, the 360s and stuff like that. So yeah, it was really nice to see, really beautiful from the beach, and yeah, I could see the people excited about seeing a different thing in the water, you know. So yeah, it was really nice. Something that I've never seen it before, like in live. I've only saw the highlights from last year, so it was nice to see. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great kind of discipline of the sport that's up and coming. So catch up with Brune, trying to catch a wave there, but yeah, definitely the longboarding making competition more accessible because a lot of people are riding just sup longboards. Camille de Bruyne up and riding live action in the white jersey. A surfer from France, just in the white water at the moment, so making her way through to the inside section. Maybe got a bit of work done on the outside. But she's going to decide to kick out, not stick with that one, conserve her energy.
Yeah, yeah. Good decision, I'd say.
Yeah, it looks like maybe a couple of waves ridden from our competitors, leaving Milanka out the back with priority to take off on this left-hand ride. She's going to take off here, drop in.
Nice.
She's going to do a nice cut back toward the critical section of the wave. It's all about wave selection out here, hubby.
Yeah,
to get on the right waves, offer the good scoring potential.
Wave selection and decision taking, just to carry on to the inside, go back and do a big one in the outside. Yeah, it's quite a strategic day today, isn't it?
It really is, definitely the strategy coming into play.
Yeah. It's interesting to see Milanka wearing a full wetsuit and also some socks. Yeah, interesting to see her here in the Canaries in wearing that. Yeah,
yeah,
nice.
Definitely. But there's some rocks underneath out there, so maybe just opting for a bit more grip on the board as well.
Yeah, I have a friend that is he usually surf with shoes because he feels like the board better, and he says that it's his way of doing it, and it doesn't matter how hard it is or whatever, he's wearing his shoes.
Right, that's amazing. Okay, nice.
Yeah, it's just kind of different. It's not like he's any professional or anything, but yeah, different way of, I don't know, approaching it.
That's right. We all have personal preferences. Personally, I don't like wearing the shoes.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. That it's not really comfortable, and you don't really feel the board that much, is it?
That's right. But if you're used to wearing them, then it's the way to go. Camille de Bruyne there, nice turn to start off this wave. Going to switch the paddle for a cutback. She swings that paddle back around, kicks out of that one. So a couple of quick turns there. She's going to try and move up into that second position. We have Eleni Adesaka dropping a couple of mid 2-point rides. So she's currently in the lead. Still some scores to come through though. We see a set rolling in out the back. Great shot of the lineup here. You can see that left hand reef break. Big rip running out through the bottom of screen as well. So making it easy for the competitors to paddle out. Bit of a channel there.
Yes. Yeah, I bet they are happy about it. Otherwise, it'd be like more waves, more difficult to do it.
And it's a similar situation around the corner at El Lloret as well. A channel there for the competitors to paddle out, so not having to battle through the white water too much.
Yeah, but that's two of the things that, like one thing makes two of the waves a good wave for paddleboarding, that you can have that channel to go in.
That is so true. Although the entry and exit points at El Lloret is pretty difficult.
Yeah, it's like rocks.
Exactly.
Rocks everywhere and waves smashing.
Yes.
Yeah, so like to get in it is difficult, but then once you are inside, you have that channel that you were speaking. But yeah, it's not an easy one to get in. Yeah.
No, that's right. So
and
very
when
difficult.
It's big, yeah,
when it's big,
tough. Yeah.
Last year we saw some competitors having to time it right, just waiting for like 10-15 minutes to come in. Just to come in from their heat because the sets were so big. I was staying very far away from that, calling the action from on top of the bus last year.
Yeah. Yeah, we finished today the set. Well, we're working on the setup today. on the setup of Alioret, so we'll have the bus again this year. But yeah, we'll put you guys on shadow this year, so that you don't get any sunburns.
That'd be good. I have to get the sunscreen out though.
Yeah.
I still burn in the shade. Very fair skin. But we do have a situation in the water. Cami De Brana dropping a 3.07 alongside a 2.53. Puts her just ahead of Aline in first position. Aline still with those two mid scores of a 2-point ride, leaving her in second place at the moment, but with priority at the lineup. And Milanka with some small scores, 1.5, 1.07 in that third position. Perun go on, waiting for her to open her account. We see Cami De Brana up again, staying busy in this heat.
Ooh, yeah, almost.
Yeah, that could be dangerous when the board flips over like that, showing the fins. But trying to do the best she can to hold on to that. Unfortunately, she goes down. But as we're talking about that strategy, whether to sit and wait or catch lots of waves. We see Brun opting to sit and wait for a few of the waves, and Cami De Brana staying really busy. Both French competitors. As we see Aline taking off on a nice looking wave here. She's going to get around this whitewater section, open up for a nice turn. She's riding a pretty small board. Probably the shorter than my short board. 6'6" long.
6'6".
Yeah, only about 60 litres.
60 litres.
Yeah, Aline trying to bounce this one through. Unfortunately, just running out of wave there, but one nice turn on the outside section. Sorry for the kind of silence there on the broadcast. We're just getting some updates through about the rest of day's competition. We'll be able to bring you confirmation shortly as we catch up with live action. Linde on a very nice looking wave, getting a couple of turns done on the outside section. This is going to be one of her better wave scores of this heat. She's going to be happy with that performance as she brings it right through. I'm questioning whether it's a wetsuit or a swimsuit she's wearing. It's pretty cool though.
Yeah, it has like, it's different, isn't it?
Yeah.
It has like, yeah, you don't know if it's a swimsuit neither.
Yeah, protection from the sun as well here in Gran Canaria, even though it's coming into this winter time.
It is actually, yeah.
Yeah. Cami De Brana up and riding, a couple of nice turns as well. She's really sticking to those smaller lefts to get some great scores there to keep herself up into first place.
It's a bit annoying about the winter thing that you said, because as I told you, I come from the UK after 4 years, so I have a lot of jackets and nice hoodies that I would like to wear, and I haven't been able to wear one of them since I've been back. So yeah, I can't wait to get into February. February is usually a little bit colder, like probably wear like a hoodie maybe through the day if it's if it's a bit cloudy. Yeah. So yeah, I have loads in that I like to use.
So where were you studying and living in the UK when you were there?
I was in Bournemouth, down in the southwest. I had some waves there from the pier and Southbourne in a couple of local areas. But yeah, I lived there for 4 years, studying sports management in there, working in Decathlon, the French company, sports shop, and yeah, related a bit with surf as well. So yeah, 4 years was long.
Long winters definitely there. But yeah, Bournemouth a great...
You've been around there?
I have been around there quite a bit. There's quite a big stand-up paddleboard scene around that area as well.
Yeah.
A lot of the stand-up paddleboard shops from around that kind of south coast area.
In summer is massive. Like in the Decathlon where I used to work, we were selling boards like, I don't know, maybe 10, 15, 20 a day. When it was like sunny, it was crazy, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So you were there throughout COVID and everything then in the UK?
Yeah. Yeah, that was last 4 years.
Yep. As we're watching Perun Guaron on her looks like first wave of this heat. Carving it back around. The background, Alini Adesaka in the red jersey. She's going to want to solidify that position. Unfortunately, it looks like she goes down on that wave. So we'll catch up to see what scores she's going to drop in for that one. But good to see Prune on her first wave. Yeah, I'm living down in Cornwall, down near Newquay.
Nice. In Newquay you live?
Yeah, close to Newquay.
Oh, close to Newquay. That place is lovely, eh?
Yeah, it's good.
That place is really nice. Yeah. I was part of the surf society of the university, so we kind of do some trips and stuff to Newquay. And yeah, I remember that I arrived there first time when I was in my first year in the UK, and I was like, oh, this is like a really nice place to live in the UK. It was everything surfboards, like very surf lifestyle, and yeah, it was really nice. I have good experiences in there, nice waves as well.
Huge surf community around Cornwall, and especially in Devon as well.
Devon as well,
yeah, there's some great waves on offer, especially coming into winter season. It's kind of start of our swell season back home.
Freezing, but yeah.
Yes, freezing, exactly. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
5 mil wetsuits, hood, boots, gloves.
Yeah, at least. I never got into the hood though.
You didn't? Okay.
No, never got a hood on,
Wow.
Yeah. I remember sometimes that I couldn't do any more duck dives, and I was like, okay, I'd rather stay down here than doing one more duck dive, but I never got into a hood.
No, wow, that's amazing. Yeah, good job. Maybe you were just keeping your hair dry, you're just in the barrel the whole time.
Yeah, that would be a good strategy.
Yeah, you see Cami Dubrana just being relegated into second place after a couple of scores drop. We'll stick with her wave now before updating those as she's cutting back on this section here. So sticking to that strategy of surfing these lefts. Going to see if it offers up another scoring potential there. Another turn as well. So great style from Cami. Really smooth. Lots of flow as well. But Alini Adesaka taking the current #1 position in this heat with a 4-point ride for her second to last ride. And Prune Gueron just dropping a small score. So she's in 4th position at the moment. Blanca Linde in that 3rd position. Looking for a 4.91 to move up into 2nd place, the advancing position. And Prune looking for a pretty big score of a 5.94 to move up into 2nd place. Obviously, we're waiting for that last score of Cami Dubrana. Alini Adesaka, current heat leader, up and riding. Great carve off the top. This wave's looking a lot better from her. Switching the paddle over, bringing it back to the whitewater. Surfing with great control, lots of speed as well. She put on a great performance earlier on in the day today.
Really nice wave, this one, a lot of flow through the whole wave. Getting the most out of it. Decision of going to the bottom, nice.
Yeah, decides to surf all the way through on that wave. Alini Adesaka being on the APP World Tour since about 2012, 2013, so long-time SUP surf competitor. Also very good at SUP racing.
Oh, nice. A lot of experience behind her, yeah.
Yeah, tons of experience throughout the whole Brazilian contingent, really. As we see Alini drop a 4.83, extending her lead in this heat #2 of round 2 of the women. As I mentioned before, we are going to bring you an update if we are going to continue on with the SUP surfing throughout the afternoon. Very shortly, the athletes and contest directors, along with the head judge, are having a meeting right now, but we're catching up with Blanca Linde with some amazing turns on that wave. You can see the difference, though, her to Alini, just Alini surfing with a bit more speed, a bit more power in her turns, which is why her scores are slightly higher, but I like the effort from Blanca Linde, taking some great waves to connect through to the inside.
I'm so curious now to see if it's a wetsuit or a swimsuit. It looks really nice.
It does. Yeah, I like the color and the design, yeah. Hopefully she wins this heat and has a post-heat interview.
Yeah, that's it.
Gotta get a look at it then. But see competitors just taking a seat on their board, waiting for the next set to roll through. Coming down to about 9 minutes left.
Getting some rest on their legs.
Exactly. It's
Important.
a new rule that's been brought in, Harvey, that we can sit down on our boards now and wait for waves.
Just for waiting, yeah.
Yeah, we used to have to stand up and paddle around to
All
wait.
the time,
Yeah, and obviously with a low volume board, you're underneath the water, you can't stop moving, so you have to keep paddling. But with this new rule, you have time to rest and relax and save your energy for the performance on the wave. So Cami de Bruyne increasing that second position with a 3.57 for her last wave, which is going to increase the requirements for Melanka and also Prun. As we see Prun go on the left-hander here. She's going to get a couple of maneuvers done on the outside. Young competitor. Managed to secure third place yesterday in the junior girls event. She rides through into the deeper water there. We also saw Cami de Bruyne up on the right-hander. Catch up to that score. Looks like she also kicked out of that wave. And that leaves Alini Adesaka asking for some updates in the water about the scores. She's currently sitting with first priority. So waiting for some more sets to come through for these competitors. Just those scores dropping for the last waves of Cami de Bruyne and Prun Garon. A 1.33 for Prun and a 2.63. So not enough to change the situation for Cami de Bruyne. Still in that advancing position. First and second will move through to the quarterfinals of the women's round. As we see a set coming through. Cami de Bruyne just going down on that one. She's currently in that second priority. And can play the waiting game. It's come down to about 7 minutes left on the clock in this heat. Still waiting for confirmation on if we're going to move into men's round 3 of surfing. I know a lot of the competitors are looking forward to moving around the corner to Eliorette. Tristan Boxford took a walk around there about half an hour ago to check the conditions. The best waves on offer are definitely going to be out the front here in the afternoon.
How was it? What did he say about the conditions?
I haven't spoken to him since he's been back, but I'm sure it's probably pretty fun.
Yeah.
But probably not as fun as out here. This is definitely why we are surfing this La Cisse. La Cisse?
La Cisse, yeah, that's it. This wave, even the one they are surfing, is called Los Muellitos.
Yes.
Because you have like kind of the Los Muellitos in English means like the you know, where you dug like the boats, the dug. So yeah, it's because of all the things that are in the left.
That's right. So
the
you'll
grey
see
thing. So yeah,
drone angle of the rock wall and the little bays. So like a little harbour.
Yeah, yeah, harbour. That's the word. Yeah.
A lot of surfers liking the left-hand reef break out here. Also the surfers surfing down the beach. Some beach breaks. As we see Aline opting for the right-hander, Cami de Bruyne opting for the left. Splitting the peak here. Stick with Cami de Bruyne, back foot slipping off. A little sit down.
Yeah, innovation.
Yeah, exactly. There's Aline taking through the right-hander here. You can see her, that wave just disappearing underneath her feet. Maybe she got a bit of work done on the outside. Not sure it's going to factor into that top 2 as we see Melanka Linde taking off on this one. Quite a late drop. Opting to go to the right, but just falling off. That's going to leave Perun Graon at the back. So we will see her taking off on this wave. Beautiful drone angle. That was Cami de Bruyne taking a quick look at that ride. She's been liking those lefts all heat long. She's still currently sitting in that second place at the moment. You see Aline taking the option to paddle out on the inside.
Yeah, that's a risky one. If it get that set, probably fell down. But for now, there's no set. It's good time to like get in there. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely the long way around if you go around to the right of screen with the rip, but it's a very easy paddle out. As we see on screen, Melanka Linde just pulling over the top of this one. So she will add another score. Staying really busy. Lots of waves caught in this heat. You see Cami de Bruyne with quite a lot of wave scores. I think that's 8 waves caught.
Yeah. Probably the highest one I've seen, at least, like the hit with more waves in this one taken. So yeah, it's nice.
Good to see the consistency as Cami Dubana up and riding again, but very quickly as she goes down. So looking to catch tons of waves before the day is over, before the free surfers descend on the waves after the event finishes. And coming down to about 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Just getting some updates through now of what's going to be happening. So it looks like that we are going to have a short break after this heat of the women's as we catch up to Alina Adesaka here. Doing some nice turns on the outside section. She manages to get a small wave underneath the priority of everyone. So Alina doing well there. So as I was mentioning before, we're going to have a short break after this heat of round number 2 of the women. Then we're going to be running the under 18 boys final at 4:45 p.m. Going to be crowning a world champion in the junior boys division.
Yeah.
That's going to be Kapono Fukuda against Enrique Pedicera. So don't go anywhere. We're going to have a short break, run some highlight reels.
Yeah.
And then we're going to come back with the junior boys division at 4:45 p.m. local time. That's GMT.
Speaking with Enrique this morning, a Spanish guy as well. He was like a bit nervous, asking if he's gonna be doing the final today in here, and Sunday in El Lloret. He was trying to see if he has to get here and like get to understand the wave or to wait. So yeah, I bet he'll be excited to get that done today, and obviously looking forward to make the best result.
Yeah, he surfed some great heats yesterday and the day before as well. Fantastic to watch him surfing as we see Cami Debrana on her, I think, 11th wave of this heat so far. So definitely the highest wave tally of anyone else in the competition. Cami Debrana having lots of fun out there. Currently in that second position, Alina Adesaka, a couple of smaller scores in the 4-point ride. She did well earlier today to get some scores up into the 6-point range. As we see Prun Graron taking off on the outside here. She's going to ride through this left. Nice turn off the top for Prun. She's going to bring this one through. Doing a great job as that junior surfer. Learning a lot from Cami Debrana, French competitors.
They have a really nice community as well in French, from these paddleboarders. I can see them like very united as well. So yeah, it's really nice to see them walking around. What you said this morning, they went bodyboarding. So yeah, it's good to see they're having some fun together and making the best for the sport.
That's exactly right. So a nice powerful turn from Malunka on the outside as the heat is winding down. She's going to get another couple of turns done on the inside. Definitely going to improve her scoreline with this wave. That one turn on the outside. One of her best for this heat. She's doing well to bring it through to the inside. As we're just catching up to Cami Debrana again on wave number 486.
I bet she's exhausted right now.
I bet she is as well. But it will be Cami Debrana taking second in that heat, and Alina Adesaka from Brazil taking the win. Moving through to the women's quarterfinals, which we're looking at Sunday to get underway for those heats. Remember, we're going to go to a short break very soon and come back with action for the under 18 boys final. Taking a look at a recap from this heat. Some nice waves ridden, hubby. Going to be a long recap considering the amount of waves caught as well.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So Cami Debrana there taking off on, I think, about 12 waves in this heat. She did really well to hang on to second position. Moving through. And thank you very much for tuning in wherever you are watching from. Remember, do not go anywhere. We're going to come back with the junior boys final coming up at 4:45 p.m. local time. It's going to be a great afternoon of action. Just that one final to wrap up the day. Then we're going to finish it off with some awards for the junior boys. We had the consolation final wrap up yesterday. Tituan Pajot and Lucas Winter-Drew. So don't go anywhere. Competition will start at 4:45. You're watching the Gran Canaria Pro Am, part of the APP World Tour for 2023, crowning the SUP Surfing World Champions. Thanks so much, Harvey, for joining us in the studio.
No worries, man. It's a pleasure.
We'll see you guys at 4:45.
See you later, guys.
Please, all the competitors, meet Joao and Tristan next to the judges stand, please. Please, all the competitors who are still in the cone, please come to the judges stand, please. Come to the judges stand.
La negra.
For the competitors in the next heat, you can pile out, but the final will start at 5. And you can pile out and get you can get fewer. So if you want, you can go out, and in 15 minutes we'll start the final. La gente que está en el agua, en 15 minutos vamos a empezar la final. Así que en unos 10 minutitos más o menos necesitaríamos el pico vacío. Guys, you can go and serve, but the final will start at 5 o'clock.
pero que eso, porque tienes que traer la tienes que sacar más. No, Jessy, no, por favor, sí, no, pero si él está acostumbrado, además ya tuvimos eso, ¿no? Yo eso sí, pero para que luego nos dijera a Fuerteventura y él se acercaba y miraba por todo y tal, para que lo enseñaran a ellos, ¿sabes? Porque la mentira está muy clara. Que no sé, claro, pero ya. Pero largo no, hijos. Yo, sí, pues me lo conté el otro día. No, cuando tengo más claro, para la que te digo ella. No, que hoy me llama la doctora y tengo colesterol. El malo y el bueno. Tengo el bueno. Yo me mando la pastilla nada y no. Del emocional para mí que pero si yo la veo de puta madre porque me da de la impresión que ella se hace mal. Pues entonces, bueno, sí, mi madre y no se van a hacer lo de mi mamá. Y eso fue, mira, para ver qué fue. Claro, mi padre murió a los 20 días de mi madre. Mi padre es que yo todavía no había hecho el luto y me viene ya yo preparando en la habitación para traerme a mi padre para mi casa. No, pero si la que estaba aquí no siempre había sido nada. Mi padre no sabemos, creemos que el cáncer que el tipo le remitió y se fue comiendo poco a poco y no nos quitamos. Y eso me quedó a mí, me ha dejado marcada para toda la vida. Porque cuidé tanto a mi madre y me dediqué tanto a mi madre que ahora pienso que abandoné a mi padre. No, pero es evidente, es una cosa dolorosa. No, y lo bueno, no, pero claro, pero como era tanto y todo era mi madre. Es lo que digo yo tengo eso. Ya habían arreglado todo. Sí. El mío, no te estoy diciendo que se separó, no me llama, estamos en Agaete, Gomar y yo en la piscina. Porque la pareja, mi mujer, no sé qué, me dijo que le daba asco mirar digo, mira, pon las cosas y lárgate para mi casa, pensando que se iba a ir y ya lleva 9 meses, va a ser 9 meses que lleva a mi casa y el otro es mi hermano pequeño. Y le dije, él es hábil. Y le digo, chacho, que tienes que mirar porque tienes que buscarte tu vida. Y el otro día un poco como, no, lo que quiero es que me vaya. Digo, yo no quiero que te vaya. Digo que no quiero que te vaya, pero tienes que, no, pero quiero que tú, porque tienes 2 niños, lo que significa que yo no quería eso. Digo, yo tuve nada más que un hijo. Entonces, no tal. Y ahora lo que no me va a hacer es que yo, que nada más que hago ver novelas, series y tal, tener que estar escuchando niños, ni esto ni lo otro. Niños en mi casa, y otra que si mi marido sale a las 9:30, llega a las 4 y media a mi casa, lo que quiere es estar tranquila, no estar escuchando ni a tu hijo ni nada, si lo quiere. Si no, 9 meses tiene, tienes que buscar. Ella era la dueña de la casa porque era de los padres, entonces a cada momento lo humillaba, pues te largas, pues no sé qué, siempre con la misma chorrada. Digo, tío, pero es que mi marido ha pagado mi casa y a mi marido me echa y mi marido me da dinero. Yo sí lo que no nos han pagado. Sí. ¿Cuánto cobra tu marido? Porque si es como mismo. Y no, pero si es que encima no fui yo. Porque este mismo. No. Eric, la de los 52 años, porque tenía más de 15 años trabajada, la de 52 años. Pero voy y le digo, mire qué tal, dice, no le corresponde porque tiene que trabajar, mira, es que mi hijo. No, qué guapo. Qué guapo. ¿Ha cambiado? Claro, ahora es un hombre. Claro. Claro. Sí, claro, y lo tiene. Pero no tiene con la gorra, pero tiene el pelo largo, lo sigue teniendo. Bueno, no sé, mira, y no me va a decir. Ahora ya te lo podrá decir, yo aquí no lo sé. No, yo sí me entero porque me la llevan a mi casa. El otro día se copa, esta no es la misma que vino el otro día, mira, déjame tranquila, a mí déjame tranquila. Sí, pero se parece mucho. Tiene más mío que del padre. Sí, tenemos nombre siempre que me regula con ella. Alberto. Siempre me nombra sobrino. Es que claro, Alberto, es que antes yo lo pongo yo a él. Sí, claro, el pelo, no, que capaz porque se lo planchaba, muchacha, es que el pelo rizado como yo. Claro, sí, claro que yo estaba en casa de mi madre, claro, porque mi madre yo estaba siempre en casa de mi madre, que de hecho yo me mudé para casa de mi madre. Claro, pero no, ahora no me dejaron.
Attention riders, we're going to start soon. We're going to start soon. Be ready.
Porque yo estoy cómoda aquí cuando.
¿Dónde está? Vamos a empezar la final en breve. Entrevistas en su puesto, por favor.
¿Dónde está? Pero yo cuidé a mi hermano Alberto, yo cuidé a todos son mayores que yo, menos a mí. Y Alberto cuando se separó, ¿a dónde se vino? ¿A mi casa? Claro, me vino. Claro.
In the water, we have Apollo Fukuda in red and Enrique Reyes in white. The under 18 boys final. Líder en el agua está el japonés en color rojo, Apollo Fukuda, en color blanco, el español, Enrique Pérez. Reciban los brazos, por favor. Y aquí la zona del bosque. The final will be,
Camarada confirmado.
30 minutes. 30 minutes. La final será 30 minutos. Tendrá una duración de 30 minutos. Contarán las dos mejores olas.
¿Eso qué quiere decir? Que
hasta
van a
cuando
ser
el
solo
agua
en la
limpia,
misma.
se le subía la fiebre, joder, que tío, que me subo a mí, a ver, pero bueno, y no está sola porque tiene su familia, sola estaría, sí, sola
Claro.
que no.
Sí,
Ay,
pueden
sí,
hacer un favor, ¿sabes
sí,
qué pasa? Que
sí,
como
vale,
no van a llegar hasta la
Lo que
orilla,
no nos quería sacar, pues,
y luego sale en primer plano.
luego te llama a ver quiénes somos nosotras.
O si se pone, póngase directamente con el teléfono. La mía. Sí. Con eco. Ahora bien. Bueno, me oigo yo.
We will start the final in 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Te oigo ahora. ¿Me oyes? Vale, bien. Correcto. Perdón, una pregunta, José. ¿Solamente van a ser mamá y una mamá, ¿no? ¿Así?
1 minute. We are going to start in 1 minute.
¿Muy bien tú, Rico? ¿Qué tal todo?
30 seconds.
Sí. Una final ahora.
Ya, lo estaba viendo. Déjale barbosa, ¿no?
Sí.
Ya, qué triste ahí en el movimiento, pero bueno. Estos son buenos igualmente. Hasta luego.
10 seconds. We are going to be counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The final is on.
Welcome back to day number 3 of the Gran Canaria Pro Am, the APP World Tour. We're going to be just doing one more heat of today's action, wrapping it up with the junior boys final, under 18s. Capono Fukuda in the red, Enrique Perez-Seta in the white jersey, currently out in the water. Just got this final underway, half an hour on the clock for both of these competitors. My name is Bo Nixon, joined in the booth by Emily Utrup. Nice to have you here.
Nice to be back. Yeah, what a great day.
Fantastic day of action. We had a small break after the main round of the men and women's to let the tide fill back in a little bit to offer these competitors some good waves coming into the evening. You had some great waves yesterday evening.
Oh, it was such a beautiful evening yesterday, and yeah, just lots of waves actually. It looks like when you're standing on shore, you're like, no, not so much waves on offer, but then you're out there and just there's plenty of opportunities.
Yeah, and hopefully we're going to get some more opportunities during this final for the under 18 boys. Couple of waves looking like they're popping their head up to come through now. You see both competitors at the back, looking like our competitor in the white, Enrique, taking a look at this one. Paddling hard to get on. Unfortunately, just doesn't get on top of that wave. Could be one little one behind it, though. Capono deciding not to go. So both competitors going to wait for those bigger waves to come through. Both competitors paddled out about 10 minutes early before this, and I saw them get a couple of waves underneath their belt. Still some nice waves and scoring potential coming through.
Yeah, definitely. I think we've been like assessing the conditions all day, and we're like, oh, is there potential for high scores? And then we saw the women getting in the water, and we saw Lucy pulling down a 8.5, and we're like, okay, there's still high potential out there, that's for sure.
Yeah, a lot of scores in the 7-point range as well. As we see the first wave of the final, Kapono Fukuda up and riding from Japan. He's going to show us his skills on this wave as he's using the paddle backside to go up into this section. Does a fantastic control maneuver as he floats over the whitewater there. Kapono Fukuda, the 2022 Junior World Champion, looking to go back-to-back in this junior event for 2023. Great start there.
Great start, yeah. Yeah, this heat is 30 minutes long, so a bit longer than the other heats. So we always allow the finals to be a bit longer, to make sure they have time to get lots of waves and show their best.
Yeah, definitely good to have half an hour to be able to relax and wait for the good ones. You don't have to scratch around to find those good waves early on. You can allow the time to run down a little bit before you decide to take a wave. Enrique Pedicera on screen there. Been surfing really well the last couple of days. Great to see him in the final here.
Yeah, really great surfing from him, and yeah, it's just amazing seeing these juniors and all this young talent coming up in the sport, and yeah, great final here.
Yeah, Kapono Fukuda also competing in the pro men's division. He made it through his heats earlier today to make it through to round number 3 of the men. As we wait for his first wave score to drop. Judges going to take their time on this one. This is the final of the junior boys, so trying to set a scale. They may even wait for Enrique to catch a wave. Looks like he was paddling in there, trying to find a start for his final. Conditions still a bit bumpy out there, Emily. But looks like the wave faces are pretty clean. Thanks for tuning in today, watching all the action. Hope you've been enjoying it all. Let us know where you're tuning in from. Who's your pick to win the junior boys final?
Yeah, that'll be fun to see. Let us know who you think is going to win, and we'll keep an eye on the comments on Facebook and on YouTube. So wherever you're watching, we will make sure to have a look. See if anyone, or if you have any questions for us.
Yeah, and the about.
We're having some cheers for Enrique in here on the Facebook. That's great to see.
Yeah, the Spanish surfer, so representing Spain. Obviously a short trip over for him from mainland Spain over to the Gran Canaria. So first wave of Kapono Fukuda, locking in a 5.67. Great start for him to kick things off. Kapono always wanting to get the first wave of the heat in the heats he has been surfing. That way he's going to set the bar for the heat compared to his other surfers.
Yeah, great start from him. So yeah, starting his campaign good here in the finals, and then he can just build from there.
That's right. Looks like he might be having a look at this small wave here to back up that score. Put a bit of pressure on Enrique. But we know just how good Enrique can surf. So he's going to be bringing his A game here. He's been hanging around the contest site all day, getting the updates on whether or not the junior boys final is going to get underway. And here we are. They're in the water. So he's had his eye on the conditions. Obviously, Kapono surfing out here early this morning in that first main round of the men. Moving on through to round number 3.
Yeah, a little bit of downtown out there now. And we've seen the ocean doing that a few times today, just going super quiet, and then suddenly there will just be wave rolling in after wave, and so some heats have been very slow and some has been lots of action. So hopefully the ocean will start waking up soon and we'll get lots of action in this final. Still have 22 minutes left, so plenty of time.
Yeah, plenty of time left on the clock. So we get lovely drone angle of the competition area. Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. We're at La Cicere. Competitors surfing the left-hand kind of reef or point break out here. Looks like we are going to move competition across to Eliorette for the next day of competition. Possibly getting underway tomorrow, but looking like Sunday the swell is starting to fill in as we're getting a set coming through here. But not going to be able to get on top of this one either for Enrique.
Might try to move it a little bit more to the inside, as it looked like. Just, yeah, it's always hard for them to decide here. Tide is starting to fill out in a bit. I think we are a couple of hours after low tide, correct?
Yeah, that's right. Low tide about 3:15, 20 past 3 today. So a couple of hours after that low tide, and with the wave starting to reform again on the inside. So a lot of surfers opting to sit a bit further in for those smaller waves on the inside, but they were standing up quite steep. You can see that white water stretching all the way into the beach.
Yeah, it'd be great if they have that inside section to hit. We saw that in the morning, some great finishing turns on the inside.
Look at this fly through of the contest area from our drone angle. The board storage athletes area with the white tents there. Competitors watching the junior boys final along the promenade. Red Bull athlete zone with the Volkswagen vans. There's the judges in the blue tents at the front there. And wearing those white boxes.
Yeah.
Commentating all the action. With a beautiful sunset here in Gran Canaria. Palm trees.
What a beautiful view. Yeah, such a nice day, and it is hot out there still, even though we're having it's 10 past 5. So we're just like about an hour away from sunset, and I think it's still 25 degrees out there.
I was looking after the sunset the other night. There's got signs up all along the promenade about the time and the degrees of the day, and it was like 24 degrees at like 8 p.m. I was like, oh yeah, that's not bad. Not bad for November.
No.
The coast of Africa. So Enrique yet to get his first wave. Sitting with first priority at the moment. Judges deeming that he did not make a concerted effort to paddle for the wave. So holding on to priority. Having choice. You see the competitors opting to move around the lineup a little bit now. Capono looking like he's moving toward the inside. Realizing that there's not too many sets coming through.
Yeah, they're sitting really far out, I think. They're really trying to see those sets, but I guess they were out there a little bit before the heat started, so they must have been, you know, assessing where the sets are, and it looks like there might be something coming now for Enrique. Fortunately,
yeah, not getting onto that one either. So a bit of repositioning. We will see priority switch to Capono.
Yes, there might be a set rolling in there. Sometimes it's hard to see from this drone angle if the wave has potential or not, or how much it stands up, but maybe Enrique is going for it.
Capono going to use almost priority. Enrique is going to get his campaign started. This wave standing up on the inside. Fantastic turn into the lip. He's going to back it up with a cutback into the white water. See him again cutting back around to stay with that power source of the wave next to the white water. So a couple of nice turns from Enrique. Going to be fantastic to see that score drop through, to see where that puts him in this final. But we've got a bit of a battle on our hands.
Yeah, that was a great wave, and that first turn.
Yeah, I like that. Quite a vertical hit on his backhand.
Yeah, be exciting to see what the judges are going to score that, and maybe we're going to see Kapuna on a wave here.
Yeah, I think we're going to get him looking at a couple of these waves coming through. He's going to want to back up that 5.67 opening ride. Coming down to around 18 minutes left on the clock for our competitors. Just a two-man final. The winner will be crowned the Junior World Champion, APP World Tour for 2023 season. As we have a wave here for Capono.
He's up and riding. See what he can do here on his backhand. Nice turn off the top. It looks like the wave is steepening up and hitting that lip. That was a great turn, cutting back all the way, roundhouse cut back, and another snap up the lip here. Just seeing, waiting for it to see if it's gonna stand up on the inside. See if this wave has more to offer. No, but what a great wave. He had a couple of really good re-entries there, really putting the board vertical on that backhand. And it'd be great to try to see the replay. Now we had Clement Rosario in the studio a bit earlier, and it was really interesting to get his knowledge on how the use of the paddle and how that plays in, and how, you know, that is also within the judging criteria. If you use the paddle on the inside or the outside, and you know that one way or the other is harder, and it's going to score higher.
Yeah, that's right. Showcasing the use of the paddle, leaning on it, using it as that balance tool, but also to, as leverage for those turns. As we see Enrique taking off on a set out the back. They're going to go straight up vertical into the pocket of that one. So fantastic first turn to open up this second wave. Nice cut back into the whitewater. He's going to continue on with this ride to try and maximize some scores. Just coming off there, but a lot of the hard work done on the outside. A 4.33 for his first wave. He had a lot of control on that opening turn. As you mentioned, Capono Fukuda using the paddle, but maybe not in super control of that first turn. Coming a bit unstuck with the paddle, but still great control with his feet on the board. And we're going to have a couple of scores drop through for both of our competitors.
I think we're just going to try to maybe have a replay of this wave where maybe you can tell us a little bit about how he's using the paddle there in that turn.
Yeah, you see him using it on that heel side to do the bottom turn, and then like this turn here, using it on the heel side, flicking it over, crossing it over, and then switching the hands back to hold the paddle on his front side. He got a little bit caught up on that first turn with the paddle, but didn't affect his surfing on the wave. So 3 really good turns from Capono. Looking like he's going to increase that score line, as is Enrique, because his second wave score is yet to drop through as well. There we go, a 6.67 for Capono Fukuda. So that is better than his first wave. He's going to have a 12.34 heat total. It's going to make it much harder for Enrique now.
Yeah, great start to the heat. We're just halfway through the heat, and some pretty solid scores dropping here.
Yeah, both junior boys staying quite patient, waiting for the best waves to come through. We see some of our spectators taking a look at the action. Discussing those last waves.
Yeah. Yeah. And remember to let us know where you guys are watching from. If you have any favorites, it is always fun to see where you guys are checking in from, who you're cheering on. I think we got a few more questions here. We got a lot of Spanish support in here in the Facebook. A lot of Vamos Enrique. We have a lot of comments saying on the Facebook page. So yeah, great to see that there's a lot of support for Enrique. A lot of Spanish spectators.
Capono up and riding on his third wave. Bit of a flat start to this one, but it's going to stand up on the inside. What's he got for us? Using that paddle to do that great top turn into the lip. So very controlled, very clean surfing from Capono. He's going to kick out of this one. We did see another score drop in for Enrique Pedicera, a 4.67, so better than his first ride. So these competitors getting better and better with their wave selection and their surfing on the wave as well. But he is looking for a 7.67 to take the lead. Obviously that last score for Capono yet to drop, but don't see it going into his top 2 so far.
Nah, definitely that 6.67, that opening turn. We haven't seen anything better than that yet.
Yeah, from that big critical hit in the lip as Enrique has a look at that one, just repositioning himself. Find a better spot out there. Maybe the rip coming into play. Dragging these competitors out a little bit further. So Caprano Fukuda at the moment in the lead, trying to go back to back. It's a world junior champion. As again, Enrique just trying to reposition. You see those waves standing up, but just hitting that deeper water. So that tide is coming back in, as we mentioned before.
Mm. Yeah. So yeah, just over 11 minutes left. So time is flying in this heat.
It really is. Felt like a couple of seconds ago that I said that half an hour on the clock, they can be patient, but now there's less than 12 minutes, so coming down to crunch time. Obviously want to get the best waves.
This is a final. One of these boys are going to be junior world champions in about 12 minutes.
Yeah, we crowned third and fourth place in the junior boys yesterday for the consolation final. That was Titouan Pajot in third place and Lucas Winter-Drew taking out that fourth position. We did see Lucas in the main event for the men today, putting on a solid performance.
Yeah, surfing super well, and just it's great to also see the juniors in the men's division. And even though some of them didn't make it through, it's still such a they're gonna learn a lot from that experience.
I believe Pedro Varga made it through to round number 3
he did.
Of the men, which was fantastic to see.
We're just checking here to confirm.
He'll be coming up in heat number 3 of round 3 of the men against fellow countryman Leonardo Jimenez and Peruvian Sebastian Gomez.
Some exciting heats coming up here. Look at the first one. That could almost be a heat final.
I think it will be, yeah.
Benoit Carpentier, Clement Rosario, and Taka Inui.
Amazing. All these heats are going to be stacked from here on out.
Yeah.
Caprano Fukuda also featuring in there. He's going to be in heat number 4 of that round number 3 of the main event for the men against Luis Diniz and Wellington Rice. That is going to be a nail-biting heat, that one.
That is another great heat for sure.
So looking like we're going to try to get underway around the corner at the break court. El Lloret. Fantastic right-hand point break that was featured here for the last 2 seasons on the APP World Tour. 2019, 2022. It's a big surf around there. Not going to get the massive conditions we saw last year, but going to get some nice swell coming through for the weekend. As Caprano dropped to 5.17 for that one big turn, so judges rewarding that critical surfing very highly. All of his scores are higher than Enrique's scores at the moment, so Enrique needs to up his game, take off on those bigger waves, find those steeper sections to do those turns. We've already seen him put on some great turns on the waves he's ridden so far.
Yeah. So yeah, let's see if the ocean is going to wake up and give us a few set waves here in the end. Would be great, because we know that these guys are able to put on a great show. Looks like maybe Enrique is going to have a look at this one. He is sitting with first priority. No.
Just disappeared underneath him. You can see it breaking just to the left of him. That rock reef out the back there. So he's trying to sit next to that little bubble, I guess, and get the wave to break just in front of him. Get an easy roll in to that more critical section, which is going to stand up just around the bottom of screen at the moment. Caprano been doing very well to identify these waves. As I mentioned before, he always arrives to the event a bit earlier to practice. He arrived here about 10 days before the event, so had plenty of time to practice, traveling with his father. Had a chat with them. They were in France for the ISA. Caprano doing fairly well, his performance there, but then he traveled back to Japan for about a week to compete in the national titles for SUP surfing in Japan. He won that, so national champion in Japan, and then a couple of days rest, flew out here for the Gran Canaria event. So this will be his final event of the season. He'll be looking to add another world title to his name. As looks like there is some motion out there. Enrique having a look, but I think maybe a bit too far out. Capono being in the right position here to take off on the inside.
Oh, nice deep takeoff there. Oh, hitting that lip, but then unfortunately it disappears on him. It looked like it was going to stand up nicely, but yeah, I was talking to Clement about that as well earlier when he came into the booth, and because we talked about, yeah, it's all about wave selection, but then he said, yeah, but it's sometimes you take off a bomb that you think is going to go all the way through, but it dies out midway, and then other times you take off in a small one, it just stands up all the way. So he said it's super hard to choose the right waves out there.
Yeah, it really is, and that's why some of these competitors get here early to understand the break. As we looks like we see a wave here for Enrique, opting to go on the left, behind the section here, to a turn up into the white water. Doesn't manage to get super critical as he cuts back into the white water. Very similar to his performances earlier on in the first two waves. He's going to cut around to the right. He's going to bank off this white water section. Great powerful turn there, throwing some spray. He's going to bring this one through to the left and just kick out here as the wave finishes. So nice turn on the inside.
Yeah, 7 minutes. We can hear the beats announcer yell. So yeah, our clock here on the screen is still ticking a little bit faster than the judges, so we're still having 7 minutes left.
So still a bit of time for Enrique to paddle back out. He's still looking for that 7.67 to take the win for the junior boys. Looking to become a world champion, take it back home for Spain. As you said, Emily, lots of support online for Enrique at the moment. Thanks for tuning in to watch. Muchas gracias.
3.73 for the last of Enrique, so it's not going to change the situation. So he's still looking for that 7.67. Yeah.
Yeah, 7.67.
Which we've seen. There is high scoring waves out there, so everything is still possible in this heat. Still having those 6 minutes left, so still plenty of time to get a good wave.
Yeah, that's right. Looking like hopefully we're going to have one last opportunity here. Let's all pray for a set wave to come through toward the end of this heat. It'd be great to see the boys have another chance to get some high scores. Capono already sitting with some pretty great scores in his scoreline. A 6.67 and a 5.67. 4.67 is Enrique's highest score, alongside a 4.33. Time ticking down, around 5 minutes remaining now.
Yeah, the ocean's going a bit flat. Haven't been many waves in this heat. We've seen the last few days that it really started to wake up a bit around sunset time.
Yeah, that's so true. Maybe we're just seeing them be a bit more patient.
Yeah, a bit more picky with their waves.
Yeah,
They probably could move to the inside and just get a few more waves, but they wanna show all they got. They want to set wave and show the full potential. It is the finals.
And that's why they're going to get the big scores as well on those bigger waves. More critical section out there. See those lines down the beach? Just need them to funnel over this way, please. A few clouds rolling in for the afternoon. Otherwise been a spectacular day here. The clouds make for an awesome sunset though.
They do. It's been some beautiful sunsets the last few days.
Yeah, the decision to run the under-18 boys final this afternoon, making the most of the good conditions we've had on offer all day. Also to try and wrap up the event on a full single day of competition later this weekend for that day of swell that's going to be arriving.
Yeah.
Possibly using Monday as a backup day. But stay tuned to appworldtour.com for all of the updates. Each morning, at 7:45 a.m. local time, we like to get a call made.
Yeah. Remember to follow all the social media as well. I know they're very good at updating also the Instagram. There'll be an Instagram story every morning at 7:30 a.m. just to say if the event is on or when the next caller is. So yeah, make sure to follow APP World Tour there. And we're also doing a lot of live stuff there on the Instagram, and it's a way to get a little bit closer to the athletes as well, which is fun. So yeah, definitely make sure to have a look there.
Yeah, Tatiana doing a great job there with the social media and beach interviews throughout the day today as we have a look for a wave from Kapono possibly. Riding this one through. Can you see a bit of an opportunity happening here on the inside? As he waits for this wave to stand up. He's going to switch the paddle for backhand carve. He's going to go back up into the lip. And mistimes that one. Unfortunately goes down.
Just having 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock as we hear the beach announcer say. So yeah, we're just about 1 minute in front of you on our clock here. But yeah, so add an extra minute to that. You see Enrique standing up here, trying to find something. He needs a pretty high score to be able to take Kabuna.
Tense times indeed.
Yeah.
2 minutes remaining on the clock. Going to be crowning a world champion. Enrique going to start to feel the nerves out there in the water as he's paddling into this one.
He's going for it. See what this wave have to offer. Nice carve.
Almost sprays Kapono. Back up into the lip, but can't hold on to it. So he's going to quickly get back on his board and try and get out the back for another wave. Looks like there's a few more lines coming through. Unfortunately goes down, so that is a frustrating moment for Enrique.
Yeah, that could have been a great wave with that first turn, and then that hit up the lip. Unfortunately, he got a bit stuck there and fall down.
Kapono should have been worried there for a second.
Yeah.
Getting sprayed from Enrique's turn. But we are coming down to about 1 minute remaining on the clock. Kapono Fukuda currently in the lead. Enrique Pedicera looking for a 7.67. You can see Enrique on the inside having a look at a wave. There's Kapono on the outside. Maybe backing up. Could be backing up his world title from last year. Don't see this wave being a 7.67 that he needs. There we have it, Emily.
Yeah, there we have it.
Victory lap.
Back-to-back world champion. Junior world champion, Kabuna. Oh, little 360 there in the end. He's playing with another day and another world champion here in Gran Canaria.
That's right. Enrique Pedicera there taking second place in the junior boys. Got to be happy with that performance though. It's been some great surfing all week. Your 2023 junior world champion on the APP World Tour, Kapono Fukuda for the boys.
Yeah, what a great heat. Some great scores. A bit slow in this beginning, but we got it underway. So yeah, let's just see Kabuna getting in here to the beach. Hopefully he's gonna get cheered up the beach as the tradition goes. It's always some great pictures. I love seeing that. Oh, look at this sportsmanship here. I love seeing that as well. Great camaraderie between the competitors here.
That certainly is. Both of these competitors going to be battling out in future heats to come on the World Tour. So big congratulations to Kapono. We are going to be throwing down to the podium just after this to crown Kapono as the world champion. So make sure you switch over to the Facebook, Instagram live feeds for that.
That will be stuff on there to follow. So yeah, we're going to close down the broadcast in just a second. Let's just enjoy these beautiful pictures here on the sunset for a second, and then I will go over to Instagram where we'll send some live feed from the podium, and we'll see all the athletes up there. And yeah, great pictures here, Buna.
Yeah, Kapono Fukuda there making his way up the beach. All the athletes there going to be congratulating him as he comes up the stairs. Been a fantastic day of action here for day number 3. The APP World Tour Gran Canaria Pro Am. We got the men's and women's pro divisions underway early this morning. Waited for the high tide to kind of fade back a little bit before we got out there. Had some great waves on the inside being surfed. And then as that tide went out, we had some waves on the outside. And obviously finishing off with the junior boys.
Yeah.
There.
Some great shots here. So yeah, we're also having the beach announce out there now, saying the official result is that Kapuna is the new world champion, or defending world champion is he now. So yeah, great day, lots of action again. So yeah, surfing right into the sunset here. I think there's not much more we can say here, but just what a day.
Oh, fantastic day of SUP surfing. Do tune into the highlights. It's going to be coming out later tonight. And make sure to stay glued to appworldtour.com. Also Facebook, Instagram for updates on when the main event's going to get back underway. We're going to leave you with a recap from this last final of the junior boys. Kipona Fukuda, big congratulations to him.
Yeah, big congratulations to both of the surfer with a great heat here. And just enjoy these pictures of the upcoming talent here, just surfing absolutely fantastic. So yeah, Bo, thank you so much for today. It was a pleasure commentating with you again.
Do it all again next time.
Yeah, we'll be back maybe tomorrow.
That's right, yep.
So
7:30 call tomorrow.
Yeah, tune in 7:30 just to check the call. And then we will let you know if it's on or when it will be on.
Love that turn.
Yeah, that was a great turn.
Just sit back and watch some surfing now.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Highlights. Obviously, a lot of these waves were high scores throughout the whole heat.
Cámara 2, mira el plano que te voy a dar del niño más bonito que hay aquí en la playa. A ver. ¿Sí? Acaba de llegar. Joaquín, saluda aquí a la cámara. ¡Hola! ¡Ríete!